We are at Backlash. This, of course, is the first show following WrestleMania. So we are getting into our first PLE since Mania. And card looks okay. News-wise, a little bit quiet today. Not loads of stuff out there. But, yeah, still plenty for us to talk about and get our teeth into. Really looking forward to this show. I think it should be fun. I think, I don't know about you, but I did put some out online just saying, feels like there's quite a bit of negativity around. Certainly on X. Little bit in the community as well. I think understandably so for a few reasons when it comes to like how challenging the shows have been recently. But yeah, I think this card looks pretty good and has been pretty genuinely well received. I think that people are feeling a bit of flicker of optimism. So we're going to obviously go down and work our way through it. I do have on screen the Wikipedia page for it. So we're going to jump over to that right now. So if we go over, we got it right here. Go down to the matches. So 5 matches is what we're dealing with. Little bit of frustration in America because the first hour is going to be on ESPN2. And so that means that there's only like 3 matches that are going to be on the app. And you have to spend like $29.99 for the app. So, I mean, we've been having that mentioned in the chat a little bit. There is a lot of frustration around that, which I can understand, right? So 5 matches. We got Seth Rollins versus Bron Breakker. I'm leaning Bron Breakker on that just because he's the rising star. It doesn't really make sense for Seth to just get the win and that's it. Thanks for everything, Bron. Like, we've got to build up Bron. Obviously, it doesn't mean he has to win here. This is going to be a feud. So it could be that Seth wins this. We set up a rematch. Bron Breakker wins that. And then we go to the rubber match. So, I mean, it could be that we go that way. But I'm going to say Bron Breakker gets the win. Then we got Trick Williams against Sami. Obviously, the build to this has been absolutely bonkers with gingerbread costumes and gingerbread men funerals. And obviously, we can have the conversation around that if you want to have the conversation around that. Some of you might want to just move on from that. But yeah, I think Trick Williams is going to retain. It's hard to see Sami winning here and getting the belt back. A lot of people looking at a double turn. Are we going to see Trick turn face? Are we going to see Sami turn heel? Then we've got Iyo versus Asuka. I'm just hoping that's going to be an absolute banger. I would love to look back at this year and to say that that match was like a match of the year. I would love to be able to say that. Then we got Danhausen and a mystery partner, and it could be absolutely flipping anyone. The rumors yesterday were Jelly Roll, but Danhausen and a mystery partner against Miz and Kit Wilson. I was saying I think Oba stands a chance. I think CM Punk stands a chance. Those would be my top 2. Some people are thinking Shane McMahon. I'm not expecting him personally. I'm thinking Punk or Oba. I think Jelly Roll has to be up there because of the rumors. So that's kind of where my head's at with this. And then we've got Roman versus Jacob. That's going to be our main event. World Heavyweight Championship on the line. And just hoping it's going to be consequential, worth watching. I'm hoping that Roman... Well, I don't mind who wins, really. But if Roman wins, which is what I'm expecting... I kind of hope something goes down after, something interesting, something juicy. And then, of course, we got the John Cena announcement. John Cena's going to be making a big announcement. It's going to shake WWE to its core. Very much looking forward to that. Obviously, the belief is that that's going to be Club WWE related. So, yeah, lots to talk about, lots to get our teeth into. Let me just retweet that we are live. Come join us and share your thoughts, theories. There we go. That'll do. Thoughts and theories. Boom. Okay. Majin, hello. Shout out to you. Are we going to cry or get mad if Vince was to come back and go into the Hall of Fame? It seems like they're getting ready to do that for him. No, I wouldn't cry or get mad if he came back and went into the Hall of Fame. It's an excellent question, that is, actually. It's an excellent question. So, for me, it's a difficult one because, obviously, there's a lot of controversy around Vince and he's going through legal proceedings at the moment. I think it is absolutely undeniable that he's made the biggest impact in WWE history, right? I mean, some people might say his dad, because without his dad, there would be no company for Vince to actually take over. But that aside, certainly since he took over, no one has had a bigger impact than Vince McMahon. That goes without saying. So I think like everyone could understand him going into a Hall of Fame for his contributions to the business. But when do you put him in? And will the outcome of the case this summer, will that have an effect on when he goes in and how he goes in? Because I think he goes in regardless, to be honest. It might be like once he's passed away and in many, many years into the future, but I could see them putting him in via legacy or something like that. If he's found guilty and, you know, it's kind of one of those situations, because to be honest, you might be able to put, let's say that someone was alleged and found guilty of doing the stuff that Vince is alleged to have done all the way back into the 1950s. Could you put them in now and like put them in legacy, and would there be a big outrage now? I think we can agree the outrage wouldn't be as loud as at the time. So if WWE do want to put him in, even if he is found guilty of all these allegations, I won't be shocked if they still put him in via legacy many, many years into the future. I think one thing I would struggle to see happening would be for Vince to be found guilty of the allegations and then to go in next year. Like, I would struggle to see them do that. So I do think what happens this summer is going to affect that drastically. I mean, if it's kind of settled out of courts and it's all just like behind closed doors, then we might be able to put him in sooner rather than later. But I don't know. It's a tricky situation. That Stephanie is the first McMahon to go in. Shane's not in. Vince isn't in. Linda's not in. I think Vince's dad went in, actually. I think he might have been the first McMahon to go in, Vince's dad. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I think because of his contributions to the business, I wouldn't cry about it. Like, it's not this great outrage to me. I understand why you would put him in. So no, it wouldn't be like a massive drama to me. But there would be a backlash to it online, definitely. And I think if he was still with us and was doing a speech, that would cause a further backlash as well. Because he's being honoured, isn't he? And he's getting a night where he can sort of stand on stage and, you know, kind of have his say. And some people will say that he deserves that. Some people will say that he has forfeited that if he is found guilty of these allegations. So, yeah, for me, I think we could understand if he went in. But how you put him in, when you put him in, that's the kind of controversial aspect of it. Mr. Dow Jr. said, do we think people are sick and tired of stuff in wrestling like Gingerbread Man segments and other segments? I think people don't want to have fun anymore. Thoughts? Well, I think people want to have fun. I do think there is a little bit of a dangerous assumption that's kind of snuck in. I'm seeing a lot of people arguing about the Gingerbread Man thing online. And one of the defenses that I see for the Gingerbread Man segments are people turning around going, you're acting like we've never done this before. And that's a very interesting defense because, yes, you can go back into WWE history and you can find examples of where they've done things like the Gingerbread Man stuff before. But what's not being spoken about is that those were not universally loved at the time either. there was plenty of people rolling their eyes, going, "This is cringe," like when those segments aired. So the idea that we've done this kind of comedy before, so that now makes it acceptable, is a very interesting argument that I'm seeing people trying to have, right? So it's a little bit like in the future, they'll do something else that's silly, right? Stupids. And people will go, "Oh, you're acting like we've never done this. Don't you remember the Gingerbread Man funeral?" And it's like, yeah, but there was a lot of people that didn't like that at the time. You know, so now you're using it as a reason to go, this is like, you know, this is what we've always done. So I do find that a very interesting argument. I do find that a very interesting point because, as I said, for me, there's plenty of times we've done stuff like this, but you know, things like Katie Vick were really, really badly received at the time. Stuff like Mae Young giving birth to a hand, it was not universally loved. I mean, I remember like being just confused by it at the time. I wasn't like loving it, falling off the chair, laughing. So I think, I don't think it's that people don't know how to have fun. I just think that comedy and fun is subjective. What people are looking for from wrestling and from WWE is very subjective. And I think that this has worked for some people. And if you enjoyed this, you might have enjoyed the other silly stuff from the past. And this has not worked for some people. And chances are they also didn't enjoy the stuff from the past. The truth is that no one's really wrong with their opinion. There is this issue that's never seemingly going to go away on social media, where everyone sort of believes that everyone should feel the same and think the same about everything. And I have kind of compared it before to music, and I'm going to do it again, right? I think wrestling is a lot like music in the sense of there's lots of different styles of wrestling. There's lots of different things you can do in wrestling. There's lots of different things we do in WWE. And this is obviously a certain kind of presentation, right? It's goofy, it's silly, it's stupid, it's nonsensical. But there's people out there that have really enjoyed it. And so for them, it's worked. And that's okay. Like, that's fine. But there's people out there that have not enjoyed it. That is also okay. And that's also fine. So, honestly, I think it just comes down to that. It's a little bit like trying to understand why someone likes folk, you know? Like, folk music's great, but it's not for everyone. There's some people that just love dance music and just love heavy metal, and they don't want to listen to blues, and they don't want to listen to folk. And this is just like an example of that, really. So, I mean, for me, it's... for my taste, there was elements of it that I thought was fine. There were things that I didn't like. The big frustration for me was I don't understand why Ray Phoenix, Nick Aldis, Joe Tessitore, Wade Barrett, Kathy Kelly, why they were all playing along. I think the funeral itself is fine because in my mind, this is Trick Williams trying to get into Sami's head. This is Trick Williams kind of making a big deal out of the Gingerbread Man. This was my friend. And Sami just getting really frustrated by it, really wound up by it. Sami is kind of embodying how those people that hated the segment, he's kind of embodying those people. If you hated the Gingerbread Man segment, Sami was going through that hatred along with you as well. If you loved it, Trick Williams was kind of secretly loving it because he was winding up Sami. In my mind, I could sort of get my head around why we were doing it, what the purpose of it was. And I could understand why we were doing this funeral, why Sami was upset, why Trick was, you know, pretending to be upset. And he was pretending to be upset because obviously he was laughing his head off once Little Yachty attacked Sami. So the whole thing was Trick pretending to be upset. But what I don't understand, and the bit where it loses me, is why did Kathy Kelly join in? Why did Ray Phoenix join in? Why did Nick Aldis join in? Why did Joe Tessitore join in? Why did Wade Barrett join in? R-Truth you can sort of understand because he gets confused quite easily. But when you was bringing in all these other people that, in my opinion, should have been, like, confused by this, should have been like, isn't it just a costume? What's Trick going on about? Do you know what I mean? Like, they should have been confused and been like, I don't know what's going on. Apparently we're doing a funeral. Is this true? This is what Trick wants to do in his segments? And Wade Barrett's like, yeah, he's asked to do a funeral. Okay. Like, for me, I would have presented it that way. And for me, it would have made a bit more sense. So, yeah, it's going to divide opinion. It has divided opinion. There's been lots of chatter online about it. A lot of people saying that it's just like segments from the past. And they're not wrong. You can find stuff from the past. But that doesn't mean that this was acceptable by, you know, a result. It doesn't mean that because we've done it before, it was totally fine to, like, do it again. At the moment, we did a poll in the chat. 44% of you hated it. And that was the big sort of winner. And I did a poll online. And online at the moment, you can see we've got 140 votes, not loads. But 46%, a very, very similar result actually so far. 46% said it was bad or hated it. But we can't ignore the fact that 21% said they don't care, whatever. And to be honest, I think I'm pretty much in that boat. If I was going to select one of these, I would be probably in I don't care. Probably in I don't care. There was some bits that I didn't mind, like when, like, with Trick doing the funeral and us not knowing where it was going, I was kind of a little bit like, okay, let's see what we get from this. I was kind of quite excited or to see what they were going to do. Like, this is bonkers. It was a talking point. What have they got planned? I was disappointed with what they did, but I was kind of like, okay, let's see what this is. And I thought the little things where they had superimposed him into images in the past, I thought that was pretty fun. I didn't hate that. So there was little bits in there that I didn't mind. But then, you know, as I said, there's just a little tweak in the presentation. For me, I'm just talking for me. I'm just saying for me, that for it to have really landed for me, that's what I would have liked to have changed about it. But yeah, bad hated, 46%. Don't care, 21%. People that thought it was good, 11%. People that loved it, 21%. So you can see that there is a real mixed bag. I mean, we're looking at like 46% said it was bad or hated it. That means that like 54% thought it was either acceptable, didn't care, or loved it. So, and loved it is like 21%. So it really did divide opinion. It really did. So again, I have to go back to that other original comment, which was, I think to me, this is just like music. It's like, if you enjoyed it, brilliant. You got something from it, and that's great. If you didn't, don't worry about it. There was lots of people that also didn't enjoy it. And it's not the kind of thing I would expect us to do on a regular basis. I think it would be a mistake to do that on a regular basis. I don't think it's universally accepted enough to do on a regular basis. But once in a while, I can't say like I was offended or anything, or like gave it much thought after, to be honest. Netforce said, I understand that WWE is an entertainment show and a PG show. Some stuff will work and some stuff won't. But some of the ideas, like Gingerbread Man, are just awful, said Netforce. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Reese, shout out to you, my friends. Said, Daze, I'm loving the content. Thank you, my friends. When's the next WEP? I've only just discovered it. We do WEPs every Thursday. And the thing with the WEP is, obviously, we just go in not really having much planned. I genuinely have like a couple of notes, things I want to talk about. Normally it's, you know, next week probably be a bit of a Backlash Fallout thing. But we very rarely get a chance to talk about wrestling because Tommy will tell me about something that's gone on in his life, or, you know, there'll be a comment from the community, or Tommy will bring someone on, and it's just pretty chaotic, to be honest, for an hour. And yeah, my goal for that hour is to just try and make it as fun as possible. That's all I'm sat there thinking about, is how do we get some humor out of this? How do we make this fun? How do I make this worth watching? And that's all I think for an hour as I'm sat there talking to Tommy. So we just do that for an hour or so on a Thursday over on the channel. We've been doing it for, I think, about 6 years now. So one of the things I need to do, actually, and I really do need to do it, is just go back through the old episodes and just edit them down into like 10-minute clips, because each episode tends to have like some really fun moments in it. But you've kind of got to wade through some kind of dead-end conversations sometimes to get to the bits I really enjoyed. So I need to pull some of that stuff out, because there's some real gold in there. Some of my favourite stuff I've ever been a part of has been on the web, actually. It's been some really good stuff. So yeah, every Thursday, bud. Appreciate it. Dodgy D Pad, shout out to you, said, did we see that Jacob was wearing the chain that Zilla got him? Could it be a hint that Zilla is going to be helping Jacob? I didn't. I wouldn't know that Zilla got Jacob a chain. I don't follow Zilla that closely. Zilla's name gets brought up quite a bit when it comes to, well, every PLE, actually. When it's Rumble, when it's WrestleMania, now it's Backlash. Like, Zilla's name gets brought up a lot because Zilla has got a fan base of quite loyal, quite vocal fans that really do want to see him come into WWE. But not only that, I think the wider fan base is just always excited by what's out there, right? You know, have you seen this guy? It's going to be a big star type thing. And I think Zilla has kind of comfortably got himself into a position where there's people online that have watched him. They know he's part of the family. They know there's a chance that he could come in. And so I feel like for 2 years or so now, on a fairly regular basis, I don't want to say every PLE, but I feel like pretty much every PLE at some point Zilla's name gets mentioned. And yeah, my stance on it has always been, I'm not expecting to see him anytime soon. I don't expect to see him on this show. The reason why is because, to my knowledge, I don't believe that he's working with a major promotion at the moment. And until I see him do that, I'm not going to be convinced they're going to bring him straight into the main roster. If you think about Solo was put in NXT and went through NXT because I don't believe he had any major wrestling experience. Like, you know, didn't work for AEW, didn't work for MLW, didn't work for TNA. And I think Zilla has been on the indie scene and has been in reality of wrestling. I don't think you go from that level to main roster. I think that from that level, you would go to NXT. And if he was to go to MLW and spend a few years there, like Jacob did, then I would change my mind. If he would go to TNA, or if he would go to AEW and spend a few years there and actually gain that experience, then I would change my mind. But at the moment, with him just being on the indie circuit, reality of wrestling, I mean, we take people from that level and we put them in Evolve, which is the level just below NXT. So if he was not part of the Anoa'i family, if he was not related to the bloodline, his next step from where he is would be Evolve. And then from there, he would go to NXT. If he was really good, they might put him straight to NXT, and he might skip Evolve. But that's the kind of level I've got him at mentally. Obviously, I can't speak for WWE. There's been no word or rumor of him coming in, but I've just not seen any change on it. I've not seen any situation or anything kind of hinting that we're going to go and bring him to the main roster. So I'm not expecting him. He will show, though, at some point. I do expect him to join WWE. I think that he's come on quite a long way in the past few years in particular. I think there was a few question marks around his mentality, the way that he kind of conducted himself. I'd heard rumors of him like missing some shows years ago. Don't know if that was true, but certainly there was some rumors doing the rounds about it. He had a bit of a falling out with Booker, and there was a bit of a him leaving reality of wrestling for a bit, but ended up coming back. And obviously that's good that he's kind of come back. But I must admit, I don't follow his career that closely. But at some point during these streams, his name tends to get mentioned. But no, I'm not expecting him to be on the main roster. I'm not expecting to see him on this show. And for me, the kind of things that I'm looking to change, for that to change, would be for him to get some experience in a bigger promotion. And then I'd be a bit more inclined to believe they would go straight to the main roster with him. Daze, my prediction is Iyo is going to win from Kyrie interference. Okay. Trick, Sami, double KO draw. Cena, WrestleMania 44 in France. Danhausen, Jelly Roll. We get a new world champion, Jacob, who dedicates to the Backstreet Boys. Wow. Connor said, Daze, who do we expect to be on the phone talking to Jacob last week? Well, I don't know if that's going to actually be something that we reveal, because I think that might have just turned out to have been his family, actually. I think it might have just turned out to be his family, because when Randy was on the phone, they kept going back to it, and you actually saw quite a few clips of him talking to someone, and they made it quite clear that this was a thing, right? And he even said, before the reveal as to who it was, I will see you this Friday, yeah? You're going to be there Friday. And we haven't had anything like that. We've just had him on the phone with someone once, and he was like, love you guys, and put the phone down. And that was it. And it was a video clip that was just on social media. It never, to my knowledge, got shown on TV. So if you've been following the story on TV, because people can't be expected to see every clip that's out there. So if it was really something that we needed to pay attention to, first of all, I think they would have shown it on TV. Then I think they would have run it a few times, like different versions. And then I think they might have put in at the end a little, I'll see you at Backlash type thing. Or, yeah, Backlash, we're gonna execute the plan. You know, something like that. Because this was just a one-off video the other week, there's been no follow-up to it. It's not been on TV. I'm sort of doubting that it's really anything significant. So, again, we'll have to wait and see. But just comparing it to what they did for the Randy call to what they're done for this, it's very different in its presentation. So the one was obviously something we needed to focus on. This one, I'm not so sure. Dodgy D-Pad said Zilla normally live streams PLE watch along, but he's told people that he won't be a part of tonight's live stream. Maybe because he's at the arena, yeah, in the crowds. He does go and watch the shows. So I think you might be getting a bit carried away there, right? Just little things like that don't mean anything to me. I know that he was in the area doing like meet and greets. I've seen him sat in the crowd a few times at PLE shows. I've kind of had these conversations quite a few times with people as well, where Zilla fans are really desperate for him to make an appearance. I get it. I like the fact that there's people out there that are championing up and coming emerging talent. But that's no way near strong enough for me to believe he's going to be making an appearance tonight. Not when it's more likely that, yeah, he's just going to be sat in the crowd watching his family. I mean, Roman against Jacob is, you know, family versus family. I could totally understand he'd want to be in a box or something watching that. So, but we'll see. We'll see if he does make his presence felt. And just because I don't believe it's not going to happen tonight, I have to stress this, doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. I mean, I'm not the oracle. I'm not sat here with all the answers. I would never claim to be that. But this is also a conversation we've had quite a few times. And it's never come through. It's never happened before. And I never thought it would happen before. I still don't think it happens now. So, yeah, the Zilla one is one that there's a real movement out there of people that want to see him come in. Miss Dell Jr. said, if WWE gets this bad and every week becomes terrible and TKO fully control the entire company, would you quit WWE and watch UFC, boxing, or other promotions? I couldn't answer that, Mr. Dell Jr., because I don't know what it would take for me to do that. because I'm a WWE fan. It's a little bit like saying, if you're a fan of Tottenham or West Ham and they lose a load of matches, get relegated, struggle, get relegated, then are you still going to support them? I mean, the answer to that question would be yes, I am still going to support them because that's my team and that's who I support. And I'll believe and hope that the better days are just around the corner. And I think, you know, I've been watching WWE since the early 90s and I've been watching all this time. So for me, a bad year, a bad 2 years, a bad 3 years, like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to drive me away. It actually, like, the Gingerbread Man stuff, it didn't massively bother me. Like, I wasn't a fan of it. There was definitely things I would have changed about it in its presentation. But there was also some bits in there that I could go, okay, I understand why we're doing it. Like, for me, I understand Sami is irritated by it and Trick is, like, trying to irritate Sami. That totally makes sense. So looking at it through that lens, a lot of what played out, I could understand why we were doing it. There were bits that didn't make sense to me, and those are the bits that I would have changed. But overall, it was like, yeah, I'm not crazy about it. I'm not bothered by it. There's other things that are going on. You know, the big takeaway from yesterday was probably the Gingerbread Man stuff. That's got the most conversation. But the Paul Heyman line about eventually everyone needs a wise man, that was a very interesting line. That seemed to tease that he could join up with Cody. And that segment to me was my takeaway. So, you know, yesterday, like, for example, I enjoyed Fatal Influence. I enjoyed Jacob at the start saying that if the Usos get involved tonight, he's going to burn the whole family tree down. I enjoyed the Paul Heyman thing. I was not offended by them putting Gingerbread Man in some of those classic moments from the past, kind of dotted throughout the show. That didn't bother me. The funeral segment itself, I was quite interested to see what they were going to do. I was underwhelmed when it was just little Yachty in the costume. That was an underwhelming reveal to me. But I still went into it like, okay, this is mental. What are we going to do here? This really is going to be the main event. Like, okay. But, you know, I still went in with, like, a bit of anticipation. I still went in like, I would not have wanted to have turned it off at that point, you know. I would have absolutely woken up today going, okay, what happened in that segment if I didn't watch it, you know. So, I don't know. I mean, we say it's bad at the moment, but I can still find things, fair few things actually in yesterday's show that were fine. I remember saying yesterday, the show felt like it was going quite quick actually. So, it's really hard for me to say what it would take for me to walk away. I think it would have to not be bad shows. I think there would have to be shows that actually irritate me, like really annoy me. The Pat stuff, for example, I found very frustrating. I don't know how much of that I would have tolerated if Pat had stuck around and had kind of been getting involved in stories and the focus had been on him rather than the wrestlers. Like, maybe if we go down a road of just flooding with celebrities and focusing on them and kind of turning the focus down on the wrestlers and, you know, more ads, more sponsorship, and it just becomes unwatchable. You know, maybe then I would get to the point where I'm like, this is just not the product I fell in love with. It really might be time for me to walk away. But I have to stress, I'm not remotely close to that. Like, having a few bad years, like last year I would say was a bad year. This year, so far, I think has to go down as a bad year as well so far. But I think tonight looks like a good show. And there was bits yesterday that I was able to take from SmackDown. I think I gave it like a 6 to 6.25 yesterday. I saw on Cage Match it's struggling to get to 2. So again, you know, different opinions in the world. There's people out there that are struggling with the product right now. My ex is just constantly people saying, I don't know if I can go on, man. I don't know if I can go on. My advice to you lot would be find the stuff in the shows that you do enjoy and, you know, hold on to that and hope that the rest of the stuff that you didn't enjoy is going to improve. Because we enjoyed 2022, 2023, 2024. Like, the reason why people are so down on the product now is because it was so good not that long ago. It really was not long ago. The product was cooking. It was in a really good place. Bloodline and Cody trying to finish his story, Liv and Rhea, CM Punk and Drew, Rock being around, kind of in that lead up to WrestleMania 40. Like, it felt like there was, like, anything could happen. It was a really exciting time. Good couple of years there where we were really eating quite good. And yeah, you know, we've kind of come out of that. But when do we catch that next wave? It might be just round the corner. It might not be that far away, you know. So yeah, I'm optimistic. I think it's a good mindset to have. It's a hard mindset to have, and I can't say I'm constantly in that mindset. You might have caught me at a good time because I'm genuinely looking forward to Backlash. But I'm not feeling too bad right now, actually. I think WrestleMania Night 2 helped. I think the Raw after Mania was not bad. I think some of the call-ups have been great. Fatal Influence I'm a big fan of, as I've said. Ober, obviously, is someone that people are really enjoying. Trick Williams has got a really bright future. There's lots of... I mean, it's a really skilled roster. Actually, if you go down, like, the talent that we've got, some really good stuff. And then look at AAA and how much, you know, that has been performing well recently. Mask versus Mask, El Grande. That's going to be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to that. That's at the end of this month, May 30th. And also coming up, we've got Saturday night's main event. Great. I'm sure that'll be a decent card. Don't know what's on it yet, but let's go. That's a couple of weeks away. We got Clash in Italy, and it looks like we're going to get Cody Gunther. Looking forward to that. That'll be good. Does Gunther win the championship? I think there's a real good chance he could. What does Heyman do? I mean, Heyman, is he going to come out with Gunther? He seems to be suggesting that his work is done now, but I don't know. He feels very much a part of this story to me, so I can't see him not being a part of it now. So, yeah, I think there's definitely things you can find. I'm genuinely not struggling to find stuff to be like, yeah, that's interesting. I'll have a bit of that. Asuka Iyo, I'll take that. Thank you. Yeah, there's bits that you can find. I like the Danhausen stuff. I'm quite excited to find out who his partner is going to be tonight. Quite excited to find out what John Cena's announcement is going to be tonight. Obviously, we're expecting it to be Club WWE. I am expecting that. I do think it'll be that. But, yeah, what's the details? The way that he's talking, saying how this is going to shake the foundations, obviously, it could just be all OTT hyperboil, right? But it's one of those where I do think he's going to announce some at Club WWE. I do think it's going to be maybe the hub, and it might be live now, and it could be something quite exciting that we actually get to click on to, sign up to. There's a shop to look at, you know. If that's the announcement, I'll be fine with it, honestly. If it's like, it's live now, you can sign up now. It's free to browse. But to unlock the content and actually go into the store and purchase the items, you have to be a member or something like that. That would be good. It would be good if you could have a little look around and not have to be a member. But if you want to actually watch the exclusive content, if you want to actually purchase something from the online store, if you want to get the discounts on whatever, then you do need to be logged in and you do need to be a member. But it'd be good if you could still have a look around, you know? Decide, is this right for me or not? So, yeah, so we got quite a bit tonight. I mean, obviously, we got the 5 matches. We got the Cena announcement. We got the Danhausen thing. We've also got what happens after Roman Jacob. Are the Usos going to sign with Jacob? Is it going to be a case that the MFTs are going to get involved? Like, there's a lot, actually. There's quite a bit tonight. It's a good B show. I'm on board. Dean, shout out to you, buds. Dean, appreciate it. Let's go to Dean's full message. Am I subscribed to him? Dean, thank you, my friend. Dean said, Daze, 2 things. Let's go. I'll take all the things, but we'll start with 2. WWE isn't music. Music can and has changed lives. WWE can't say that, or I disagree. I strongly disagree. I think WWE can claim to have changed lives. I think that there are a lot of people actually that have WWE as a real comfort blanket. I think you get a lot of wrestlers themselves that have people saying, you changed my life. John Cena has had a lot of people go up to him saying, you got me through hard times. You gave me the strength I needed. People that have like battled cancer and stuff like that, Make-A-Wish kids that have met John Cena and been, gone to shows. And, this has been something that has meant a lot to them. So I would have to disagree there. I think pro wrestling, WWE has changed lives. There's people that have met their partners at WWE events and started families and had their lives changed that way, WWE has been going for so long now and has run so many events and so many shows that it's changed my life. I mean, how could I say it's not changed my life? Because I was working in retail and I loved it. I had a great time. I did 15 years in retail and I'd happily go back. But I started this channel as a way of talking about wrestling, and because I didn't have anyone to talk to about it. And you lot have changed my life. This channel has changed my life. So I think there are lots of different ways that I think it's touched people. But could you imagine your life without WWE? Mine would be completely different. If I didn't have WWE in my life, or pro wrestling in my life, I don't know what my life would have looked like, honestly. Like, some of my favorite memories are going to like car boot sales, looking for WWF videos and looking for toys, and do you know what I mean, collecting Hasbros and getting all excited for Christmas because you don't know what you're going to get. Like, am I going to get the latest wrestling video game? Am I going to get tickets to the show? Going to the shows, blooming out when I was a kid, like the excitement of going to a live event. Do you know what I mean? Getting tickets and go, oh, I don't know, man. I think that's going to be a hard one to convince people that WWE hasn't changed lives. Bischoff said controversy creates cash. So, yes, by that alone, TKO would induct McMahon, even if he was guilty. Also, I think it's going to be Carmelo Hayeshausen. Okay, let's look at the second one. So, controversy creates cash. That was the name of his book as well. And yes, and by that, TKO would put him in for that. Maybe. I can't really speak for TKO. The only thing I would say is they got rid of him, He was on their board, and anything that's going to affect the share price is obviously a concern to TKO, because TKO is a business. TKO is selling shares. And if there are people that decide they don't want to be associated to that business because of Vince, then they could sell their shares and the share price could go down. So controversy creates cash is a great slogan, but I'm not sure that it kind of works. It's not like a universal rule that's going to always work, because there's obviously controversy can also create chaos. It can also create problems. And if they didn't feel that way, they could have just kept Vince around, couldn't they? Vince could have just stayed in the company, but they got rid of him and, told him that they needed him to go because, it's just a bad PR. It's bad luck, isn't it? Like, this isn't going to work, having you around. In fact, they had to really emphasize, wasn't there a message that sort of went out where they said to people, like, he is no longer part of this business. So not only did they kick him out, they also made it very clear he has gone. Like, he is not associated with us. So, and the reason why they did that is because, you know, they've got a responsibility to the shareholders to make sure that nothing is going to crash the stock. And having him around and having that kind of bad PR could influence the stock price. So as a result, and, you know, if you've got wrestlers that start walking out because, well, I'm not working if Vince is here or whatever, not that I think that would happen, but you never know, right? Staff might walk out, people are on minimum wage or whatever. It could be a situation that spirals. Bottom line, they decided it was better to put distance between themselves and Vince. So, and he's not returned since. And they made it very clear that he doesn't play any part in the creative. Don't know how true that is. He is the father-in-law of Triple H. So, I mean, I'm sure they talk, and I'm sure Triple H has even asked for advice on a few occasions, right? I'd be surprised if he never did. I'd imagine he's picked up the phone and gone, listen, what would you do with this or something? That wouldn't shock me, right? That they would do that. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know that controversy creates cash line is an indicator that TKO would put him into the Hall of Fame. But I can't speak for them. I don't know. The only thing I can point to is that they got rid of him, and they made it very clear they'd got rid of him, and that they put distance between themselves and him, because they felt like they needed to. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the summer with that trial. And it's going to be very interesting to see the outcome of that for many reasons. Not just if he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. That's probably the least of the reasons why it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what comes of it and how much he has to pay if he's found guilty. I believe that it is a civil case, so there's no chance of him going to prison. It's more about how much is he going to have to pay her. Some people are thinking that it might be all done behind closed doors. And if it goes that way, where it's all done behind closed doors and we don't actually really find out much detail, that would probably be best for him. That would probably be best for him and his reputation. But, I mean, I think a lot of damage is already done, because obviously a lot of that paperwork has already come out, hasn't it? A lot of those text messages and things that he allegedly sent to her have already been seen by people, and I think a lot of people out there have kind of already made their minds up. So I think a lot of damage has already been done. I suppose what I'm saying is that, like, I'm trying to answer this to the fullest that I can, and that is that I don't know if he goes in to the Hall of Fame. I don't know if TKO would be willing to put him in. What I do know is what happens in the trial this summer is going to definitely have an impact. And I think if he's like found guilty and he's got to pay a real sizable, like 20 million or something, and all that stuff's out there, that's going to make it real hard to put him in. I think he goes in regardless one day anyway, but it might be after he's passed, and it might be that you don't get the speech, and it might just be like he goes in via legacy, and it might be that, and it might be in 10 years' time. You know, if he passes away in 5 years, they might put him in 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. And it might be that you don't get a speech. And it might be that he just goes in. It might be that they put him in and they don't even announce it. It might be that it's just listed. I don't know where they list it. I don't know if it's on the website. I don't know where it kind of is kept as a public record. But it might just be that his name appears and he doesn't even get a mention. He's just in. They might even do that. But I think because of his contributions, it's always going to be a talking point as to whether he should be in or not. And I think it's always going to divide opinion as well. So, Dean, some good conversations there, some interesting conversations. So, appreciate it. But Patrick said, let's go. Patrick's excited. And Jono said, what was the first PLE that you watched? Mine was SummerSlam 92. I watched it at my granddad's, and what a PLE it was. I've even watched it back last week, said Jono. Well, the first one that I watched, Birds, was actually Survivor Series 92, so I was just one pay-per-view after you, one PLE after you. And the only reason I watched it was because I was round my nan and granddad's, I was young, and my cousin came round, and he had tape of it. He put it on. I can't remember if he was watching it himself, and I watched it with him, or if he brought it to show me. I'm not sure, right? Either way, it was on the TV, round my nan and granddad's. He was the person that introduced me to it. He'd taped it from Sky, because it had aired on Sky Sports. And he taped it, and he brought it round. And, that was the first time I'd ever seen wrestling. I'd never even seen wrestling before then. Because the wrestling in the UK used to be on of a weekend, and it was massive. You know, you used to have like Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and Mick McManus and Johnny Saint and all of these names, right? But that kind of went away in the mid-80s. It stopped. So for like, I think it was like 30 odd years, it was on TV, and everyone watched it. Like certainly in the 60s and the 70s, it was getting like 10+ million views. It was like massive. People, my dad that doesn't care about wrestling would sit down and watch it, and my dad even says everyone used to watch it. It was just the thing to do on a Saturday. People would sit down and watch the wrestling, and they for some reason decided to stop like carrying it in the 80s, and it never came back. So WWE arrived in 89, and they were on Sky Sports, which was when, cable started. Obviously, back in the olden days, there was no cable. It was just on normal TV, terrestrial, so everyone could watch it. So it was really popular. But cable, you had to pay for that. That was, like, obviously an additional cost. So WWE would arrive, but it would still be behind a paywall. And obviously, they would be showing repeats and reruns, but the live stuff's on in the middle of the night, as you know, for us over here. A lot of these streams I do are done at like 1 a.m. when SmackDown starts or Raw starts. So, yeah, he taped it anyway, brought it over, and it was Survivor Series 92. And I watched it and immediately fell in love with it. And I'll tell you, I found, my uncle found a video of me from Christmas 1992. The video's on the channel, right? I've actually uploaded it to this channel many, 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 many years ago. But you can actually see me round my nan and granddad's. You can see me, I think, Christmas 92. I think it's got it on the actual tape, actually. And you can see me getting videotapes as a baby, as a kid, little small child, from 1992. I don't know where that footage. I'll have to. That is gold. Actually, I was so thrilled when that came to light. It was funny because I said, like, many years ago, I said to my uncle, I was like, if you've got any Christmas family video footage, like, let me know, because we don't really have anything. And he found like these bits, and it had that in. And I'm sure on the tape it says Christmas 92, which is crazy to me, because that kind of means that I really got into it. I mean, if Survivor Series was the first show I saw, that was the end of November, because it's always like November, Thanksgiving, yeah? And so it's the end of like November, Survivor Series. So if I was really getting Christmas 92 presents, I must have fallen hard for it to have been getting stuff for Christmas just a month later of like wrestling stuff, So yeah, it must have grabbed me immediately. But I just, fell in love with it. I remember Big Boss Man Nails, and I've told this story so many times, but I really do remember that match. Survivor Series 92, you get the nightstick, person can use it, and it's just a case of, do you know what I mean? Like, as a kid watching a police officer and a prisoner and going, I'm sorry, is this what they do in America? This like, they let the prisoners and the police, what am I watching? What is this? As a kid being like, is this happening? Like, the policeman and the prisoner are going at it. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And I mean, I was hooked. And later on in that same show, The Undertaker comes out, and I think by that point I'd fainted. I mean, at that point, I knew I was watching the greatest form of entertainment that's ever been created. So, do you know what I mean? When people are talking about how it's bad now and how, it's, a struggle to watch and all this stuff, I do understand. But, oh my God, they've got me, they've got you, they've got all of us. I mean, that nostalgia, all of those memories, a whole life spent watching this company, you don't just throw that away. And maybe some people get to the point where they can. Maybe some people get to the point where they do walk away and they're done. But they would seriously, even if they did that, I'd still come back and be like, what's going on now? Even if it got so bad that I was so irritated and so annoyed that I did walk away, I would still be like, do you know what I mean? Like an ex. If you check an ex, what they're up to on Facebook or something, I'd still be like that with WWE. Like, how are they getting on? Oh, that looks interesting. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not interested. I'm not watching. You want to go back to her, don't you? No, I'm not interested. I don't know. I'm not. That chapter's closed for me now. Well, I might watch a little bit. I might just tune in on Monday, yeah? I mean, I would be like that. I'd end up going back. I know I would. So, Jono, that's interesting that you watched SummerSlam 92 because it was, as I said, the one just for me. It's kind of crazy, actually. I always think it's crazy how there must have been so much noise around SummerSlam being at Wembley. I mean, there must have been, it must have been in the papers. It must have been on the TV shows. I cannot tell you how I managed to avoid all of that. I actually think it's impressive how I managed to avoid all of the promotion. I did not see one advert. I did not read one advert. It just did not get to me. And that is a big surprise. 80-odd thousand people made their way to Wembley, including loads of kids, all excited to watch the wrestling. And I knew nothing about it. Absolutely did not even know it was happening. Didn't know it was a thing. Didn't know it was happening. Had absolutely no idea. If I'd have got into wrestling a bit earlier, I would have been pleading to have gone to Wembley, and I could have been there. I don't know that I would have gone. We weren't very rich, so I'm not sure that I would have been able to have gone, but I certainly would have asked. But I just missed out on that. Part of me does wonder if the hype around SummerSlam really got my cousin into it. I don't think I've ever asked my cousin what year he got into it or what got him into it. What I do know, though, is I can't imagine he'd been into it long before showing me. I can't imagine he'd been watching it years and then just one time decided, oh, I'll show this to my cousin. I think that it must have been a case that he had recently got into it and then he, like kids do, wanted to show me. So, yeah, interesting. Feel free to share your memories of when you got into wrestling. Harry said, what's the best possible thing that Cena could announce? The best possible thing. The best possible thing. Okay, well, my brain goes, what's the biggest problem? Well, the biggest problem is the storylines and the kind of general engagement with the show. So what would fix that? I mean, I don't think you can announce... I mean, how would people feel if Cena announced he was taking over creative? He's been, I'm here to announce that I'm taking over as chief content officer. He's not going to announce that. But you're asking me what is the best thing he could announce? What's the best thing? And I think there is a real kind of concern out there for where we are in regards to creative and stories and just the general enjoyment of the shows. So if Cena was to announce that now he's retired, you know, Triple H has decided that, you know, he's done all he can do and he's got a few heart issues and, you know, he wants to pass the torch over and Cena has accepted to take it. I wonder how that would be received if it was a case of Triple H has, you know, accepted a position on the board. Triple H is going to move to the TKO boardroom, which is going to be less stressful, and John Cena has accepted to take over WWE Creative, and he's going to be building a team around him, which includes, say, The Undertaker or something. Would that be the best news? I don't know, genuinely. I feel like that would be very interesting, and it would get a big reaction. And I think it would be like a bit of a refresh or restart. I think there'd be a lot of people that would be quite interested to see what John would be coming up with. I don't know. That's not what he's going to announce, right? So, I mean, it's a little bit irrelevant to have that conversation, but just spitballing, what's the biggest problem? Biggest problem in my eyes is the fact that the shows are not where people would like them to be. You know, the show average for SmackDown is probably about a 4 or a 5 on Cage Match at the moment. Maybe not even that high, actually. And Raw is probably a little better at a 6. And, you know, I think people want them to be above that. They'd like them to be at 7s. So I think that's, for me, the big problem. I mean, if he was announced that TKO were selling, I think that would be well received. But I don't think that fixes the problem, to be honest. Triple H and the creative teams are still going to be Triple H and the same creative teams. So, I mean, it's not going to change the shows. It's not going to change the storylines. It's not going to stop people that have got injured from getting injured. TKO can be blamed for ticket prices. They can be blamed for the increased sponsorship. They can be blamed for, you know, the budget cuts, although we know budget cuts have to happen. But the way that they've gone about it, right? Rather than just letting people's contracts expire, just like go into the new day not long after they've signed new contracts and saying either take a pay cut or get out. You know, you can blame TKO for that. You can blame TKO for the ticket prices. You can blame TKO for the sponsorship stuff. You can blame TKO for them still going to Saudi Arabia for Night of Champions. You can blame TKO for the ESPN deal. You can blame TKO for the CW network deal, the Netflix deal. In America, you've got to subscribe to all these different things. Here in the UK, we only have to go to Netflix. In America, you've got to subscribe to ESPN and to CW network and Netflix and, you know, all these different places to get your content, to get your WWE fix. You can blame TKO for that. You can't really blame them for the show quality. You can't really blame them for the stories and the lack of character development. That's not TKO. You can blame them for shoving Pat in. I mean, that was TKO. But the vast majority of what you see on TV is Triple H and the creative teams. So if TKO was to go, I don't think it makes a massive difference to Raw and SmackDown. I really don't. I don't think it makes a massive difference. So, yeah, TKO going would be one people would enjoy, but I don't think it fixes the show problem. A change in the creative would be what would fix that. So, but that's not what he's going to announce. The belief is he's going to announce Club WWE, and Club WWE is going to be a service you subscribe to, and it's going to give you discounts on tickets. It's going to give you discounts on WWE shop merch. It's going to give you exclusive content. It's going to give you an exclusive shop that's got whole lines that are not available to, you know, people that aren't members. It's going to have like quite a few different things, competitions, exclusive competitions, and things like that.
So this is, I think, exclusive meet and greet opportunities as well. I mean, it really could be that if you go to a show, house show or Raw or SmackDown, it might be that there's a meet and greet arranged for Club WWE members. So if you're a Club WWE member, you might, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm just saying you might be able to join a queue and meet a superstar if you are a member of Club WWE. I think that'd be a really good perk, actually. Imagine you buy a ticket to go to Raw, and if you're a Club WWE member, then, you know, for an hour or two, Charlotte is going to be there posing for photos. So you join the queue. If you make it, you make it. If you don't, you needed to get there earlier. You know, she's there for 2 hours. She's going to get a picture with as many people as possible. I mean, what a great little bonus that would be. You've gone to a show and you've met Charlotte, got a picture with Charlotte. And that's a perk of being, you know, signed up to Club WWE. And they just changed the superstar for different shows. Like, that would be great. And if there was some merch that was actually worth getting, like, that would be great. And if there was some exclusive content that was worth watching, that would be great. That would be really good. I don't know what specifically they're going to give you. Obviously, we don't have those details, but that's kind of, you know, what we're expecting. I'm expecting something like that. John's talking about it shaking the foundations. So, I mean, he must have some sort of detail to give us. So, there we go. Jono said if it was on Sky Box Office, $15.99 for a PLE was blooming expensive. But my granddad wasn't bothered, and I was 7 at the time. Is that how much it was? It was $15.99 for a show back then, was it? That's interesting. That's worth knowing. I didn't know that. I didn't have it. I just kept getting tapes. I just kept getting given these tapes of Raws and stuff that were being taped for me. So, yeah, it was, to be honest, it was a mixed bag. I mean, sometimes the tapes were not in the right order. Sometimes I had a whole bunch of tapes that I needed to catch up with. I feel a bit sorry for my uncle, actually. I mean, I imagine it was a bit of a bind. Imagine that, like, having to tape Raw and that was SmackDown wasn't around. It was, I can't remember if all American wrestling was being shown. Wrestling Challenge was. Wrestling Challenge was being shown and Superstars was being shown. So those were the other shows around at the time. All American Wrestling. I don't remember getting any tapes of Mania. That was a Saturday morning show. Like, that was a recap thing. But you had All American Wrestling. You had Superstars, you had Wrestling Challenge, you had Raw, and you had Mania, which was the morning show. And, you know, my uncle was doing that for a little bit. He didn't do it, like, throughout the whole of the 90s, but he did it throughout, like, 93, 94. And then, of course, you know, other shows come in and things change, whatnot. SmackDown starts in 99. So... obviously, you know, it's, yeah, great memories. $15.99 though, didn't know that. Chris said, hello, family. Hello, community. Thank you all for the love. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Still sending good vibes in your direction, buds. Adam said, Daze, do we see Gunther winning at Clash? If Gunther beats Cody, who do we think is going to challenge Gunther, apart from a Cody rematch? Well, I don't think it would be one and done, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be shocked if we somehow keep the belt on Cody and actually do a program with Gunther. I think Gunther could face someone like Ilya at some point, because the Ilya match is, you know, a dream match for many of us. We saw Ilya Gunther many years ago in NXT UK. We've seen it, obviously, in NXT. We've never seen it on the main roster, but they are just like peanut butter and jelly, you know? They are cookies and milk. Like, they just absolutely go together. What they can cook up together is just amazing. I mean, it works because Ilya is so intense. He's obviously on the smaller sides. He's not small, but he's smaller than Gunther. And so, you know, for him to get chucked around and chopped and his chest red raw, but he's like still screaming out in defiance, like, you just feel it. Like it's such a great battle, and it's very physical. I mean, Ilya gives just as good as he gets, and I mean, I feel like we're going to do that at some point. Ilya wouldn't win, but I mean, it would be a hell of a like title defense on a B show, or even if you just did it on a SmackDown one week, you know. I think someone like Damian could get a shot as well. I mean, Damian is someone that could get a match against Gunther, and the match could be okay. It'd be decent. It'd be fine. Do it on a B show. But I'd expect Gunther to obviously get the victory. So, you know, I think you just look at your baby faces that you've got and just kind of run through your baby faces. I think a match with Johnny Gargano would be amazing, but obviously he feels a long, long way from getting a WWE title opportunity. So I wouldn't be expecting that match. Certainly not this summer. But as a match, it would be amazing. Yeah. I mean, Gunther, Johnny Gargano. I mean, Johnny wrestling. It'd be amazing. I mean, we saw Gunther Sami for the Intercontinental title, and that was fantastic. I mean, the great thing about Gunther as champion is he's a heel, and there'll be a load of baby faces that can step up to him, and the matches will be so good. Really, really fun. So, yeah, just line them up. Whatever baby faces you've got, I'll take Gunther versus Carmelo. I'll take Gunther versus Ilya. You know, I'll take Gunther Sami again. Whoever you've got, line them up, because those matches will all be bangers. And I think as well, for a lot of those names that we've just mentioned, Gunther wins those matches quite comfortably. Well, not comfortably. They'd be great matches, but I would not expect him to lose the belt. But the great thing about it is that wouldn't matter, because I know I'm going to see something really great. I know I'm going to see a great match. Like, it doesn't matter that he keeps the belt and just moves on. That would be for me, that would be the joy of a Gunther title reign, is that there's so many matches that he can have against great opponents that it doesn't even matter that we go to those B shows knowing that he's just going to retain. The match itself will be an absolute banger. In regards to like more credible challenges, I think Cody obviously is the name that kind of comes to mind for like rematches over, say, the summer. I think as well as Cody, you have got the likes of Drew, if you want to turn him face. You got the likes of Jacob, if he's going to remain face. You've got the likes of, I'm trying to think who else is over on the SmackDown brand. I mean, you could. I wouldn't do the Jay match, but Jay was a decent sized star at one point. But yeah, I don't think I'd do that. Randy's a heel now, so that wouldn't make a great deal of sense. I think there'd be a lot of that level, wouldn't there? I think there'd be a lot of that sort of mid card level. Because I'm just thinking who's been the mid-card champ, and it's been Sami, it's been Ilya, it's been Carmelo, it's been Trick Williams. So those are the people we've been showcasing and using in the mid-card. A lot of their opponents have been the likes of Tommaso or Johnny or people along those lines. And we can always, you know, move some people around. It feels like Jacob's gone to Raw, and it feels like Gunther's come to SmackDown. So, I mean, we might even see a few more trades. There might be a few more people that get, like, swapped around. But yeah, I would imagine if I'm going to book it out just very briefly, I'm thinking Cody retains in Italy. I'm thinking that we get a rematch a little further down the road. I'm thinking Gunther gets it at the rematch. There may even be a rubber match where Gunther just cements the fact he's champion. That could result in Cody turn, right? I don't know where Paul Heyman sort of fits into this equation, but they definitely teased a little Heyman Cody thing, which yeah, I'm not down on, honestly. I think that could be a really interesting pairing. It's not a pairing that I've really ever thought about before, so I don't know where that takes us. But then obviously you've got to look at your mid cards. You got to look at those people in the mid card that then would be looking to step up. You know, this is why LA Knight, who I think is over on Raw, but LA Knight would be a challenge for Gunther, I could definitely see that being a match. Carmelo would definitely be a challenge. Ilya would be a challenge. Sami, if he stays face, would be a challenge. If Trick turns face, which the crowd have pretty much turned him face anyway, but if Trick does officially turn face, he would be a challenge. So, I mean, we've definitely got names. It's just, do they feel like they're credible challengers that are going to take the belt from Gunther? I would say no, but that's okay. That's okay. Gunther can have a decent run and have a fair few matches that are going to bang, and I really don't have an issue with that. And who knows, he might run into an Oba-shaped challenge at some point. Oba versus Gunther could be fun. So, I know Oba's technically over on Raw, but again, we could do some switching around. We can move some people as and when we need. Rhea just won the women's title and moved over to SmackDown, so we can do whatever. Smurfy Murphy said, Daze, what would make this show a surprise? Like a debut, bloodline story, etc. Better be not ads every 5 minutes. Love from Australia. Smurfy Murphy, shout out to you, buds. What would make this a surprise? Kyrie coming back would be a surprise to me. John announcing something other than Club WWE would be a surprise to me. A partner for Danhausen that isn't Oba, CM Punk, Jelly Roll. Yeah, I think anyone outside of that would be a surprise. I think there are people it could be. I mean, it could be Shane McMahon, but I'm not expecting that. So I think anyone other than those three would be a surprise. What else would be a surprise? Zilla was mentioned earlier. If he shows up, I will be surprised. Again, I have to stress, I'm not saying it's impossible, right? Because I don't know what they were going to book, right? I'm certainly not sat here saying that I know what they're going to do. But you're asking me if I'd be surprised, and I would be surprised. What else would make me surprised? What other matches have we got? I think we get the double turn, but if we don't, then I won't be shocked. That's in Sami Trick. We've got Iyo, Asuka, Kyrie would be the surprise there for me. Danhausen, partner we've spoken about. Seth, Bron. Well, if Seth wins, I won't be surprised. And if Bron wins, I won't be surprised. So I don't know that there's anything there that could necessarily surprise me. I mean, unless you do something like have The Rock come walking out, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Either way that match goes, I could buy either on that, actually. I'll be surprised if Jacob wins the belt. I'll be surprised if Jacob wins. I'll be surprised if The Rock makes his appearance. I'll be surprised if the Usos join up with Jacob, although we have been looking at that. That has been on our radar. So if it goes down, it's not like completely out the blue. It's something we've spoke about. But I'll still be surprised. I mean, if they actually pull the trigger and do it, I'll still be surprised. I think there is ample room for surprises. And again, you might get one or two of those things. You might get none, but you might get one or two. I would not be expecting like all of that we've just said. I would not be expecting none, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be expecting this show to just be mind-blowing constantly. With like shocks and swerves and surprises. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun watch. I'm really looking forward to this show. I think it's going to be well worth tuning into. At least I hope so. That's what I'm anticipating, is that when this is done, we're like, yeah, that was worth tuning in for. That was fun, actually. I'm hoping this is more like WrestleMania Night 2 than WrestleMania Night 1. Jackal said Kevin Owens coming back soon. Well, that would be a surprise. No word on Kevin, no word on Kevin. Not anticipating his return. I don't have any reason, any facts, any rumors. There's no word on Kevin Owens' return, so that would be a surprise. That would class as a surprise, yes. Let's go back to the chat. I want to try and get through as much as we can. Okay, Daze, Daniel Dubois has come in at a career heavy 251. The man is going to be swinging like he's trying to erase that Usyk loss. What is that? That fight won't have started yet, will it? That's going down tonight, isn't it? Metal Mama said, imagine if Maurice and Mrs. Kids versus Midget Housens. I'm joking, but it would be hilarious. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get I don't expect the Midget Housens, but, well, expect the unexpected when it comes to Danhausen. Adam said, we need a long Bob Backlund-style WWE run for Gunther. Cody might be easy to find, but he sure is tough to find a long list of interesting opponents for, Orton and Drew aside. Well, I mean, if we go WWE, we can have a look, actually, at their roster. And we'll just have a look at SmackDown. I mean, the thing with Gunther is a heel. He's clearly not going to want to do open challenges. But, I mean, Axiom against Gunther, I would have no problem with watching. Carmelo, yes. Damian. Drew, if he turns face. You could do it as a heel, but I'd want him to turn face personally. Ilya makes a lot of sense. Jacob, I think is still face. I mean, I don't think he's snapped. I don't think he's turned heel. The fans are still chanting for him. And, you know, he's not been going off on the fans or anything like that. Yes, he put a Tongan death grip on Roman. But he sort of said that Roman said everything so easy. When Roman was born, he was the chosen one. You know, when I was born, I was just sort of pushed to the side. So he's got a chip on his shoulder. I don't know that that's a heel turn for Jacob. So I think Jacob's still there, right? I think he's still face. Johnny, I think he's still face. He's just comatose. Kevin Owens, out with a long-term injury, as we know. Kit Wilson, a heel. Matt Cardona, just no. Nathan Frazier would be a good match, but again, probably not for the WWE title, but it'd be a good match. R-Truth, well, yeah, I mean, it'd be fun, wouldn't it? It'd get murked. Ray Phoenix would be fun. I'd be down for that. Again, a lot of these opponents feel like they're mid-card title opponents. Do you know what I mean? Johnny, Ray Phoenix, those kinds of names. An Axiom. Not an Ilya. I think Ilya is one people have been waiting for Gunther. We just got to build him up, give him some momentum, have him win a number one contenders. I mean, the great thing is, when you're about to go to a Night of Champions, or you're about to go to a Crown Jewel, and we need to find a number one contender, you just do a fatal four-way, and then you have flipping Ilya win it, and all of a sudden he's now the legitimate number one contender. It is kind of crazy how you can go from not feeling like you're really there to winning a match like that, and now, oh my God, you are the number one contender, you know? So we can easily get these people there. Royce Keys would be good, actually. I mean, he's only just arrived, but we really invested in him on this week's SmackDown. That was actually a positive for me. He was involved in quite a few segments. He came down to the ring and sort of protected R-Truth and Damian, and he's obviously standing up to the MFTs, and kind of like how he talks as well. Thing with they're really presenting him as real. You know, he's not like a character or anything. They've shown you his tough upbringing. They've kind of really dug into him as a person. And I feel like they've found a way of just bringing that to the show, to his presentation. I feel like there's not really anything there other than just him. There's not much like sheen. There's not much sparkle or anything. It's just that's Royce Keys. We know why he's here. We know how hard his life has been. We know that he's trying to make money for his family. And he had a real rough upbringing. And they did a good job of telling us that in those vignettes. I think in a very short space of time, considering we haven't seen much of him in 2026. And we've only really been going with him, like, you know, just before WrestleMania. Obviously, he won the Andre Battle Royal. But, yeah, I think we've managed to actually kind of get a fair bit across. So Royce Keys is someone I could be like, yeah, that would be he wins the number one contenders thing, a number one contenders battle royal. He wins the number one contenders fatal 4-way, a little mini tournament. I mean, there's so many different ways you can get to crowning a number one contender. But what we're saying is Royce Keys, Sami Zayn's still a face. I think Shinsuke's the face. Tama might break out and become a face. Trick could be a face. I mean, Sami might go heel. Ray Phoenix is an option. I think Nathan Frazier could be really fun. Worth a look. Don't know that we'll do it, but you know, Johnny would be a banger. I mean, that match would be so good. Johnny versus Gunther. I would absolutely lap that up. We've got to get him out of this, you know, planking that he's doing, but I'm definitely here to see it. Jacob Gunther would be amazing. Ilya Gunther would be amazing. Damien, I would take. Cody rematch. Carmelo. Imagine Carmelo versus Gunther. Actually, Carmelo feels like the fans are with him because he got cheated out of WrestleMania. So it actually feels to me like you could move relatively quick with that. And you could probably get him to a WWE title opportunity with a fatal 4-way or a battle royal win or a little tournament win or, you know, 2 semi-finals into a final. Bang, there's your number one contender. Carmelo wins it. Carmelo Gunther, Night of Champions. Oh, that'd be good. I'd be down for that, you know? So I agree. I think there are options, but if there's people out there saying, yeah, but there's no amazing option. There's not many people out there like a Bron Breakker, you know, or like a Cody or like a CM Punk. I could understand that. I think a lot of the names that we're dealing with feel like they're emerging talent, but that's okay. That's okay. We've got to bring these people through, haven't we? We've got to bring Carmelo through and Ilya through. We've got to do something better with Johnny than what we're doing right now. We've got to bring through this talent, so... Adam, shout out to you. Triple A said, do we think that Gunther beats Cody and wins in Clash? Or do we think Cody wins the first match? I think it's hard to say, honestly, because ultimately Gunther wins. You don't retire John Cena and AJ Styles and then not win the belt, you know? I mean, that would just all be wasted. So ultimately he gets it, but I can't answer if it'll be in Italy or not. I think I'd do it in Italy, actually. I think I'd do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't treat it like it's just a B show in Italy and it doesn't really mean much. Don't treat it like it's just a, you know, whatever. I think it sends a message that the belts can change hands on any show. Even if it is a B show, PLE. Doesn't matter that we're in Europe or anything like that. Like, we can change it anywhere, anytime. And I think that it's good in that regards. You know, the WWE Championship, it doesn't really change hands that often. I mean, obviously, it's just had a hell of a run with the likes of Roman. Had a decent run with Cody. Cena had it. Found its way back to Cody. Drew having a little run with it earlier this year. But, you know, Cody getting it back. And now it could be a case that, yeah, it changes in Italy and goes on to Gunther. Would I do it first time? Well, you could do, because you can do the rematch and have Gunther win that as well. But I think I don't know if it's not worth doing the rematch. Well, how many times do you need them to face though? A lot of it just depends on where you want it to go to, don't it? I mean, if you want it to go to SummerSlam, then you might need to get like 3 out of it. So then that might dictate that actually Cody wins the first, Gunther wins the second, the rubber matches at SummerSlam, right? So you might do it that way. Or if you've got plans for Gunther to face someone else at SummerSlam and Cody's facing someone else, you might not want to drag it that long. So... well, I think it makes it hard to answer as to where they're going to do it. But what I can say is, I think I'd be tempted to pull the trigger in Italy. I think I'd be tempted to pull the trigger. I think Gunther feels like the right person to me. It feels like he's the one we should invest in. He retired AJ. He retired Cena. He's going to get the belt. Yes, you can delay it. He doesn't have to get it first time of asking. But I think I would. I think I would do it. I think I'd put the belt on Gunther in Italy. Yeah. If Jacob loses to Roman, do we think there's a chance that Jacob's wife and kids could acknowledge the OTC tonight? Yeah. They could do that as a story. It could be that Jacob loses, Roman tells them, and the Usos go over to them and tell them to acknowledge their tribal chief, and they sort of reluctantly do it as they're being yelled at. So there's a chance of that. That then, of course, is going to really wind up Jacob and maybe sets us up then for whatever goes down in Italy, because Roman should be on that show as well. Roman is expected to be at Clash in Italy. So, yeah, we could do that. Connor said Randy has got unfinished business with Cody. Yep. Doesn't have to be for the belt, though. So, he has got unfinished business with him, but that's got quite personal. I mean, that punt after, that was not like for the belt, was it? The match was over. Randy had lost. So, that punt after, that was personal. That he made a choice to do that. That wasn't going to help him win the belt. So for me, and you know, I think you could probably make an argument it happened even before that, but this stopped being about the championship and it became quite a personal thing. For Randy to sort of say that he's going to, you know, listen to the voices and do whatever, I think you can sort of understand in the build that being the case. But that punt kick after, unless he comes back and says, I'm sorry, I still was listening to the voice. The voices had me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't just turn it off when the match ends. Like, I'm still in that mindset. But, you know, I've calmed down now. If he comes back and sort of apologizes, Cody might buy that. But, I don't know. I think it feels to me like a line was crossed. And it feels to me like this is a personal thing now. I think there's a lot to dig into between them that we never got a chance to do in the build to WrestleMania. And so, yeah, for me, this you can do Cody Randy at SummerSlam. Don't need a belt involved. It'd be fine. It'd be good, actually. You know, it'd be good to get the belt out of the way in a way, because I think what a lot of people wanted is they wanted to really dig into the backstory here. I mean, Cody was in Legacy. Think of all the stories Cody can tell us. Think of all the times that Randy sort of wronged Cody in the back and Cody just had to take it on the chin, you know? Think of, like, some of the stuff that's gone down that we don't know about that could be revealed. I mean, you can bring Ted DiBiase Jr. into the story as well if they want to, and they want to revisit the whole Legacy thing. Like, digging into all of that and not having to worry about the championship and talking about the championship, but just really digging into the personal side of stuff. Great, yeah, I'll buy that. I'm in for that if we do that at SummerSlam. And to be honest, it would feel like a pretty fresh match, because I don't know about you, but mentally I was just not there for their match at WrestleMania. Like, the build had been so ruined. And I really just did not care. I didn't care. I went into WrestleMania being very honest in saying I was quite numb. I just felt very numb to that main event. They had took all the joy out of it, and I could have happily turned it off. If I wasn't doing a watch along, I actually might have turned it off. I might have actually just gone, no, I'm not watching this. They managed to just completely ruin it. Derail it, and I just didn't care. I didn't care who won. I didn't care what happened. I just didn't care. This is why when we have conversations about heat and is there bad heat, I will always say there is bad heat. There is the kind of heat that makes you want to turn the TV off. That, you know, there's people out there that think if you can just get people angry, then that is a heel doing their job. But that's not true, because there is a form of heat that will actually make you turn the TV off and do something else instead. And for me, they managed to achieve that with Pat getting involved in the Cody and the Randy stuff. So I was just done with it. I was really off with it. They did manage to grab me though when the match was happening. Very slow start, but they were exchanging finishers. Randy doing a crossroads, Cody doing a RKO. There was some nice stuff, and then Pat comes running down and flipping ruins it again in my mind, right? But there was some little moments in there where there was a flicker of, okay, I can get back to this. You're actually giving me what I'm looking for here. But it was pretty short-lived, to be honest, and you could just throw the whole thing out. So the reason I'm saying this is because if we did it again at SummerSlam and we didn't have a belt involved, that would be okay. The build would probably be the build I was looking for WrestleMania, and the match would hopefully be the match I was looking for at WrestleMania as well. So I'd be okay with doing that. Right, let's go down. I think they did that with Pat to get back at Orton and Cody one day and dig into the past better, said Flame Fist. Thanks for admitting that you missed a great match. Cody was a classic. Oh, no, I watched it. I was here and I watched it. I said I could have and I wouldn't have cared, but I didn't because we were doing the watch along for it. So I sat and watched it and it was awful. It was a really bad main event. It was really slow at the start. We had the Pat nonsense with Jelly Roll and stuff. Didn't need that. Then we go into the match and it just felt off at the beginning. It felt very slow. I don't know why, but it seemed to struggle to kind of get going, but it did get going. And as I said, when it did get going and they were exchanging finishing moves, it was good. There was moments in there I was starting to enjoy, but they were very fleeting. And then Pat comes running down and starts counting like he's an actual official referee, which was very strange. And then what was strange was the RKO from Randy, which was strange. I didn't know why he had done that because I thought Pat's count was like quite fair. People have made the comment after though, Pat should have counted faster and Randy did it because it wasn't a fast count. So I can sort of understand that actually, right? After the fact that Pat came down and counted it, but actually what Randy wanted was, do you know what I mean? But in my mind, Pat's not an official anyway. He's not an official referee. So could you imagine if that had actually worked and then we crowned Randy as champion? That would have made things even worse. So it was just nonsense and shenanigans, and the community score for it was not very good. The cage match score for it is not good. Yeah, it was not very well received. So that all got derailed. That's okay. I could have done without watching it. But, thank God for night 2. Night 2 came in and very much saved the day. So we definitely ended WrestleMania on a high. And then Raw after Mania was not bad. Raw after Mania kind of was okay. It didn't have anything groundbreaking on it, but it was fine. Kind of kept the good times going. And that's what we're hoping for tonight. This is our first PLE since WrestleMania. And really hoping that this can kind of keep that Night 2 vibe going. Smurfy Murphy said if Jacob loses and sides with Roman, who would be their opposition? Your thoughts? I've not seen much discussion. If Jacob loses and sides with Roman, who would be their opposition? Well, if he loses and joins up with Roman, I'm guessing he would become a face. So this might explain why the MFTs have sort of been around Jacob. So, Solo seemed to want to get his hands onto Jacob. There wasn't much evidence of that yesterday, but that has been a big part of the story before yesterday. So MFTs might come back into it, and you might end up with Solo, Tala, Tama. They're trying to get Royce Keys. Maybe Royce Keys turns and does join up with Solo. Or perhaps he goes and gets a different person to come in. So, maybe a chance of that. Obviously, there's Judgment Day as well, but they've got a problem with Finn Balor. But Balor could make his presence felt, of course, in any kind of match. Just trying to think of like factions really, but it doesn't even have to be a faction match, does it? I mean, if Jacob did lose and did join the bloodline, which is an option, it doesn't mean that we have to do Roman, Jacob, and Usos in like an 8-man tag match, because it could be that Jacob just goes after a mid-card belt, the Usos have the tag belts, Roman has got that belt. So who has got the mid-card belt on Raw? It's Penta. So do you set up Jacob Penta? Do you have Penta go after the mid-card belt? Usos have the tag belts. Roman has the top belt. So I think there is a way forward if you want to do faction. I'd be looking at MFTs primarily. Judgment Day, just because they're a faction. Timing, it might not work for them, though. But equally, you don't have to do it as a faction, and you could sort of break it down and have him go after the mid-card title, which would be Penta. That would be okay. I mean, I'd be down for Penta versus Jacob. I think that could be a very interesting match, actually. With Jacob trying to bring that belt back to the bloodline so that they've got all of the gold. But again, that's just if it does go that way. It might not be that Jacob ends up joining. He might not. It is an option. Marky Gray Plays said 24/7 belts return for low mid-card comedy. Thoughts? I don't mind that, but I think the problem was, I think we'd done a lot of what we could do with it. That belt had been around for, I want to say, a couple of years. And we had changed it on TV shows. We had changed it on pre-shows. We had changed it on social media where there was like breaking news. The belt's just changed hands. And the thing is, when it changes hands on such a regular basis, people just stop caring. It doesn't really become... I mean, I kind of stopped even covering the title changes because it just didn't become newsworthy anymore. No one really cared who had the belts. It would be one of those where I would just mention it in unseen. You know, it would just be like, oh, and also you need to know such and such beat such and such. Tozawa's got it now. The belt was on Mojo Rawley. Now Akira's got it, who won it by pinning him at this shopping mall, whatever. And it would get mentioned, but it just changed hands so many times it stopped getting mentions. But we changed it on a golf course, in an airplane, on a runway. Gobbledygooker had it. Celebrities had it. I think they just ran out of ideas. I think it got to the point where it's like, I don't really know what more we can do with this. We did it during matches, and you know, we'd have people come running down to the ring whilst there was a match on. You'd have these people trying to get at the 24/7 champion. We had commentators win it. Obviously, a lot of celebrities, as we said. I think we even had legends winning it, didn't we? I remember Medusa and like $1 Million Man, and I think they just did a lot with it, and they just ran out of stuff. So maybe it's been away for a little bit, and you could bring it back. And you know, just do some of that stuff again. Maybe some people could think up some stuff we never did, and you could maybe do something new. But I think if you're going to bring it back, it might be good to just put a cap on or something. Like maybe it's 24/7, but the belt can only change hands so many times a month or something like that. Just because when it gets too many title changes, when it happens on too regular of occasion, it just sort of loses it. And so maybe there's a little tweak that can be sort of put in place. So it's like 24/7, but the belt can't change hands more than 5 times a month or something like that, or 10 times a month. And then like once you hit that 10 times, you could have the champ sort of walking around, breathing a sigh of relief, you know, sort of like with the belt, and like people are coming like, I've done my 10 this month. And you could maybe get something out of that. And then that means when it does change hands, it just means a little bit more, because it's only going to happen so many times a month rather than just, you know, all the time, anytime. I don't know. I think it's a difficult one. We tried it. We got something out of it. The company felt like they couldn't really do any more with it. I got to be honest, I can understand that. I think they did actually do a fair bit with it. But if they brought it back, I'd be excited to see what they would do going forwards. Connor said, Daze, if Jacob does end up joining Roman, do we expect Jacob might say, I love you, Roman? Well, it'd have to be down the road, wouldn't it? He wouldn't be loving him at the start. But if he got treated good by Roman and was, kind of in the dressing rooms and was being treated well, then yeah, he might say, I love you, Roman. He might kind of come round to it, so... Limeal Vibe said, who was that muscled up woman that used to be Charlotte's backup and friend many moons ago? Are we talking about Dana Brooke? I think she was the one. Yeah, she's someone that was... Well, she's in TNA right now, so... Right, AB said, LA Knight rolling up in a Lamborghini to fight Jacob is crazy. That's not a match. That's a tax bracket collision, said AB. James, hello. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you, buds. Hope life's treating you well. Yeah, hopefully Backlash is going to be well worth watching. So hopefully it's going to be an entertaining show that you've tuned into. And as I said, I hope life's treating you well, buds. Armando said it was Dana. She would always come out and do a flip and a flex. Yeah, she's in TNA. She goes by Ash by Elegance, although she did have an injury and have to retire for a bit. So, but I think she came back, didn't she? European title or Cruiserweight title or WCW title, said Stuart. I think there is... You have this argument, don't you, where people say there's too many belts, and I can understand that. So, like, you don't really want to keep adding belts, but I don't know. I feel like people are always looking for something new, and they're always looking for something interesting. There's been the idea of the internet belt, which I know was like a Zack Ryder thing, but like actually a proper official one where it's sort of defended on like online exclusive matches that can be put onto Twitter or put onto YouTube, or do you know what I mean? Like they're something along those lines. People are always trying to find something just a bit new, a bit interesting. It is true, we don't really come up with loads of new things. Royal Rumble's been around since the late 80s, WrestleMania obviously 85, SummerSlam going back to the 80s, Survivor Series going back to the 80s. Like, all our big shows are all... And actually, it's funny, I think it was Mark Shapiro said we need to start moving past the Vince McMahon creations. I do agree with that. I do agree. I think that we have stuck with a lot of stuff. I'm not saying get rid of WrestleMania, right? But I'm saying that we're sat here with an Intercontinental Championship, a United States Championship, Tag Team Championships, a World Championship, a WWE Championship. They're all the belts that have been around for, like, flipping ages. There's not really anything new. At least the 24/7 belt was, it wasn't new. It was based on the hardcore title, but do you know what I mean? Like an internet championship. Something like that, or bring back the European Championship. Bring it back and just have it go around, I don't know, maybe European wrestlers. I mean, there's quite a few wrestlers in from Europe. So I'd kind of like that. I mean, I would kind of like a belt to sort of feel a bit different, like it's got a different purpose. The United States belt can go on anyone. The Intercontinental belt can go on anyone. It would be nice if there was some belts that had some sort of stipulation to them, like the 24/7 belt, which could be defended anywhere, anytime. So a European belt that only can go on to European wrestlers, I think that would be good. I would kind of like that for the US belt, to be honest with you. I've long thought that the US belt just going on US wrestlers would be great, because this is the way really of saying, this is like one of the top US wrestlers. I mean, imagine the US champion against the European champion, and like the best from Europe taking on the best from America. That'd be great. That'd be really cool. And that, to me, just gives those belts a little bit of a different purpose. But again, do you want to go down those roads? Because where do you draw the line? I mean, would you then introduce a Mexican championship? Would you introduce a Canadian championship? Like, I don't know, where do you draw the line? So it becomes, I mean, the Intercontinental, you could have a North American Championship, which you do have. Isn't it funny how we've got all these belts, but they don't actually mean anything? We've got a North American Championship, but it's just the mid-card belt in NXT. We've got a United States Championship, but it's just the mid-card belt on SmackDown. We've got an Intercontinental Championship, which is the best of North America and South America, but it could be on a Japanese superstar. It doesn't make any difference. We had a European Championship. It just went on anyone. Yeah, it's just kind of funny how we've got these belts and they are named after places. We just don't give a flip. It doesn't mean anything. It might as well just be called the Sparkle belt. It don't make no difference what it's called. I think I would like some belts that actually had some stipulation and connected to it, you know, where you had to be a certain nationality to compete for it, or it only gets defended on TV, like the TV title, or it only gets defended on the internet, or it can be defended 24/7, as we said, like the 24/7 belt. But then, as I said, you run the risk of people saying there's too many titles. Let's say if WWE released every superstar except one, it would be Roman, right? I don't know why Daze, when I watch Roman, he looks like pure cinema. Every Mania guaranteed for him whilst others are fighting. Well, he's the top star. You know, he's got a fantastic look. He looks like a superhero brought to life, doesn't he? With his, like, the size of him, his physique, the kind of Samoan heritage and the tribal tattoos. He's a good-looking guy. He's had his teeth done as well, of course. The long hair. I mean, he does look like flipping Zeus or Aquaman, or do you know what I mean? He's like a flipping Marvel character brought to life. So he's got this incredible look. They've nailed the presentation with his entrance music and the whole tribal chief thing. I mean, he is, you could forget that he's a real person. You could draw him with the Ula Fala and the Samoan tattoos. You could just draw him and make him a character in Street Fighter. I mean, he could just be a Street Fighter character. They've found a way of just getting this guy and turning him into a Marvel character, a Street Fighter character. He could be someone that I could see, you know, in Mortal Kombat, whatever. And he's got, you know, the tribal chief thing. He's got the family history. He's related to The Rock. He's related to Yokozuna and the Wild Samoans and Rikishi and the Usos, and the list goes on, right? And so he's got the family tree. He's got the look. He's got the presentation. He's got the tribal chief name. They've given him OTC. That's absolutely landed. People love chanting it. So, I mean, he's got that as well. And, you know, he's been booked and positioned to be the guy as a result. And it's worked and it's landed. You know, you've got the OTC chant. You've got the acknowledging him thing. If you can ever have a hand gesture and a chant, do you know what I mean? I mean, Yeet and that got Jey Uso to a world title. So it got him to a Royal Rumble win and a world title. So, yeah, it's very powerful if you can make that sort of connection. And, I mean, don't forget, people were sort of fighting against it for quite a while when he was a babyface. But as soon as they turned him heel in 2020, put Paul Heyman with him, off we went. Yeah, off we went to whole new heights. That whole Bloodline story and that lengthy title run. But not only that, just how well told the Bloodline story was. I mean, because he was so dominant and has been since, well, he debuted really 2012 with the Shields. You know, the Shields were one of the most popular factions. Out of that came Roman as a babyface, which was not well received at the start, but still ever present, still creating a lot of chatter online. It just means that his social media engagement has just been so high for like 14 years. Ever since he came to the main roster, people have been talking about Roman Reigns, good or bad. And it obviously went to new heights for the bloodline. So he's the guy. If you look at Google Trends, which we've done a few times, he just destroys Punk and Cody and everyone. Drew, everyone. He's just at the very top. He's just absolutely at the very top. I don't know if I've ever compared him to The Rock, actually. I'd imagine he probably is second to The Rock, but that's because of The Rock's film projects, of course. I mean, The Rock is transcended wrestling. Roman hasn't really done as many film projects, has he? But look, we can have a look together. If we go Roman Reigns, and if we go worldwide, past 5 years, web searches, and then compare it to Cody Rhodes. So the blue line is Roman for web searches over 5 years. The red line is Cody Rhodes. I'm guessing that's WrestleMania 40, where they're both in sync, right? Because they were facing each other. In fact, it would be, look, there's 2024. So yeah, that would be WrestleMania 40. But if you look before and even after, Roman Reigns, whatever I don't know what the metric is, but whatever it is, tweets per minute or whatever, 41 for Roman, 18 for Cody Rhodes. I think we looked at The Rock before and it was low because some people might search Dwayne Johnson and some people might search The Rock, and I think it meant it was quite low. Oh, wow. Dwayne Johnson's not. Was The Rock low? Let's have a look at The Rock. Oh, no, that's even higher. Well, I can't remember what I looked at then. But either way, there's Dwayne Johnson. There's The Rock. There's flipping Roman and Cody down here. So, yeah, I think let's get rid of these two because The Rock obviously does a lot of films. If you compare it to, say, Drew McIntyre, let's do that. Yeah, the yellow line, that's the yellow. So that's Drew, that's Cody, that's Roman. You just get a much better idea as to why people are used at WrestleMania and why the green is CM Punk. So Drew is at 6. Punk is at 17, Cody's at 18, Roman's at 41, and you can change it for like the past year, the past 10 years. There's been people that have said, oh, this isn't fair because of WrestleMania 40, that's skewing the results. That's fine. You can tailor it and customize it and make it the past 2 years if you want, or just go past year. If you go past year, then that's what you end up with. So Drew, over the past 12 months, at a 3, Cody at a 10, Punk at an 11, Roman at a 19. I'm really interested in Dwayne Johnson now, though. Dwayne Johnson. Oh, look at that. Bloody hell. He's just a different league, isn't he? He's just an absolutely different league. Incredible. But if you get rid of him, then you can see that Roman is very comfortably above all of them, right? When it comes to comparison. And again, play with it yourself, yeah? Do your own thing. It's just Google Trends. It's good. It's good. I don't really ever use it, but it is good to like have a look at and go to. So Roman is absolutely the number one person in the company, in the business, in all of pro wrestling. And yeah, they've got everything right, haven't they? I mean, the presentation is right, the connection with the crowd is right, the merch sales are absolutely there, video views. There's people flipping wearing ulafalas at their weddings and having the wedding guests acknowledge them. I mean, you've got all of this kind of stuff going on. And so, you know, his impact, his connection is just absolutely undeniable. So, yeah. And as a result of that merch revenue, the video views, the fact he is a bona fide needle mover, ratings go up, ticket sales improve when Roman is on a show. He's just, you know, given opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And it is very, very hard for an Ilya or a Carmelo or an LA Knight or someone to kind of take that spot, because you have got to be showing that you are moving numbers and driving interest, much like how Ober has done, right? Much like how Danhausen is doing as well. I mean, Danhausen is shifting a lot of merch he is someone that they absolutely have just been blown over by. He's not going to be the Roman replacement, but there are so many things they can do with Danhausen moving forwards. I mean, Danhausen, you know, if he's going to be like a mystery person that comes down in a rumble, you know, people are going to have a smile on their face as he comes down to the ring. And if you've got a hated heel in there, and it comes down to this hated heel, like a Gunther and Danhausen, you know, that everyone's going to be behind Danhausen. You know, imagine it comes down to Logan or Danhausen as the final two in a rumble. I mean, like, everyone's going to be behind Danhausen to, you know, hopefully get Logan over the top. I'd imagine in that case, Logan would win. But, yeah, I mean, there's so many ways that you can use Danhausen. It doesn't have to just be comedy spots. You can kind of put him into situations like that in a rumble, or, you know, in a battle royal, or have him win like a number one contenders and he's going to go for the title, and maybe put the curse on his opponent. And then, oh my God, what's going to happen? He's cursed the champion, and now he's going to fight for the belt this weekend. People are going to tune in to want to know what's going to happen. How's it going to go? Like, how's it going to play out? Like, I could see us doing that for like a B show. I could see there being a champion and Danhausen wins some number one contenders battle royal or something. And for a random B show, do you know what I mean? A Backlash or something like that in the future, we do Danhausen versus the champion. And in the build, Danhausen curses the champion. You could get a match out of that. That would be very interesting to see what the viewership and see how that would be received, actually. Most of the time, they're going to use him for comedy. I mean, let's make no mistake about it. He's going to be used in that R-Truth role. But he's young. He's good in the ring as well. I want to say young. I mean, like, he's not R-Truth's age. But he can do some stuff in the ring. He's not a slouch in the ring. He's probably underrated by many people. So, yeah, they're very excited by Danhausen and what Danhausen has brought since joining. But he's not going to be the next Roman. I'm not saying that. So, yeah, Roman, very special. They've just got absolutely everything right with him. Hogan Curtis said, you've got to get over. You have to be built like Lesnar or have a personality. Roman, he was neither. It took him 8 years to get over after connecting with Paul Heyman. Yeah, I think like the other problem, though, was that people don't like it when wrestlers are shoved down their throats. And I think part of it was people could see Roman had a good look and he was part of the Anoa'i family and he'd come out of the Shield. He was the muscle in the Shield. And the Shield were loved. I mean, you could understand why WWE thought, yeah, this guy's going to make it, right? But they didn't like the fact that Vince had so obviously chosen him and this is the guy now. And you're going to, like, this guy's going to get opportunity after opportunity and be kind of shoved down people's throats. So, yeah, that there was a real backlash to that. People had chosen who they wanted and it was Daniel Bryan. And we weren't getting Daniel Bryan. Instead, we were getting Roman Reigns, whether we liked it or not. And I think that played a part in the backlash, a significant part. But you're right. He did the suffering succotash promo, and you could tell that they hadn't quite found his presentation. He was basically the muscle in the Shield that was now not in the Shield. That was Roman's character. It was like the big dog, the Shield guy. He was the muscle in the Shield that was then there was no longer a Shield. It did take them a while to kind of, keep working and trying to find him to stand on his own 2 feet, And as you said, we got there eventually, more so with flipping the heel turn. But just clicked, didn't it? And it's been a great success. It's been a great success financially for them as well. I mean, they've made so much money. I mean, that period, and what an important period. We don't really talk about that either. But if you could have a story catch fire that really grabs people, doing it during the pandemic is got to be one of the best times because everyone's stuck at home. So having like the story start in 2020 and then when we come out of the pandemic, people want to go and see it. So they're buying tickets. And it's like WWE is hot and it's on the agenda. Like, what a great time to land a story like that. Like during the pandemic, just coming out of the pandemic, 2022, 2023, 2024, really, really good years. And that's why, since all of that has come to its conclusion, we've kind of struggled to match it in 2025. I think the hope was that the John Cena retirement was going to do that, but sadly it didn't. It's true the big dog was dead on arrival, said Hogan Cutter, as an attempt to just shoehorn a character onto him. No doubt. It was amazing seeing Roman as a heel in 2020, and the talking trash to guys during matches was good, says Hogan Cutter. Hogan Cutter, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, you and me, same page. Hello, Casey. Hope you're doing well, buds. Netforce said, Dave's wife Jacob, Usos, MFTs all join up for their new bloodline. I think it'd be too big, buds. I mean, you're looking at how many people there. You would have 3 in the MFTs. You'd have another 3. You'd have 6 people in a group. I mean, who the hell would they take on? There's no group that's anywhere remotely close to that size for them to face, and it would be all guys. So how would you accommodate all of those? How would you tell a story with all of those? I think this was part of the problem for the Wyatts. You had 5 in that group. One of them was obviously Nikki, but I mean, a lot of them didn't get a chance to talk. You had a segment. You had a few minutes to do a promo. Everyone might get a line or something like that. But yeah, factions can be a bit too big sometimes. For me, like, if you look at the NWO, it just got so bloated. I mean, that to me, it kind of broke into smaller groups, and it was a real mess. I think it got bloated and sort of lost its way. And I think in regards to, like, a group with 6 guys in it, I just don't see how you book that or why there's a need for that. So I would say that would be a bit too big. Tonight, the WWE New World Heavyweight Champion, not Roman, only one Jacob victory belongs to tonight. So, Alaverison, shout out to you. You're thinking Jacob is going to get the job done tonight. We've been asking as well. We've had over 1,000 votes. Who is going to be Danhausen's mystery partner? 35% of you think it's going to be CM Punk. 14% say it's going to be Shane McMahon. 24% say Jelly Roll. And 26% think other. So CM Punk is in the lead at the moment. Robbie said, Days, people don't like it when someone is shoved down our throats, but Cody is continuously shoved down our throats with 3 title reigns, 19 of the last 23 months, and people don't like it. So you're correct. I mean, Robbie, because you're part of it. There's been a backlash to Cody where people have said that they've grown tired. So just more evidence of it, to be honest. JC said Fatu is sacrificing himself for the wife and kids. I hope once he loses, they will acknowledge Roman. Do you want the kids to acknowledge Roman? Might do. I applied for a job with WWE, but I don't even have an interview, and I've already been asked to take a pay cut. That is how they work, actually. That doesn't really surprise me. I don't even work for them, and they've asked me to take a pay cut. James said, Days, what's the match that you're most looking forward to? Mine is Jacob Roman. Yeah, Jacob Roman. I'm interested to see how that plays. I think, honestly, like from an in-ring point of view, it's probably Iyo Asuka. I think Iyo is probably the best in-ring talent that WWE has. I so enjoyed her matches last year. Certainly, the one match that I always think of from last year straight away is Iyo Rhea from Evolution. It is genuinely one of the best women's matches I've ever seen, and I just loved it. I just absolutely loved it. There was a few matches I loved last year. I loved the TLC match with all the tag teams. I loved Sami and Kevin from Elimination Chamber. That was like the unsanctioned match. I think it was like I don't know that it was Kevin's last match, but it was one of his last matches, and it was brutal as well. I mean, absolutely brutal. I think it got 5 stars from Dave Meltzer, that one. So genuinely, I'm not just saying that. I think it did get 5 stars. But Iyo versus Rhea, incredible from Evolution, the one where Naomi cashes in, and of course the women's triple threat. Although I do have to say, I need to go back to that match. It is a match I really, really want to revisit because I was having a few technical problems during that match. I remember there was a few times during it that I was getting like a bit of a circle where my Netflix was buffering. So I kept having to like refresh and, you know, kind of go back in. And so I don't think I could get into it the same way many others got into it. So for me, it was a great match, but I didn't have that feeling for it like I see from a lot of other people where it's like their minds are blown and it's like regarded now as like maybe the greatest women's match in WWE history. I wasn't that level. It was an amazing match, you know, it like 4.5475, but for many people that's 5 stars and I will not hear anything else type stuff. So yeah, I need to revisit that one. But anyway, Evolution, Rhea versus Iyo. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. I would be quite happy to give that 5 stars. I don't know what Dave Meltzer gave it, actually. I might be able to look. Cage Matcher probably got it. But I don't think it was 5 because I certainly don't remember him giving... I don't remember him scoring that show, actually. Evolution... Evolution. Am I going to find it? Probably not. Yeah, so, James, I am looking forward to Iyo Asuka. I hope it's going to be a banger. But to be honest, the whole show tonight, I think, is going to be really good. I think the whole show, it honestly looks quite promising. I think Doink would be good for Danhausen, said Who review. Well, I hope it's not the Doink they tried to show us from Money in the Bank in 2020, because that was flipping awful. That wasn't even Doink. They just put someone, dressed someone up like a clown, but it didn't look anything like Doink. I remember looking at that at the time. We were doing the watch along for it. I was like, who's this? People like Doink? I'm like, that's not Doink. Well, yeah, I don't know what the hell that is, but that ain't Doink. I think that's the last time they tried to show us Doink. We got Brother Love in that as well, though. That was good. Bruce Pritchard's in the bathroom. I'm just looking for Evolution. I can't remember whereabouts in 2025 it was. Well, I think it was like August time, wasn't it? Or something like that. Let's have a look. Evolution WWE 2025. We've got 16 minutes until the countdown show, so get in your thoughts. I'm going to try and get to as many of them as I can. It was July. It was July, which is why I couldn't find it in August. Okay. I'm just interested. I mean, this has really got nothing to do with anything, but I just want to know now, what did Dave Meltzer give that match? Because I flipping loved it, really enjoyed it. I don't think he gave it 5 stars. Not that it matters. Score it whatever he wants, but I enjoyed it. It was a really good event. There she is. There you are. He went 4 3/4. Do you know, my favourite match is Shawn Undertaker. He went 4 3/4 for that. God damn. 4 3/4. Becky versus Bayley and Lyra got 4 1/4. That opened the show. And Iyo Rhea closed the show, and that got 4 3/4. So it was close. It was close, but it didn't quite get there. That show got 8.6 out of 10. How much would we love that tonight? How much would we love that tonight? that show had JC Jane against Jordan Grace on it. At ringside was Fallon Henley and Jasmine Nix, because that's what Fatal Influence were at the time. It was JC, Fallon, and Jasmine. Jasmine left and got replaced by Laney, and then, of course, got called up not that long ago. So, yeah, I forgot that JC was on this show. NXT Women's title being defended against Jordan Grace. Both of them on the main roster now. Both of them on the same brand, I believe, actually, on SmackDown. So, yeah, just kind of funny to go back to July last year and see JC versus Jordan. Lumion said, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you. I don't see the point in bringing back Bloodline. It's just rehashing some old story, which was good. If they do it, do we see the point of putting over Jacob and if Zilla comes in? Well, I'm not expecting Zilla, but you are the second person to mention Zilla. In regards to Jacob, the thing with the Bloodline is it's always going to be there because it's family, right? And they're related, and you can always bring Roman and the Usos back together. They're obviously always going to be around each other's orbits, and so yeah, you can do it. You can bring it back. I would only bring it back if you're going to invest in it the same way that you did before, and if you're going to do something a bit different. I don't know what you can do at this stage that would be different, but there's always new stories to tell. I don't mind the Bloodline getting back together. I think it was a very successful sort of periods. And for me, it's a group. And I think, like, that's fine. It's a group of people that are continuing on in their journeys. And so I don't really see it as going back to something in the past. It's more, where are they now? Do you know what I mean? It's like, where are their heads at now? What's the dynamic of the group now? But without Heyman, and I must say without Sami as well, is it going to be as compelling? I mean, Heyman was a big piece of the puzzle. Just doing it as Roman and the Usos, is it going to feel like something is missing? I think it will. I think it will feel like something is missing. It's gonna have to feel like something is missing because Heyman was such a big part of the Bloodline. I don't see how he's not missed. I don't see how you can take Heyman out and it just works exactly the same. Like, he played a big part. So my concern isn't going back to it, because I think that it's fine to go back to, but what I want is I want it to be interesting. So how do you make it interesting? Well, what you do is you do what you did before, and that's you dig into the characters. And that's what worked last time, and that's what will work this time. So what do we mean by that? Well, what we mean by that is, let's dig into the fact that Jimmy has never been that world champion. Jimmy has never broken out of the group. Can we explore why that is? So Jimmy, is going to be quiet, is going to be down. We're eventually going to get out of him what's wrong. And what if Jimmy's like, I think this might be everything for me. This might be it. It might not ever get any better than this for me. I might just be a tag guy. And like, Jay can give him advice. Roman can give him advice. They can put him into some singles matches to see how he does. If he loses, he's going to be devastated. If he wins, it's going to mean a lot. And you could actually put him on a journey towards some sort of mid-card belt. Maybe get, a connection with the crowd going. See if we can make some progress. But do it organically. Don't do it as we're going to force it. I mean, actually do it where if it works, you go with it. And if it doesn't, you use it as part of your story. I mean, if you try it and it doesn't work, well, we go down that path. And we go down the path of I failed. Well, what happens next if he fails? And if it works and it's organic and the crowd are into whatever we're doing, you go with it, right? And it's succeeded. And where does that lead? So I think Jimmy has got something that you can dig into. Jay has definitely got something you can dig into, because Jay obviously was the guy, the right-hand man, and has lost all of that now. So, you know, you've got some stuff there that I think would be really interesting to dig into. And then you got Roman, who is champ and is always going to have people coming for him. And if he's a babyface now, you can't get away with doing what you did in the past. So now you're in a situation where, okay, we've got to try and navigate these waters in a slightly different way. Roman is going to have to get wins without outside interference, which was how a lot of his matches were ending, with Usos getting involved or Solo getting involved. So, you know, does he find himself wanting to ask the Usos for a bit of help? Does he ask them and the Usos turn him down? That's not where we are now, cuz that's not how we roll now. And then does that mean Roman goes into a match against someone maybe with a bit of doubt? You know, what if he has to go up against Oba and the Usos are like, we can't come and help you on this one, Us. That's not how this bloodline rolls now. And then Roman knows that he's on his own. What would Roman do in that situation? Does he just go and die on his swords? Does he find a way of getting the win? I think, like, this is why I'm saying it's okay to go back to, and it's okay to dig into the characters, because the characters are in a different place. So we just look at where they are now, and we dig into their characters now, and we do backstage segments and in-ring promos, and we throw the odd spanner in the works, and we carry on a new journey, you know? I'm okay with that. I think there's mileage in that. I think there's something to that. I think you can get some stories out of that. If you choose not to do it, it's also okay. But what I wouldn't do is just put them back together and just make it bland. I wouldn't just put them back together and that's it. Bloodline. Here's the bloodline. You like these, don't you? You remember the bloodline. Look how good the bloodline is. Here's the bloodline. Buy the merch, right? You can't just do that. Like, you've got to understand why the bloodline worked. It's because we invested so heavily in the characters, and we knew what they were thinking, and we knew what their motivations were, and we were following them backstage. Like, Sami was trying to get into the room to get in with the group, and like Jay didn't want him to. Jimmy was like, now's not a good time. Sami's kind of trying to read the situation. Okay, Us. I understand. Just think about it, yeah? He was doing all that with Jimmy, you know, the hand gesture thing. And then he would just, like, sort of look at Jay, and Jay would... But you knew, like, he was close with Jimmy. Jay hated him. And it was like... It was good. It was interesting. And you could just watch it unfold as the weeks would go by. Eventually, he would join the group. Jay was livid about it. I mean, do you remember how amazing the Honorary Youth segment was? When Roman finished talking, turned to Sami, and he was like, take that bloodline shirt off. Sami's face dropped. And he was like, you're running around dressed like that in this bloodline. Take the shirt off. And like, he's thinking, this is it. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Jay has won. Jay has got to Roman and convinced Roman to boot me out. And so Sami takes his shirt off in the ring, his bloodline shirt. And Roman's like, wear this instead. And he looks at it, opens it up. Face lights up and it says Honorary Us. Mate, it's magic. It's magic. And that only works because we know the characters, the depth of the characters, what they're thinking, every little facial expression we understand. We're right there with them. Such a simple segment. You know, take your shirt off, teasing he's out the group. Nah, wear this one instead. It's so good. Whoever wrote that, round of applause. Absolutely brilliant. Same with Usi. I mean, Usi was another fantastic segment where they were all corpsing and everything, and even the corpsing just made it better. People, oh God, I loved it. I mean, these are goated all-time segments in my mind. They're not just great in recent years. They're some of the all-time great segments, some of my favorite segments. So if we go back to Bloodline, You have to understand what made it work. You have to bring more of that kind of content because that is what the bloodline is. So if you bring them back, bring them back. I'm here for it. There was some great stuff with the bloodline, but don't just be lazy and just go, here's the bloodline. Look, we've put Usos with Roman. You like that, don't you? You like that. TJF said Roman needs to learn how to promo and wrestle. Yeah, that I mean. TJF, hello. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people that are Roman fans. There's lots of people that are not fans. He is someone that can divide opinion. I don't know. What do we do tonight? Do we keep the belt on him or do we go in a new direction with Jacob? Sean said, Daze, I know it's story purposes, but I don't understand the Roman PTSD from Seth hitting him with the chair came out of nowhere. Why is he acting like they never reunited 2017? Hang on, where are we talking here? Where are we talking? I mean, are you talking about, like, why do we keep going back to the Shield splitting up? I think it's because that was such a seismic moment. That was the end of the Shields. The reunion was never going to be a long-term reunion. That reunion was them just sort of getting back together, trying to, you know, come together for... Well, the 2017 one wasn't the last stand, was it? Wasn't that in 2019? They did come together a couple of times after the Shield split up, but those were never like permanent reformations. They were just like, you know, little feel-good moments where the group come back together. But I think the truth is that there is deep-seated resentment from Roman and from Seth towards each other. I mean, I suppose in a way it's a bit like brothers in the sense of there's definitely a love there. I think like Seth and Roman are always going to be tied together because of them being in the Shield together. And then, of course, them being such great rivals throughout each other's careers and constantly both being around the top of the card. I mean, in a way, it's this generation's Hogan Macho Man, right? You know, Roman's Hogan, Seth is Macho Man. And I think, like, as a result, there is obviously a love there, but there's also a professional rivalry. There's also in storyline a resentment because the Shield maybe split up a bit earlier. And it didn't need to split up the way it did with animosity. You know, it didn't need to go that way. It could have been that they just all shook hands and said they would, like, watch each other's back. I suppose in a way, that sword that got put into Roman's back, it's never really going to get removed. Because if Seth did that once, he could always do it twice. So just because the Shield got back together in 2017, got back together, I want to say 2019 for the last stand, they were just feel-good moments, sort of no hard feeling type things, but it doesn't really fix the deep-seated issues. It doesn't resolve that sort of knife that was in the back that we can't quite get out if we're Roman. If we're Roman, it's there. It's still there. That betrayal was a true betrayal that will never be fixed. So that's my reading of it anyway. Cadet said Roman and Seth need to have a proper big feud. It's crazy how they've been together in each other's orbits 12 years and have now not had a big feud, said Cadet. It is definitely one that people want. Seth Roman. I mean, it would be... We actually saw them, didn't we? I mean, Seth went up the other day to Roman and said, "You're in my way." And people were like, "Oh, let's go." People were very excited by that. "You're in my way." And that seemed to tease... I mean, if we're getting that at SummerSlam, sign me the flip up. I know that we've seen them have matches before. I don't know if their most recent one was that Royal Rumble one where Seth came through the crowds in the Shield attire. Do you remember that? I can't remember if that was the most recent one. But, I mean, we've seen matches between them. But the great thing is that, to me, they are just in each other's orbit. They are so heavily connected to each other that I will absolutely watch the matches between them, because the matches between them are so infrequent as well. They come along every few years. It's not like I feel burnt out by it, you know. I feel like we can always go back to it. I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. I'll watch it. I'll enjoy it. And if we are going to build towards that, as I said, sign me up. Okay, we have got the countdown coverage just starting. So we are underway with Backlash. I believe this is going to be, I think it's going to be a 2-hour show. A 2-hour countdown show. So we are just starting our coverage of the countdown. There is just seeing Trick and Little Yachty backstage. Okay, we'll keep our eye on it. Triple H arriving. I hope he's got something cooked up for us today. Definitely looking for something something good, something positive. There's Iyo meeting some fans. Oh, nice. Okay, we got that on in the background. There's Danhausen. Danhausen has got the Danhausen mobile as well. He pulls up, smile on his face. I don't know. Why has he got the sun visor on? Is that because we're in Tampa? Does his little walk, doesn't he? Is that Ric Flair on the bus behind Jacob? Jacob's got like an Ula Fowler. It's not a proper red one, though. It's one from like a gift shop. That's the Danhausen walk, isn't it? Right, well, anyway, we are underway with the countdown show. We'll keep an eye on it. It doesn't really do anything. There's a lot of punditry work, obviously. But we'll keep an eye on it. Right, Daze, here's what I'm saying. We are expecting too much with LA Knight. Do we expect LA Knight to be in the title picture? I think he'll get a title match in the future. Yeah, I don't... My expectation for LA Knight is whatever he can get is a bonus, really, for him. Because I genuinely believe he was brought in to be like Matt Cardona. I genuinely think he was brought in to just be on the cards, be an experienced head, be someone that if we need a tag team guy or we need someone for a feud or we need someone to go in a faction or whatever, he's just a good person to have. Can he wrestle? Yes. Can he cut a promo? Yes. I mean, he's solid. He's a good person to have around. He's got some experience. We can get something out of him. Great. I really genuinely do not believe they brought him in or even called him up with expectations of him being like a world champion. I don't think they anticipated that. I don't think that was what they expected. I don't think that was what they were looking for. And this is why people are so frustrated, because he's got over with the crowds and WWE are seemingly reluctant to put the belt on him and to pull the trigger with him. And I think that's true. I think they are reluctant because I don't think this was in their plans. And I think at first they were sort of looking at it as, you know, is this just a bit of a phase? Is it that people are cheering him and it's just going to die down in a month or two? And then it didn't. So then they started using him more, putting him in Money in the Bank, putting him on SummerSlam, getting him onto PLEs when, you know, he hadn't been getting onto PLEs. And, you know, kind of getting into those kind of situations, getting him into those places that he hadn't been getting to before. And that crowd support stayed with him. And now, you know, we're a good couple of years past that point, and people are like, well, when are we going to put the belt on him? You know, when are we going to pull that trigger? But the truth is, you know, all the time you've got an Ober coming in, or you've got a Bron Breakker being built up, or you've got a Gunther being built up, or there's always these pet projects that WWE are sort of more interested in. So, I don't know. Will he get there? I don't really have an expectation of it. I certainly don't think WWE have got any grand plans for him. But if the fan support remains and continues to be strong and even grow, and that demand for him kind of, gets louder. Perhaps it just needs to be a little louder than it is. Perhaps we need fans chanting his name right now. Perhaps there needs to be a bit of a movement, a bit of a, we want LA Knight, that kind of a thing, It's something like that. It might just be enough to, get him that opportunity. But the truth is, I don't think that they've ever had those kinds of plans for him. So I think having any sort of expectation would probably be not wise to do that. I think this is why whatever he can get, be it a Rumble win, be it a Money in the Bank win, if he wins Money in the Bank and then successfully cashes in, to me, this is all bonus for him. That this was not in the stars, this was not in the works. And, any of that is going to have come from the fans. It's going to have been because you lot made it happen, I'm sure Danhausen knows his role and loves it. He's making so much money, says Javatar. Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. David said, I think LA Knight needs a heel turn, right? Daze, what was Jacob wearing? Was it pants? It looked like something like a dress. I think it was just like a white suit, sort of by the looks of it. I don't think it was a dress. I don't think it was any like tribal wear. I think it was just like a white suit. I saw it as. I've got my pick up stuck in the mud this morning. I drenched my pasture. William, sounds like you're having quite the day. Chris said LA Knight does have a world title in his future. LA Knight would be perfect for Money in the Bank, said J Bro. He would, actually. There's so many people that want to see him succeed. And I don't believe that WWE are really looking at like building him up. Do you know what I mean? And like doing like a big program with him. So him having that briefcase, coming running down with it and the crowd going crazy, it would feel a little bit Dolph Ziggler-ish. Certainly where he's been made to wait for it and the fans want it. I think most fans want it. And he comes running down, cashes it in and gets his hands on a world title. That it would be a moment. Yeah. He's got to be an option, hasn't he, for Money in the Bank? I mean, even if it's not this year, next year, the year after, I think he's always going to be in contention. I do think he will win Money in the Bank for sure, said Chris. Triple H just hates LA Knight, says Robbie. William said, I was just on the phone with a driver, walking them through, bypassing the air dryer to get back here, drenching my pasture. I don't know what that means. Drenching your pasture? Is that like your groin area? Is that what you call your groin area? Your pasture. We got Seth Rollins. He's speaking to Michael Cole right now. Ian, hello, said, hi from the Bahamas. Love the content. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm loving the Bahama flag. Yeah, Ian, shout out to you, my friends. Very jealous. I wish I was in the Bahamas. Sat here in the UK, which definitely does not feel like the Bahamas. So, yeah, shout out to you, my friend. Dead Kirby said 2 hours of talking when they could just do wrestling matches. Yeah, I think the reason why they do that is because, and this is just my theory, I think they think that doing a wrestling match featuring a couple of wrestlers that don't have any connection to the main cards doesn't really help them convince people to sort of tune into the main cards. So if you're watching, say, Neville versus Cedric Alexander, and it's a fun match, is that going to make you want to tune in to watch the matches that are on the show? I think they much rather sit down with the talent and talk about the matches and sort of try and get those casual fans that are milling around sort of hooked and go, I really want to see this now, and then actually buy the pay-per-view. So I don't know what the data says in regards to if this works better for them. It'd be very interesting. I'd love to know, if there's any data on it. For us that watch the shows all the time, this is irrelevant. We don't need this. This doesn't do anything for us. Like, I'd much rather watch some matches as well. But I think the reason why they don't do it is because they must have just got some data or convinced themselves that actually using this 2 hours as a big sort of preview show is a better way of then getting people to actually sign him. That normally wouldn't. I wonder if there's like some data they can get that shows from the moment the countdown show starts to the moment that... Oh, you're not going to really know though, are you? I was going to say, like, from the moment the countdown show starts to the moment that the PLE starts, what's the data on sign-ups for ESPN Unlimited? I mean, if you did matches for 2 hours, then you get this many sign-ups. If you do this for 2 hours, how does it differ? That's how I would think to measure it. Is like, if I do 2 hours of this, then what's the sign-ups for the show in that 2 hour period? How many people are going to buy ESPN Unlimited that otherwise wouldn't have had it and wouldn't have watched? And then I'd do it the other way to see what the difference is. That would be how I would think to do it, but that's the reason as to why I think they do it this way. Because everything they do for a reason. The whole Gingerbread Man stuff they did for a reason. There's a reason why that closed SmackDown. There's a reason why they went so big with it, right? There's a reason why they thought that was the right thing to give their TV time to. They don't just do this stuff for, lol. So there is a reason why there are no matches that they put on these shows anymore. And in my mind, it's because I think they are under the impression that a 2 hour preview is a better way of getting people to tune into the actual show. Whether that's correct or not, I don't know. I'm with you though. I'd much rather be sat here watching some matches because I'm already watching anyway. So to me, like, this doesn't do anything. I keep an eye on it in case there's really anything I need to know, but there rarely is. Carr said, Daze, May 30th, AAA is going to air AAA episodes, and AAA has got a person from the UK fighting tonight. We know about the May 30th one. Yeah, that's the mask thing, isn't it? We're here for that. Netforce said that could be tracked by ESPN or someone. Yeah, they could track the sign-ups. The only thing is, when it was on, where was it before? Was it Peacock? Then you'd have to have got the sign-ups from them, wouldn't you? There must be some data. I can't imagine it's just someone thinks this is true. Someone believes that this is, and there's no data to back it up. Like, there must be some numbers that say, no, when we do it this way, we get 5% more sign-ups, 5% more people tune in, so it's better. There must be some sort of data that backs it up. But I've never seen that data. I've never, that's never done the rounds. This is Meta. Talking about other people, talking about wrestling, following the logic. Why aren't they having matches on here, said Shining Wizards. But for what we just said, I think that's why. Because they believe more people will tune into the show if we kind of hype up the show, preview the show. That's why. AAA said, if you was in charge to book Roman's title run, then what feuds would you, what PLEs would you drop the title? I wouldn't make him lose till SummerSlam. I wouldn't make him lose till SummerSlam. He's not around in June. So, I mean, he's probably going to be at Clash in Italy, which is only in a few weeks. So, I've said before, I think whatever goes down here is probably going to connect to Clash in Italy. So, I could see it being Jacob in some form, a rematch, but with a stipulation or something like that for Italy. I think Roman gets through all of this as champion, goes away for June. July, I mean, you've got to remember, I don't think there is one in July, because I don't think there is a PLE that's been announced, because SummerSlam is the 1st and the 2nd of August. So there isn't much of a summer, to be honest, for Roman. He ain't here in June. And I don't think there's a PLE in July because SummerSlam is the 1st and 2nd of August. So if when he comes back, I think we either start building towards, I don't know if we're doing King and Queen of the Ring, right? But if we are, whoever wins that, Roman might end up facing that person. So he's going to start building towards whoever's won King and Queen of the Ring. Or they might have just teased his SummerSlam opponent with Seth sort of standing up to Roman saying, "You're in my way." And that might just be a little tease of what's coming. I'm totally down to do Seth Roman. Totally down to do it. And I'm totally down for Seth to win as well. Because I think Roman has been the guy, of course, right? Roman Reigns has been the bloodline, the number one, the top guy, top dog. He's just beaten CM Punk at WrestleMania. I think Seth Rollins getting a singles win over Roman in a big match like at SummerSlam, that would be a big, big deal for Seth. That would be absolutely huge for him. It might even be his career highlight. Like, I know the Heist of the Century was an amazing moment, but that was him cashing in during a WrestleMania main event, and that would be a hard one to beat. But to actually get like a proper singles win over Roman Reigns at a PLE, a big time PLE, certainly after the whole bloodline stuff as well, I think Seth's had it a little bit tricky, to be honest. I mean, Seth has sort of had to try and carve out a career where Roman has been kind of dominating the title scene. Brock's obviously been dominating the title scene as well. And like, Seth's had to try and find a way of sort of creating a career and making himself a top star despite that. And I think it's been hard for him, honestly. I think it's been challenging, but he's managed to do it. And I think it would be great if, like, we do the match, Seth gets the win, Roman goes away, which I would expect him to after SummerSlam. It's a big win for Seth Rollins, and yeah, that could be that'd be an interesting chapter in their history together. You know, be a very interesting chapter. Be a little bit like Macho Man beating Hogan at 5. That's how I would view it. And I did want Macho Man to win at 5, actually. Will there be a WrestlePalooza 2 this year, said Ian. Well, I believe there will, because they made out such a big deal that this was a big, brand new show. It's going to be a massive deal. Like, they really did make a big, big thing out of it. They really made a big thing out of it last year. So, yeah, I mean, I've not heard of it this year, but yeah, I am expecting it to be the case that they run it again this year, because last year they made out that they were launching not just like a normal show, but this massive new, you know, show, this brand new thing that's going to be, I mean, they were trying to make out like it was going to be SummerSlam, WrestleMania sized. It didn't feel that way when we watched it. I think the reason they hyped it up so much is because it was the first show on ESPN. So it was obviously a big, big deal. Like, you know, they really did want people to tune in for it. So they really hyped it and really tried to make it big. And you might remember that was the first show that AJ Lee was on. And AJ said it was actually a big factor in her coming back. She said that she wanted to come back for a real reason. And what they sold to her was, we've just made this move to ESPN. We've got this new platform, this new partner. We need this first show to be a massive deal. We want to bring you in and make you a big focus on this show. Like, your return is going to be a big selling point. And apparently that is part of the reason why she was like, that's what sort of convinced me. That's what I needed, a reason to come back. And that was my reason. She said that in an interview. I can't remember who she was interviewed by. I think it might have been Stephanie on her podcast. She said that was my reason for coming back. So yeah, they made a massive deal out of it last year. Whether they just did that so that people would tune in and now they're just going to drop it and bin it off, I really can't say, but there's been no word about it this year. But I am expecting it. Could Roman win Crown Jewel ring? He hasn't got one yet. He could do. I don't know when Crown Jewel is. I think it's after SummerSlam, so he'd have to be champion, wouldn't he? Do people care? Does it mean anything? I mean, you sort of make it sound like it matters to you, so maybe it does. It's not something that I've got. We never talk about it. Do you know what I mean? We never talk about until it starts being spoken about in the same way as John Cena is a 17-time champion. You know, Randy Orton's a 14-time champion. Ric Flair, 16-time champion. Until we start having conversations about this person is a 5-time Crown Jewel ring winner. Until it starts to become an achievement that gets spoken about like that, I don't think it's got any value. I don't think anyone really cares. And we never mention it until it's time to get back round to Crown Jewel. Unless it's that time of year and, it's time to do the show. That's when we talk about the rings. Other than that, we don't mention it. So last year it was October. Year before it was early November. So I would expect us to be doing it again. Can Roman be in that match? Well, yes, if he's champion. I wouldn't expect him to be. I don't expect him to have the belt by the time we get to that at that stage. But it's not impossible. It can be done. He's got it now. He's just got to keep hold of it. So it certainly can be achieved. This is what I'm saying. Are we predicting is going to happen at the end of Asuka Iyo? I think Iyo wins. And I think what will be interesting is if there's a handshake between them. I don't think we get Kyrie. But is there a handshake? Is there a missed in? Is this one and done? With Saturday night's main event coming up, with Clash in Italy coming up, could easily be a rematch here. I mean, it could be that Iyo stands in the ring after beating Asuka, puts her hand out and she gets misted. It looks like Asuka's going to get her and she mists her instead. Maybe it leads to a rematch. Maybe there's a stipulation. I don't expect Kyrie. But I don't know. They could hug. They could shake hands and Asuka roll out the ring and it could be one and done. There could be a bit of respect shown. We've got Jacob. Today is when I beat Roman's ass, says Jacob. I'm fresh off the scale with it. It looks like he's hobbling, doesn't he? Kind of like walking like this. Jacob Fatu. It's all gas. No brakes with it. 2. Well, there we go. Jacob just saying a few words backstage. He's fired up. Roman Reigns, 7-time world champion, 2-time Rumble winner, 11-time WrestleMania main eventer. I wonder if Liv or Cody would have the Crown Jewel achievement listed. I think they would, but I'm not 100%. What's the realistic card prediction, said Smurfy Murphy. My realistic card predictions, Danhausen and his partner will win. I expect his partner to be Ober, Punk, or Jelly Roll. In regards to Cena, Club WWE, I'm hoping he says it's live now, and they kind of go with that. In regards to Trick and Sami, I think Trick wins. I can't see any reason why Trick wouldn't retain. In regards to Seth and Bron, that could go either way. We might get outside interference. I don't know when Bronson's coming back. I'm going to go with Bron just because does it make sense for Seth to get the better of Bron? We're trying to build Bron up as a threat. So does it make sense for us to kind of go that way? Yeah, I'm leaning towards it being a case that we actually get Seth getting the win. And then in regards to our top championship match, we're looking at Roman Jacob. I think Roman retains. Big question is what happens after. I don't think this is one and done with Clash in Italy just a few weeks away. Look, Drew could get involved. I mean, Drew could get involved and we could end up getting Drew against Jacob. So we could absolutely get that. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that this is one and done. We would have to move very quickly onto something else for Roman because apparently Roman is going to be at Clash in Italy. We found that out. So is this one and done? And then we move on to something very, very quickly for Roman again? Or is it going to be a case that what happens here is connected? I'm thinking it's probably connected, to be honest with you. I'm thinking it's probably going to be connected. Is Bron Breakker Seth the opening hour to Backlash? I think it is. I know the Danhausen Roman matches aren't. So it's two of Iyo Asuka, Seth Bron, and Trick Sami. I can't remember which two out of those three it is. But yeah, I know I was quite surprised the Danhausen match is not on the first 3 hour. And I know that obviously Roman is the main event. Right. I think they turn Paul and Theory and Heyman on Bron, said Hogan Cutter. Bron is still badly injured, said Silver Horse. Smurfy Roman would be even better than Chucky, said Maggie. Hello, Maggie. I think Danhausen's partner is going to be the Gingerbread Man. Did you see him save the costume out of the trash? I did. I don't know. I mean, I did see him save the costume out of the trash. We also saw him trying to make that clone. I think I'm anticipating whoever comes out is going to be in Danhausen face paints. It is going to be interesting, though, to see how the Gingerbread Man thing is going to fit in, because he did save the costume and go, oh, this is cool, and kind of take it away. Whether that plays into this now, I'm not sure. Whether this is going to play into this match tonight, we're going to have to wait and see. But, yeah, there was a little clip that was doing the rounds after last night's SmackDown of Danhausen retrieving that costume. Robbie said, what if the crowd boo Jelly Roll and his revealed as the mystery partner? Won't that hurt Danhausen? If Cena announces Club WWE, not so history-making stuff, people will boo. I think Club WWE would be history-making. I think this is where people are getting a bit too carried away. I think, for me, Club WWE was what I expected it to be, and then there's a rumor that's what it's going to be. And so if that's what he announces, I wouldn't, if I was in the building, I wouldn't find myself booing. But obviously people can feel however they want to feel. But for me, I think this would be history making. This would be something to sign up to. It would be a way of people feeling even closer with WWE. There would be a website you could go to that's not just the website. It's a place that's got exclusive perks for you if you are subscribed. I think the potential of it is interesting. I mean, I can't comment on what they're going to actually do. I'm sure what they're going to actually do is probably going to be crushingly underwhelming, right? What they're actually going to do is probably going to be rubbish. But the potential is definitely there for it to be something valuable and well worth it, right? I mean, if the exclusive content was going to be exclusive matches, interesting matches, was going to be interesting interviews where things get said that's like kind of breaking news, right? And it actually feels like it's really worth subscribing to watch that content. Do I think it'll be that? Probably not. Probably won't be that engaging. I don't think it'll be matches. I would imagine if there's interviews, it's going to be like those backstage interviews you got on Raw recap, right? That were just, I don't need to watch this. Like, it's just, yeah, it was a bad night, but we'll get it next time type stuff. But if it's going to be something that's, do you know what I mean, got a little bit more to it, yeah, I could see that being good. If the exclusive online store had like some really good merch on it that people was genuinely interested in, and it wasn't just like tat, just rubbish, that was like really expensive. I mean, this is where they can shoot themselves in the foot, isn't it? You can have exclusive content, but if no one's caring about it, it's just not even worth having. You can have an exclusive store, but if you're just going to put really expensive stuff on there that no one cares about, it's just not worth having. So it's going to come down to whatever they make of it. I think as a platform, as if you had like a card that said you as a member and it got you some really exciting perks, like if you go to a show, you can meet one of the superstars. There's going to be a Club WWE line. If the merch was well worth getting, if the exclusive content was worth watching, I think it would be something quite historic then. I think it would be something where we could get quite excited by it. So I'm not down on that. If Jelly Roll comes out as the mystery partner, then, well, they're going to get the reaction they're going to get, aren't they? I mean, we know that WWE are quite happy to just do stuff that might not get great reactions. I mean, they doubled down on the Pat stuff. And I genuinely think they would have kept going with it. I don't think WWE pulled the plug on Pat and Jelly Roll. So even with all that negativity around Pat and Jelly Roll, I think they still would have done the tag match. We still would have had Cody and Jelly Roll versus Randy and Pat tonight on this show if it was down to WWE. The reason we didn't get it was because apparently, allegedly, it was Pat and it was Jelly Roll that pulled out. So WWE don't seem bothered by that. Those kind of negative reactions, they're just like, nah, fine, don't care. Because they, I think, are looking bigger than the IWC. In their mind, and I believe them on this, in their mind, the IWC is the vocal minority. In their mind, the chatter online is just a very small percentage of the numbers that they see. So if the live crowd are going to boo, then okay, maybe they got it wrong. I mean, I certainly wouldn't look to do it, but in their mind, they are looking at global numbers and they are looking at a much wider net than just, what a few people on X are saying. So they would have kept going with it. Even after all the noise that you heard in the lead up to WrestleMania, I believe they would have kept going with Pat and Jelly Roll if Pat and Jelly Roll hadn't have pulled out. So by that logic, would it be shocking if they agreed to allow Jelly Roll to be Danhausen's mystery partner? Would it be surprising? I don't know. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. Here's my honest answer. I wouldn't be surprised WWE did it. I would be surprised Jelly Roll did it. That would be my honest answer. WWE doing it wouldn't surprise me. Jelly Roll deciding that after all that noise he was going to come back and be that would surprise me. So it'd be more on the Jelly Roll end that I would be surprised. Well, it said, do you remember Philadelphia strawberry cheesecake bars? Maybe you never had them. I never had them, but well, if Club WWE was a license to stream WWE content alongside the shows, if you aren't a member, you can't post WWE related content. It's a deep move, but we're talking TKO, said V85. There has been some chatter around that, but I don't know. I don't really think content creators should be getting involved in Club WWE. Because to be honest with you, I think that like the stuff I do, we have a community that choose to be here, right? And I really appreciate it, and I love our conversations, and we're chucking stuff around, we're exploring stuff, and it's good, right? But that's not something that needs to be forced onto the wider world. Like, I have no doubt a lot of the little reaction clips that I put out, they come up in people's feeds, and a lot of people are going to be like, I'm not interested in this, A lot of people might be even like blocking or whatever because it's just not for them. And I can understand that because they don't have to listen to me and they don't have to join us. we have a community that want to, but that doesn't mean that people outside of the community want to, right? So I think if you start putting content creators like onto Club WWE or onto the programming or whatever, you are sort of forcing people to engage with it in a way when they might not want to, you know? And I am very aware of that. I still put out the clips because it's a great advert for these streams. They've never made any money. It's never been a making money thing. It's never been a, oh, WWE, please notice me thing, which a lot of people like to say that's what it is. It isn't. I can tell you myself it isn't. I don't care if they use the clips or not. I'm not bothered. For me, it's just a way of letting people know we're here as a community. If you're interested in what I said in this little short, come and join the conversation. You might enjoy it, right? Even if you just swing by for a few minutes, share a comment, go away, whatever, right? You might enjoy it. If you're at a loss in the hours before the show starts, even if you don't want to watch the show with us, you can join the conversation. So they're just adverts, really, for me. That's how I view them. They're just adverts. So I think sign up and we'll let you use the content, stuff like that. I don't know. I think if that would allow people to use their content on their channels, yeah, fine, great. I don't have an issue with it. I mean, you know, that would be of benefit to us. We could put the show in the corner, whatever, great. I wouldn't expect them to do that, of course. I wouldn't expect that to be allowed. But I don't have an issue with that. But if it was going to be like, we're going to bring a load of content creators, even if it myself was in it, and we're going to bring a load of them onto Club WWE, I don't think that's right. I think that I could understand there being a bit of a backlash to that, where people are like, I'm not interested in this, you know? And I think it's a very interesting conversation because I am seeing this happen in football. I don't know if it's happening in NBA and NFL and all of those, but on Sky Sports, they use a lot of content creators on Sky Sports. So they've got like a program called The Saturday Social, and it airs on Sky Sports in the morning, and they bring on a couple of like people that talk football on their channels, and they basically like, right, let's have a look, shall we? Who do you think has been the best players of the season so far? And the whole show is basically like this, where it's a conversation and they've got a board and they're like, right, well, my first player of the season is this guy, 25 goals, absolutely amazing for Man City. You know, what a player. And they do that, basically. And they debate it and they go, well, yeah, he's good, but are you really telling me he's better than, you know, what Fernandez has been this year? And blah, 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 blah. So we are seeing this in other areas of the sports where, like, content creators are coming in. And, you know, kind of we're seeing TalkSport, for example, have got content creator. That's a radio show that's like a radio channel that talks sports. And they've got a lot of like ex-football players that do hosting, but now there's content creators that are on there. And we are seeing this now. We are moving to a world where content creators are stepping out of kind of YouTube, stepping out of Twitch, stepping out of TikTok. KSI is a judge on Britain's Got Talent. He I think was a guest last year, but he's like a proper judge this year. And so we're seeing that sort of crossover kind of. So the only reason I mention it is because there's been people as a result wondering what is Club WWE and how do you integrate it? And obviously we know about like the copyright strikes and everything for WWE footage, and it's just kind of promoted this big conversation online. There's just been all this chatter around it all, and naturally I've got some thoughts because I'm kind of in that position where I can have some thoughts on it. Well, we can all have thoughts on it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think the appetite's really there. I really don't think it's there. I feel like this works best where you are the ones that choose if you want to engage with it. That's where I think it works best. You choose if you want to engage with it. You choose if you want to join us. You choose if you want to sit it out or, you know, if it works for you or not. I think it works better that way rather than it sort of being like forced onto you. So Yeah, it goes back to what we said about Roman, doesn't it? People don't like things being shoved down their throats. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if content creators are going to be part of Club WWE. I can tell you, no one's approached me. But other content creators can absolutely be part of it, and maybe other content creators, it could work better. Different styles. Wrestle with Andy's excellent with documentary stuff. I mean, if they were to get some exclusive Wrestle with Andy documentaries, I'd certainly sign up for that. So, I don't know. But I think more like the opinion stuff is what I was referring to. That's what that Saturday social is. It's a lot of opinion. So, don't know. Oh, Corey is outside in the sun. He's got the shades on. Tampa, a lovely place to be hanging around. So lovely weather. Been to Tampa a couple of times. At what time is Kyrie gonna show up? I don't know that she is, but to be honest, Net4 said I could write an app that would track the sign-ups of ESPN Unlimited for WWE in the times of the pre-show to when the PLE starts. Well, you'll have to ask them if that's something they're looking for, to be honest. But that, for me, it would be the kind of thing they would be looking for. Or that would be everything you do for a reason. So if you're not going to have matches on a pre-show, you've chosen to not have matches for a reason. If you have matches, you've chosen to have matches for a reason, right? Obviously, if you have matches, it makes it a bit harder to preview. You can talk about it on commentary, but you can't really be showing like video packages and exclusive interviews because you've got to show the match that you've committed to showing, right? So is there a balance? Do you do an hour of matches and then the second hour is just nothing but preview? Do you do 2 hours of matches? And, well, anyone that wants to watch the show, they should have made their mind up by now. Or do you do 2 hours of preview like they do and try and get those last-minute viewers that maybe didn't know about the show, haven't been watching, but they're like, what's this? And then, that means that you've managed to grab a few extra views. So, yeah, I think that data of looking at how many people sign up, I would think that would be very interesting. I would imagine that would be a number. If I worked for WWE, that would be a number I would want to see. Because I would want to know, why are we doing this with the pre-shows? Why are we just running, chat and video packages and all this stuff? Like, is there an actual benefit and upside? Have we got any data that tells us that this is the right thing to do rather than matches? So I don't know. I don't know if that data exists, but if you're telling me it's something that could be put together, and I believe you, they might already have it. Metal Mama said, I've never been anywhere besides Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, Pennsylvania. One day I'm going to go somewhere else when my kid turns 18, but then I'll probably move across the pond. Those are the only places you've ever been. Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Pennsylvania. You've only ever been to those 4 places. That's crazy. I bet there's people, though, that have only ever been to one place, isn't there? I bet there's people that just have only ever been to where they live and they've never left. But I suppose, because the UK is not that big, it's quite easy to, I've been, I don't know where I've not been. I've been Scotland, Wales, London, Milton Keynes, Ipswich, Southampton, Bournemouth, Devon. But it's not that big. Do you know what I mean? UK is not that big. But, yeah, it's kind of easy to kind of get around to, lots of different places here. So, yeah, crazy. You'll add some other places to the list in the future, buds. You'll have to start looking and seeing where you want to go. Florida, Tampa, yeah. It's a nice place. It's a good place to go. Shining Wizard said, my doggo once tried to take on a goat. Let's go. It's not by choice. My mom just didn't travel. She was 18 when she had me, so I was home alone most of my life. Then I got sick as I was finishing school, and then I became a mom the same year. I hear you. Well, you know, I think it's great to set that as like a bit of a future ambition. Like I'm gonna go places. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go there. So that's cool. They say travel broadens the mind. I don't know how true that is. I don't think I've really ventured that far. The furthest I've been has been Florida. I've Florida that way and probably Egypt the other way. I've never been Australia or India or Japan. I was thinking I've never been India. I think Egypt is the furthest across I've gone. I've never been like Japan or Singapore or South Korea or Australia or New Zealand or anywhere like that. I've never been that far over east. I think Egypt's the furthest I've gone. And then other way would be Florida. That's the furthest I've gone. But that's still pretty good. I'm quite pleased with that. That's still pretty good. But no, I would not class myself as actually that well-travelled. I mean, I pretty much just sit at this desk. Going from the room that's 2 floors above to this room is about the extent of my life in recent years. So I very much sympathise, bud. If I'm going to go outside my gate and then come back, said Flame Fist. Flame Fist going for a walk, stretching the legs. David said, I've never seen FCW. Was it any good? I've only ever seen bits myself, to be honest. A lot of it has not been that available. There was some actually on the network when it was there. And yeah, I mean, it was good. I mean, there was obviously a lot of stars like Alexa, Naomi, Rusev, Roman. There was a fair few, AJ Lee, a fair few that were kind of there. It was NXT before NXT. So, but the TV show was, I believe, only shown locally in Florida. So FCW was on TV in Florida. It wasn't really shown. It wasn't on the network. Because by the time the network came to the UK, it was like 2014, 2015. And at that point, we was well into NXT. So they did put up some of the older episodes. And I watched a few. And they were fine. But I think you needed to like really watch it. Like blast through it. And give it like a real commitment, you know. To follow all the stories and everything. But really, it was just kind of fun seeing a lot of those stars when they were like kind of starting out, you know. So I don't know where it lives now, though. I don't know where you can find all those episodes. I don't know. There's lots of that stuff that used to be on the network that just... I don't know if it's found its way, like the odd episode, onto the vault. Might have done. I'm honestly not sure. I've been to Ohio, Tennessee, Illinois, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia, said Glockness. Glockness, shout out to you, buds. I want to go to the UK, and I want to play the UK version of the TV show Traitors, said Indiana Rocks. Okay. Yeah, we have Traitors. I think it's in a lot of countries, isn't it, Traitors? I think they just unveiled the new celebrity lineup over here, so there is a new series that's starting soon. I didn't actually watch the last series, but I've seen a couple of them, and yeah, they're pretty good. I don't mind Traitors. I think it's a pretty fun watch, but yeah, I didn't watch the last one. I love Traitors UK. It's one of my favourites, says Metal Mama. Clearwater in the 90s was wild. Hogan was everywhere back then, said AB. Really? I find Clearwater such an interesting place. It feels like a very rich place. Clearwater's got it's got lovely areas. It feels well off. It feels like you're in a very posh neighborhood. Some of the restaurants that we went to, because the reason we went there is because there's a Hogan's Beat Shop, right? So in Florida, there's one in Orlando, and then the other one is in Clearwater. So I wanted to, when I first went in 18, because Hogan's Beach Shop, that's the first time I'd ever gone. I remember Hogan's Beach Shop when it was a 7-Eleven. I remember I went in the 7-Eleven before it was Hogan's Beach Shop, so it's a bit weird kind of going in now and seeing what it's become, right? Because it was a 7-Eleven. But anyway, I went in 2018 to Hogan's Beach Shop, and it was good, and I filmed, and then went to Clearwater to go to his other one. His other one is a lot smaller, but he's got the hangout there as well, which is his bar, which is not only a few doors down. So I went in and had a drink and everything. The hangout is not that great. It's not really that special, to be honest. It's kind of, you go in, there's a bar, loads of chairs, a few pictures on the wall, but there's not really, it's not full of like boots that he's wore and like stuff like that. Like it just feels quite minimal, actually. I mean, I'm sure it's bouncing on a karaoke night or something like that, you know. But yeah, I didn't really find loads in there that I was like looking at. Like, it's not like you can spend ages in there looking at all the artifacts on the wall or anything. I was sort of like, okay, done this now. Been to his hangout, had a beer. Yeah, fine. The hangout, I didn't really find that mind blowing. I think if it was like on a night time and there was like an event going on, I was just there in the day for a drink, you know. But like, so that's right by the shop, just a few doors down. But the whole area is so lovely. The whole area is really, really nice. Every time we go, we tend to go there now because it's just a nice place to visit, really. And we went to this really great seafood restaurant, which it was right by the dock, and you kind of go upstairs and you can sort of see out on the sea, and you can see out like on the beach and everything. It was lovely, and the food was amazing as well. So yeah, I do enjoy going there actually when I go to Florida. Clearwater, absolutely lovely. WrestleLandy, hello. Did we see the pyramids? Is it true they're built by aliens? I did see the pyramids, yeah, when I went to Egypt, and they are impressive, of course. But I tell you what's really shocking is it's quite close to a built-up area. Like, you think it's just in the middle of nowhere, you have to travel for ages. That's not true. It's not far from like a built-up area. And there's like a lot of rubbish around. There's a lot of like plastic bags and drinks cans, and it doesn't really feel like it's really looked after as well as you would expect. And actually my mom and dad went, because I didn't go with them when I was young. I went with school, but my mom and dad went, and you can actually go in the pyramids, and they were like, yeah, we'll go in. It turns out it is so narrow. Like, my mom was like hyperventilating because you have to go in this tiny tunnel. It's like really tight, and you have to kind of like climb up this tunnel just to get into one of the tombs. But apparently you can do that if you go to Egypt. You can actually go in the pyramids, which mind-blowing. Didn't know. Had no idea. Didn't know you could do that. So I, of course, didn't do that when I was young. My parents did it and absolutely regretted it. I mean, they can say they did it now, so they don't regret doing it now. But had they have known, I don't think they would have done it. So, yeah, very good. Right now, we got The Miz. He's just saying a few words. David said, you're all watching AI Daze. It's the real Daze that's going to pin The Miz. It's true. I'm coming out later to be Danhausen's partner. I know what you're thinking. You might as well say it. Dazehausen and Danhausen. Reunite him. It'll be good. I'm looking forward to seeing who his partner's going to be. Edward said, I've been to Germany, France, Spain, UK, London, Portugal, Azores, as well as most of the states in the US. That's cool. Chris said, shout out to Ohio. Dynasty said, Egypt. Yeah, Egypt. I went last year. I didn't see the pyramids last year, though. Mr. Full D said it's UFC 328 tonight. All watch it. Very excited for the main event. Will you ever go back to UFC? Yeah, I'll go back if it's on and it's a numbered event and there's no wrestling. And I just never seem to be in that situation. So, you know, prime example, tonight we've got Backlash. Obviously a big WWE show. I'd love to be doing UFC. I think the thing with UFC, though, is, you know, I can't get to it because of WWE. It's kind of out of my control. And, I mean, it's just killing the UFC community that we had built. I mean, who's going to choose to watch UFC with us when we're just never there and we can't commit to being there? So, you know, I sort of don't expect that community to be waiting for us. It's just a real shame. It's out of my control, unfortunately. But if ever I can get to it, yeah, I'm still interested. I still enjoy it. Okay, here's Danhausen. He's trying to make his tag partner. Can we specify? No, we can't. A little hint. Ask me that again. You are cursed. There we go. There we go. Danhausen not giving anything away in regards to who his partner is. If Byron asks again, he is cursed. Right. How long have we got? We are almost done with the first hour of the countdown show. 1 more hour to go. Connor said, Daze, would we like Roman Jacob match to end up being a street fight or a steel cage match or something like that? It's just clearly a normal match. Well, this one's a normal match, but as we said, Roman is going to be at Clash in Italy. They've released his schedule and he is going to be on that show. So there's every chance we do a rematch and there's every chance there's a stipulation that gets added. I mean, who knows? The rematch could be tribal combat or something like that, you know, where just everything's on the line. This is for the championship tonight, but we could go double or nothing, right? And it could be put the belt and the Ula Fala on the line, and it could be tribal combat or something like this. So, yeah, there's a chance that we get a rematch. There's a chance it could be a street fight or a tribal combat or a Bloodline Rules, which is basically a street fight, really, isn't it? The only thing with Bloodline Rules is it means that Bloodline members can get involved. They're kind of expected to get involved. So, I don't know, that would be interesting. I mean, if this was Bloodline Rules match tonight, then I might feel a little bit more confident of, say, a Zilla. But, yeah, this is just a standard match tonight. So, I'm not expecting Zilla, as I said. But, yeah, there's been people jumping in saying that they are hoping that he makes an appearance tonight. So we'll have to see how this connects to the future. Big Time said, do we live in a day and an age where unless wrestlers are confident that they'll be picked up if they jump ship to WWE or AEW, many are content staying and collecting paychecks? I think we've always lived in that age. I don't know that we've never lived in an age. I mean, you've always got to have had a degree of confidence that if you left, you were going to get picked up. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to sacrifice the money you're making with the place that you are, you know? So if you was in WWE, you would have to have confidence that there would be people that would want you. Otherwise, you would just stay. And, you know, I think that's always been the case. So I think we are living in an age like that, but I don't think it's any different to any other age we've been in. People... Obviously, this is people's careers and people care about their careers and they want to build legacies. But, I mean, we'd be stupid to ignore the fact that many of these people have kids and families that are depending on them and they are the breadwinners and that has to be a big consideration for them as well. Might not be fun for us as fans that they consider, you know, their positions and their paychecks and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, that's kind of the truth, really. They do have to consider their positions. They do have to make sure that they're bringing home the money to pay the bills, and your legacy is one thing, and you might find the odd person that really puts that above everything else. And I don't know if those people have got kids. Those people might only have to worry about themselves. But yeah, a lot of people aren't in that position. A lot of people have families to feed, mouths to feed, responsibilities, and so getting a good paycheck means a lot. It's important. I stopped watching WWE after the week Mania, but I never skip a day stream, said get it. The stream's like 110% better than anything WWE puts out. Well, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate it. All we do is just obviously chuck things around, have a chat, share opinion, share thoughts, kind of, you know, get our teeth into, you know, whatever people want to talk about. And yeah, I think what I like about these streams is it's just great to obviously have conversations. But I mean, I am a genuine WWE fan, and I have been for decades. And if things are not going well, we will talk about it, and we will talk about how we feel about it, what needs to change, why it's not going well. And we'll sort of like, you know, break it down. If things are going well, then we'll celebrate that. I mean, we all want this to be the best it can be. At least I think everyone here does. I certainly do. We all want it to like succeed. But there's absolutely no point sitting here and just pretending everything's fantastic when it clearly is not. I mean, WWE is going through a lot of problems right now. There was a lot of negativity on my timeline today. I think there was a big dividing of opinion when it came to like the Gingerbread Man stuff last night. There was a real dividing of opinion. I can see what you mean, actually, by that Jacob skirt now. I didn't notice before. I thought they were shorts, but it does look to be like some sort of tribal wear. But anyway, yeah, so I put a little message out earlier, which I think has been pretty well received, actually. I think people are probably shocked I've put something out that's, you know, positive. I just put this out. It's got like nearly 150 likes, which, by the way, did you know if you like on X, it says Happy Mother's Day? I'm not lying. I will actually... No, I probably won't do it now. If I like this... Oh, you goddamn. Little message comes up. Oh, you goddamn. I knew it wouldn't do it now. Oh, you goddamn. Oh, why is it not doing it? You. Why is it not... Have they turned it off? Dudes. It was doing it earlier. When you liked it, it said Happy Mother's Day. When you liked... If you... Where did I put it? I put it here. I was like... I might be losing my mind, but I just like to post... And I swear it said Happy Mother's Day. And I've had loads of people responding going, yeah, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. That's why it's doing it. But it's not doing it now. I'll bet you anything, right? They've turned it off so that they can turn it on. I bet they tried it for a little bit today, and I bet it'll be on tomorrow. When you press like, it'll say Happy Mother's Day. I have never seen it do that before. I've seen loads of people lie about it, like, I can't believe they've changed the like button to blue, right, and all this, and like I've seen that kind of doing the rounds, and it's all nonsense. But earlier today, if you press like, a message came up saying Happy Mother's Day, and I've never seen them do that before, which is really interesting, because that sort of makes me think that you could, if you're a company, you could buy them and advertise. Do you know what I mean? Like, press like and it says Backlash. WWE Backlash. Like, I could totally see them sort of selling that as, you know, a way of advertising. So that's why I was sort of interested in it, because of the fact that I've never seen it do that before. But of course, now we're live, it ain't gonna do it, is it? But thankfully, there were people that did it and can confirm it was doing that earlier, right? So keep an eye out for that tomorrow, 'cause I bet it will be back tomorrow, of course, because that is Mother's Day in America. But anyway, that's not what we were talking about. We was talking about this. So a lot of negativity around WWE at the moment, but I'm genuinely looking forward to Backlash, which I am. I think the card looks decent overall. I do think it is. I think there is negativity around. You know, there's negativity that we have in the chat as well, which is fine. Sometimes negativity is warranted because WWE will do something that, you know, demands a negative reaction, right? Like the Pat stuff, I believe, demanded a negative reaction. The ticket pricing, you know, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's not always going to be sunshine and lollipops. But, I mean, like, we've got 6 things tonight that are going to be really, like, worth getting our teeth into. So we got Trick and Sami. That's going to be on ESPN2. Seth and Bron Breakker is going to be on ESPN2. Danhausen and his mystery partner against Miz and Kit. Iyo against Asuka. Roman against Jacob. And John Cena with his history-making news. So big news from John. We're going to have to obviously see what that is. The belief is it's going to be Club WWE. What we're looking for, though, are specifics. I would love for him to say it's up live now. You know, you can sign up now. The content's live, the shop's live, it's all live now. Go here, subscribe. You're not going to want to miss it. And you know, maybe even introduce like a bit of a video that gives us more details or something. I don't know. I'm expecting it to be Club WWE, as we said. Right, Daze, nowadays, who's asking for their release? Because the mass releases are more tight-lipped. Otherwise, we'll just wait out their contracts. Well, I don't know. Who's asking for their release? I can't remember the last person that did. Who was the last person that asked for their release? I mean, there will be people. I mean, don't forget, Sasha and Naomi walked out. So, you know, they didn't necessarily ask for their release. They just walked. So you are going to have people that are going to be in that situation. Who's that in the background? Is that Seth? Looks like Seth in the background. Is that Seth and Bailey? Is that Bailey? Iyo? I don't know who. Looked like Seth was in the background chatting with someone. I don't think that's meant to be something that we're meant to see, actually. Oh, that person as well. Didn't realise she's turned around, gone the other way. I couldn't tell who that was. I don't think that was a wrestler, actually. So Jackie is outside the arena, and actually the most fun part is just watching the people in the background, sort of not realising who they... Seth Roll, they mentioned Seth in the background. Lol. They were just laughing about it. Yeah, I don't think there is... I don't think there is anything different happening. I think that we're in a situation where we've had releases and we've had releases every year. So I remember distinctly doing a wrestling escape pod with Dave in real life, and all the releases were coming out. And I remember being so angry about it because people were losing their jobs and it was mid-contract and all this stuff. And I remember saying, anyone that signs with WWE after this point, it's on them. Like, you've got to know that it's just not worth the paper that it's written on. It's just not worth the paper. And I still feel that way now. It doesn't stop me from getting frustrated when, you know, some good people that I really like watching get released. But, yeah, I mean, you've got to know when you sign with WWE, I mean, your contract just ain't worth the paper it's written on. You can get cut at any time for any reason. It's a ride. Get as much out of it as you can. Get as much fame, as much TV time, as much accolades and accomplishments, as many matches, as many promos, as much merch sale, just get as much out of as you can. because this ride is likely going to end. Well, it will end. It ends for everyone at some point, but it might not be under your control. It might not even be your fault. So everyone's going to be different, though, aren't they? Everyone's going to be different. Everyone's going to, you know, some people might have come from Japan and they might have like great relationships with New Japan. So, you know, if WWE just is not working for them, they can easily just pack it in and go back to Japan. So, I mean, they're in a different situation to, say, someone that doesn't have any connections. And, you know, someone that might have been, say, a next in line talent that came in, like Tiffany. She's not worked the indies. She doesn't know any other promotions. She can get the details, but I don't know that she's eager to go to Japan and wrestle with Stardom. I don't know that she's desperate to go to AEW, a smaller promotion than WWE. I mean, for her, if she got released, she's in a different position than if, say, Shinsuke gets released, you know? So it's going to be different for everyone. There's not like a one rule that kind of fits everyone. It comes down to the fact that you just can't keep everyone, said David. If you want to take in new talent or move NXT talent, then others have to go, says David. That is true, and I hate to sound like a broken record. I think the frustration is that as fans, we can, and when we say fans, what I mean is, like, I'm a fan of WWE. There's not really any wrestlers that I hate. I think I look at wrestling a little different to the IWC or to people on X, because a lot of people online are like, this person sucks, I hope they get released. You see a lot of that. I hope this person's next. And it's like, I just don't feel that way about anyone in WWE. To me, you've either made it or you haven't yet made it. If you're someone like Damien, you know, you might not have connected with everyone yet. Doesn't mean that you can't. It just means that you haven't. And so can we find a way of getting him to connect, you know? Same with Zoe Stark, same with whoever. You've got all this talent that have got over and some that haven't. And just because they haven't doesn't mean they can't. It just means they haven't yet. I certainly don't find myself rooting for those people to get released. So for me, I'm sort of like, I understand we have to lose people, and your comment is correct. You can't keep adding people and not lose people, right? You can't just keep adding and adding and adding and bloating the roster. So you're 100% correct. But I think it's where we don't see out people's contracts. We sort of cut people mid-contract rather than managing it better. I mean, rather than like being honourable and sticking to our agreements, you know, this is like, if I sign you to a deal, I should really be honouring that deal unless you do something that results in your dismissal, right? Unless like the business hits a real rough patch and I have to downsize, I have to downsize. Unless I like go through that, or there is a performance related issue, really I should be honouring my contract, my agreement with you. And for WWE to year after year after year use this budget cut BS as a way of just getting out of contracts, it's just dirty. I don't support that. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I understand it's business, but I think the better way is to see out people's deals and then not renew if there's someone you don't want to keep around, you know? So that is my kind of issue with it. I get you can't keep adding and adding and adding. And if you really feel like you've tried with these people and they're not getting it and you don't think they're going to get it, see out the contracts and part ways. But I mean, the thing is, if they've gone through NXT and they've been good and good enough to go to the main roster, I mean, there is a lot on creative. You know, there is a lot on creative. If these people have managed to get through NXT and they've been decent and worthy of being called up, if it doesn't work on the main roster, it's on creative as much as it's on the actual talent. So it is failure all round, really. It's failure not just on the talent but on creative. So it's frustrating. So that's my issue with it. I just don't like the fact that we're cutting people mid contract. But hey, we did it. We do it every year. We'll do it next year as well. And I'll moan about it next year as well. I'm not going to stop moaning about it. That's my frustration. But you are right. We can't keep adding and adding. King Yeti, shout out to you firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships. Appreciate it, buds. Thank you, my friends. Big thank you to everyone that's joining us right now. We've been live for, wow, quite a while, actually. We started at 6:30. I think we've been live for like nearly 4 hours, have we? So, yeah, very cool. We've got about 45 minutes to go until the start of the show. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever match you want to talk about, mystery partner, the state of WWE, releases, content creation, takedowns, John Cena's mystery announcement, Clash in Italy, should Ireland get WrestleMania? I don't know, whatever you want to talk about. We are here for it, so feel free to get your thoughts in. Dub Exp said, I saw a clip of Danhausen taking the Gingerbread Man costume after Trick threw it away. He did. Don't know how that shows itself tonight. I'm expecting his partner to have Danhausen face paint. Don't know how we get the Gingerbread Man thing fitted in, but, well, we'll find out later. Flamefist said, I believe it's like Drew. He got released, went to other promotions, made a name for himself, returned, and made a man and a main eventer, said Flamefist. Yeah, sometimes going and coming back can be a good thing. The same thing happened to Cody, didn't it? Where you can actually go away and sort of find yourself and come back in a much better position. So, absolutely, like losing your place does not have to mean that this is the end of the road. It's just the end of that chapter. Absolutely, yeah. It's not always the end. They can grow and find themselves outside of the intensity of WWE. But sadly, obviously, not everyone fortunate to do that. It's only a very small minority that find their way back. But yeah, there's people, many that have done that. Club WWE is going to be another TKO overpriced cash grab scheme. History making high prices, probably. You could be correct. I've seen people online saying that WWE have created a problem with high ticket prices and, you know, maybe increasing the pricing. Perhaps we'll see less discounts on WWE Shop. You know, trying to restrict access to the superstars and all this stuff, right? But the high ticket prices in particular, so that now they can launch Club WWE to give you exclusive discount on tickets and, you know, discount on merch. And so in a way, it's only kind of getting you back to where you were. I suppose in a way, it's a little bit like the Donald Trump tariff situation. You know, you put a tariff on a country. That country then goes to Donald Trump to try and negotiate getting rid of the tariffs. He agrees to get rid of the tariff, but you obviously have to give something back in return. And you end up sort of either back where you started before the tariffs, or even in a slightly worse place, you know, if you're, you know, one of these countries that have, I don't know who has negotiated, to be honest, with the whole tariff thing. All of that's gone a little bit quiet. My understanding is that it's all still in place, but I don't know the latest on all of that. There's obviously a lot of other stuff that's going on in the world with local elections here in the UK and the Iran war and gingerbread men funerals and whatever, but I'm just using that as an example where, yeah, if Club WWE, it might just end up that you're back in the, sort of a place that you started at before. You might be able to get tickets at the prices they were in 2025 if you're a Club WWE member. Yeah, you might be able to get discounts that we were getting last year now if you're a Club WWE member. So it could be. I mean, if it is going to be that, it's going to be a big disappointment. I think they have an opportunity to make it something really great. There is an opportunity for this to be something that we see as being like a welcome addition and some of value. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm going in very skeptical. I'm going in very glass half empty, right? I'd like to think the glass is half full, but I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. Tom said the whole gingerbread man thing, fans need to just lighten up. We're forgetting some best moments in WWE were silly things like the milk truck or the crucifixion or the supermarket brawl, says Tom. Tom, shout out to you. We kind of spoke at length about like the gingerbread man stuff earlier. I think there's lots of different thoughts to be had on that, but I understand where you're coming from. So, Tom, shout out to you. Big Tony K said, Daze, if my sources are correct, here we go. The ending of the show will have you feeling exactly how you're feeling right now. I remember this, Daze. Might make right. Hang on. Remember this, Mr. Daze. Might makes right. Have a fun stream. Big Tony K, thank you. Appreciate it. Club WWE sounds like an alternative to On Location, said Q3. I don't know if it's an alternative. I think there will be elements of On Location that can be brought in. So On Location was sort of the ticket in, get your tickets first, premium seat in, potential discounts from people that go and sign up and become members, whatever. I think there are elements of that can be brought in. Club WWE, I think, is going to be much bigger, though, in the sense of there's meant to be exclusive content and there's meant to be, like, breaking news and scoops, and it's going to be a real inside. It's meant to allow you to get closer to the company. In a way, it's kind of like a loyalty scheme to your favorite brand, you know? It's kind of meant to be, if you're a member of Club WWE, you are a VIP, you know? It's going to bring you closer to the action. You're going to get more out of WWE. Like, you can certainly see the vision that they would sell. You can certainly understand how they could go quite big with, you know, history making and making this sound like a big deal. I'm not down on it because I do think there is a way forward where it could be really good. When I was young, there was like a WWF fan club, but it's not something that I like ever subscribed to. You had to, like, in the magazine, like, send off for it, and I don't even know if it was in the UK, to be honest. I don't know that I could even sign up for it, but I never did. But it was one of those where you'd get, like, membership cards, and you'd get some stickers and this stuff, like, back. If you signed up for, like, but just to say that you was in the fan club is, like, as a kid, like, yeah. Have you seen this? Yeah. I'm a signed up WWE fan, actually. Yeah. Yeah, you can have my autograph if you want, but do you know what I mean? Like, there we go. I've got the card. As an adult, that's, you know, having a Club WWE card ain't gonna mean anything. But if you're a kid, do you know what I mean? And you're like a member of Club WWE. I remember that being something I was into as a kid. I remember that being something I'd be like, yeah, man. So I don't know. I think there's something to it. I think there's something there, but whether they're going to make it what we would like it to be, and it's going to feel worthy of, or whether it's just going to die a slow death like pretty much everything, it's probably going to be that in it. It might be good at the start, and then it just, like, as it becomes less profitable or people stop engaging with it as much, they stop putting the same effort into it, and it just sort of dies a slow death. I could see, in like 10 years' time, Club WWE's closing down. I could totally see something like that. Green Shirt Guy is going to be in Club WWE. He's dedicated, said Jesse. King Gamer said, did you enjoy the Ministry of Darkness version of Undertaker? Would that gimmick work today? Do we think Taker's on Mount Rushmore? I actually didn't massively enjoy it. It's my least favorite version of Undertaker. Is that it kind of got a bit too Phantom of the Opera from me. It got a bit too theatrical, and it's really not one of my favorite periods. Would something like that work today? I think there would be challenges with it. if I don't know, I think everyone's looking for something slightly different. The Gingerbread Man stuff kind of told us that. We know that Triple H isn't into like supernatural stuff, but you know, kind of kidnapping people and trying to sacrifice them, whatever. That's okay. That kind of cult stuff, ritual stuff. I think that could kind of translate. You could do something there with that. The theatrics of it would be divisive. I don't know that everyone would vibe with it in this day and age. It's difficult. It would be worth a look. It's a little bit like with the Gingerbread Man. Would that kind of silliness work today? My honest reaction would have been no. I don't think it would. I don't think it would. I don't think that it would land. But actually, there was more people into it than what I was expecting. So I don't know that I can say that it worked. What I can say is there's a healthy percentage that enjoyed it, but there's arguably even bigger percentage that didn't. So I think it would be mixed results. I think that it depends how much you lean into the theatrics. I think there's something in there that definitely would work, though. Because, like, that sort of Wyatt family kind of cult would translate today. So a lot would just come down to the exact presentation. But, yeah, it was never one of my favourite versions of him. To be honest, it was a bit too, as I said, Phantom of the Opera, a bit too grand in its presentation. It was a bit too rich. I always loved Dead Man with the urn, and I liked it a bit simpler, personally. And I liked it even post that as well, when he went back to Dead Man at WrestleMania 20. I actually think one of his best runs is obviously when he's doing like that sort of mixture of Dead Man with, not American Badass, but he really struggled with keeping it like so kayfabe. And so he didn't want to keep doing that, which is why he went American Badass, because in his mind, he can't do the sort of Dead Man character during an Attitude Era. It's just not vibing. The vibe ain't vibing. So that's why he wanted to go American Badass. I think that was probably a good change for him, actually, and it felt like a breath of fresh air. I actually think that was okay. I didn't really mind that period. I did miss Dead Man. Dead Man was definitely better, but I understood why he did it. And I understood that, you know, it was worth doing this for a bit. But I must admit, I was thrilled when he went back to Dead Man at WrestleMania 20. Like, that was great. So he goes back to Dead Man at 20. And I think then at that point, there was a lovely mixture. It was not the same Dead Man as, you know, the early mid-90s. It was a different version of him. It was a more human version. Do you know what I mean? Like, he was not as zombified, and it's probably one of my favorite versions, actually. And obviously, you know, we get like all those great WrestleManias in the 20s where, you know, you've got the Shawn stuff, the Triple H stuff, all that. The Edge match at 24, which was really good as well. It's a good run, that. It's a really good run. So yeah, I did enjoy that period. So actually, Ministry might be one of the periods I struggled the most with, which is funny because a lot of people would say it's one of their favorites. I suppose it's good how much he kept changing and evolving, you know? It's kind of, you got to do that. As we're seeing with Cody now, I think people have sort of grown a bit tired of where he is. Not everyone, but it's polarizing. And but you got to keep evolving. And Undertaker definitely did that. Of the camera every week, watching from home, you feel like you are with family, said Randy. Green shirt guy or straw hat guy in ECW. It's an old age technique used by wrestling promoters to make you feel like family. They plant fans in the front row, dead center, said Randy. Oh, conspiracy. Interesting. Super Pinky said, good news for WWE. They're bringing back Kyrie today. Are they? I'll be surprised if they do. I've not heard any word. I've not seen any spoilers. I've just been chatting with you guys for the past few hours, so Yeah, well, I can't say that they are or aren't, but I'm not expecting her. Scotty said, it's interesting. I'm coming across many people who don't like silly and campy stuff in wrestling. Personally, I think it'll be sad if we can't have silliness in wrestling of all places. I think what's really interesting is that a lot of that stuff was kind of ruthless aggression. There was a bit of it in Attitude Era. And, well, campy stuff. I don't know if you can go silliness in Golden Era. I'm trying to think what silliness there was, but campy, I can find campy. I can find an Adrian Adonis, a Buddy Rose type stuff, right? But some might say Papa Shango or whatever. But yeah, you can definitely find some bits in Attitude Era of silliness, and you can find quite a bit in Ruthless Aggression. But what's interesting is all of that is before social media. I mean, I don't... Obviously, there's chat rooms, but most of us aren't in chat rooms. I never went in chat rooms, right? I was a big WWE fan. But me actually becoming active online with wrestling and, you know, chatting about it and looking into it, that ain't happening until, like, the 2010, 11, that kind of ballpark. I don't know when everyone else was doing it. I don't know when, like, you know, there was a real explosion in wrestling chatter online. I don't know when it really hit. But for me, it's like early 2010s. And I think, like, this is where you're starting to see how other people, a real significant number of people are reacting to things. Before, it was kind of you and your mates. And that was it, really. So you couldn't really get, like, loads of opinion. And I think this is why a lot of people think that stuff in the past was so widely well received, because they liked it, their mates liked it, and they didn't really encounter anyone that didn't like it. So I said earlier, it's kind of interesting how the Gingerbread Man stuff, a lot of people are like, but we did this in the past, and we, you know, Mae Young gave birth to a hand. And it's like, yeah, but that wasn't good. Like, no one, people, like, I don't know how people reacted to it, but I remember being, like, confused by a lot of that stuff, or not, like, loving it. But now it gets kind of used as a sort of example of, well, this was brilliant, and everyone loved it at the time. And it's like, well, no, they didn't. And, like, the Gingerbread Man stuff in the future will do something stupid in 5 years. And people will be like, we did the Gingerbread Man stuff 5 years ago, come on. And it's like, yeah, but it wasn't, people didn't love it. We did a poll during the stream yesterday. It got 44% bads. The poll on my X account right now is at like 46% bads. So I don't know if appetites have changed, or if it's a case that we're just getting more reaction to these sort of segments now compared to Ruthless Aggression and Attitude Era, where we didn't have this level of connectivity. It's quite interesting, to be honest. It's quite interesting. And I think this is why the Gingerbread Man thing was actually quite good to do as an experiment. I think as an experiment, and I was trying to make this point in the breakdown, but I don't think I worded it very well. I sort of watched the breakdown after, and I wasn't quite pleased with how it worded. And what I was trying to say is, it was probably worth doing so that we could really gauge the reaction. Because honestly, I don't know. If you was to say to me, I've got this idea of a Gingerbread Man costume, and we're going to have it get destroyed, and we're going to do a funeral, how do you think it's going to go? I genuinely would have said I wouldn't do that. I don't think that's going to be well received at all. I'm under the impression people are looking for banging matches, and they don't mind a bit of silliness from like a Danhausen, but I don't know that they want it in the main event of a SmackDown. And I don't know that they want Trick and Sami to be doing that sort of a thing. You might expect it from The Miz, and you might expect it from Danhausen. Do you expect it from Trick and Sami? So I would have advised against it. The surprise for me is actually it's been as well received as what it was. The percentages have been much more positive than I expected. I know Bads won the poll yesterday and is winning the poll on my X account, right? And I'm seeing loads of people like speaking out against it and really did not enjoy it. But there is a sizable amount of people that did. There is a lot of people that have that mentality of wrestling is silly and, you know, making it silly and fun. That's what I want. So, it's kind of interesting. I think it was worth doing just to get that feedback, just to get that data. And then maybe it can be tweaked a little bit better in the future. So you can still have a silliness, but maybe a silliness that just fits better onto the show than maybe this did. Maybe there is a sweet spot that can be found that can, you know, kind of work for everyone a bit better. I think there's something to it. I keep saying this. I think there's something to it. I didn't hate it. I just don't think it was quite right. I don't think it was in the right place on the card. I'm not sure the right people were involved in the story. I think the general idea, the basic idea of Trick's trying to wind up Sami is good, but that doesn't explain why Nick Aldis and Ray Phoenix and Joe Tessitore and Kathy Kelly and Wade Barrett doesn't explain why they were all playing along. Because in my mind, the story is Trick's winding up Sami with this gingerbread costume, making fun of the fact he's a ginger. Sami's wound up by it. And, you know, that we can play it out like that, right? I get why Trick's doing what he's doing. I get why Sami's reacting the way he's reacting. You still get all the silliness, but I get why they're doing it. But I don't understand why Nick was joining in, Ray Phoenix was joining in, Joe was joining in, Wade was joining in, Kathy Kelly was joining in. That's where it struggled for me. That's where the presentation of it was off. And I don't get why it was the main event, really. Like, that's kind of a bit crazy as well, to put it in that sort of a position. And I think I'm okay with the optics of it. Like, the optics of it, I think, are a challenge for some. But I think the optics are okay for me. I get that it's silliness, and I can sort of go there to a degree. But yeah, this might have just been a little bit too far for me as well, actually. It's in the neighborhoods. I want to go with it. I do want to go with it, actually. Because I'm down for fun. I like R-Truth. I like Santino. I like Danhausen. Like, I like comedy. I'm big in comedy and wrestling. I've always enjoyed those things. But not everything has landed in the past. And I think this needed a bit of tweaks as well for me as well. But the reaction, I think it was worth doing just to get that reaction, just to get that feedback, just to see how people responded. And then you can take that data, look at it on Monday, look at how, you know, social media engagement, what were the numbers like? Video views, what was the numbers like? Give us a general idea of comments. And is there even a way that AI can measure positive comments versus negative comments? And actually, percentage was 60-40 negative. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, can AI do that? I have no idea. But I'm sure there's some sort of technology that is available to businesses the size of WWE that we don't have available to us, that can give them some interesting feedback. And then from there, you know, you can tweak it maybe and, you know, just make it work a bit better. So, yeah, lots of Gingerbread Man comments, but Scotty, shout out to you. I think it was worth a try. Chris said, I don't mind the Gingerbread Man segment. I thought it was funny. My daughter watches with me and she's 4 and she thought it was absolutely hilarious. Scotty said, I think the product is lacking. Perhaps comedy should hit better if the product was better. Well, do you know, you make a good point there as well, actually. You make a good point because if we were getting like great matches and the fans were feeling really satisfied, then maybe a bit of silly comedy could be easier digested. But actually, when you're getting a lot of matches that, like we got yesterday, a lot of matches that are like low-end good, which is probably floating around that sort of 5.5 range. I mean, it's not, do you know what I mean? It's like average at best. And that's all you're getting. And so really then that means that like a Gingerbread Man segment has to do a bit of lifting, really, for the show. I thought the Heyman Cody segment was great. Definitely got a lot from that. I mean, I enjoyed that. And I didn't think the show was terrible. I thought the matches were okay. Could have been better, but equally they could have been worse. And I like the Heyman segment. I like the Jacob segment at the start of SmackDown. But yeah, it is true. I mean, by the time we got to that main event segment, that Gingerbread Man segment felt like it had been built up to be a significant segment. I mean, it wasn't just a little inconsequential comedy bit. It was the main event. So it was carrying a bit of weight. And then, you know, the reveal is that it's just little Yachty and they just beat up Sami, and you just sort of go, that's what it was leading to. That's what this whole thing has just led to. So, but you know, it made noise, didn't it? It made noise. It made conversation. There was lots of memes that people have had fun making as well. So I think it was a worthwhile experiment. I always like to think, if I'm in the room, right, and I'm sat around the table and there's someone going to pitch the idea, my first reaction would be, no, I don't think it will work, right? But of course, you can't be a person that's going to go, no, we're not doing that. I mean, you wouldn't be in that position, right? You probably would just be on the writing team, so you wouldn't have final say. So, I mean, you'd be able to put your idea in if I don't think it will work. Chances are they're still going to do it. But my honest reaction after it would be, well, it was worth doing, actually, because everything might not have landed, but what did land? What did work? I think the fans, or certain fans, enjoyed making memes out of it. And I think that the surprise of what it's main eventing, and actually, like, how's this segment gonna go? And as I said, I was quite, if my power had gone off before I got to see that funeral segment, I would have been really disappointed, because what the hell is this segment? What are we doing? I mean, this could be one of the all-time car crash segments, or it could low-key be something the fans just fall in love with because it's actually been really well executed and it's actually quite clever. And, you know, I don't know that it achieved either of those. I don't know that it was bad enough to be like an absolute car crash. Many out there will say, yes, it was. It certainly was not clever enough to be an all-time amazing segment. But maybe the odd person would say it was, right? Maybe the odd person would say, yes, I enjoyed the song and I thought the way it was all done was amazing, right? And as you said, kids as well. We got to remember, kids watch this. We all fall in love with WWE largely when we're children. So for them, it ticks a box, doesn't it? You know? But should it have been in the main event slot? Should it have been hyped up as much as it was? Should it have been, you know, kind of teased all night with those little videos where they had the Gingerbread Man at various historical moments? You know what I mean? They made such a big thing out of it that I think by the time we got to the segment, like, it was going to have to be something really quite special, monumental. And it was just little Yachty in the costume. It was just like the other week when it was Sami in the costume. So, yeah. Lots to talk about with it, though. I mean, there's been such a reaction to it that... and I do find it funny as well, like, seeing AEW fans having to go at WWE fans and stuff like that. I mean, AEW have done nonsense. We all remember the Texas Chainsaw Massacre match and whatnot. I mean, they're not immune to nonsense as well. So I think everyone needs to sit this out. I don't think this is a tribal thing. I certainly don't think any company's got a chance to come in and kind of make themselves out that they're above this kind of stuff. It does find its way into most promotions at some point. TNA has done plenty of this kind of stuff. AAA has done plenty of this stuff. You know, it's, as you said, you know, it's kind of baked into wrestling in many ways. But I think the fallout of it has been very interesting. Gingerbread said, I'm excited to see where SmackDown will go with Gunther coming in and the possibility of CM Punk. Plus, Fatal Influence are a great fit on there. Hopefully Danhausen is going to sacrifice the Gingerbread Man and we will just be done with it. Glockner said the Mercedes Monet puppets. Yeah, I mean, I can't really comment too much because I don't watch AEW. I actually thought the Manet puppet looked quite good, actually. It is funny, isn't it, that like Harley Cameron, I think, had a puppet where she was, I don't know why she had the puppet. I don't know if she was a big Mercedes fan and so she made this puppet or whatever, or if she was doing it to get into her head. I'm not sure what the motive was behind it. But like, it's funny how the optic of that is something that fans are like, you know, you do silliness as well. There might have been a good reason why she had that puppet. I don't know. It might be she was a big fan and she made this thing out of excitement, you know? Or it might be that she wanted to get into her head because she wanted to get the title. So she was sort of... Wasn't it a case? I heard... so much just jumped in my head. Was it that Mercedes wouldn't speak to Harley and so she made a puppet so that she could do promos with Mercedes and act out how the promo would go? Was it something like that? You see, it's quite funny. For me, for this kind of comedy, silliness to work, I do like for there to be reasoning behind it. I've kind of always been that way. This is why I could go with a puppet. I'd have no problem with that in WWE. I just need to know why we're doing it, really. But there's people out there that don't need that. There's people out there that are just like, yeah, I'll take a gingerbread man. I don't need to know why. I'll take a puppet. I don't need to know why. And that's okay as well. Like, you know, to each their own. But I kind of know where I sit on it. And like, for my taste, I like to have fun. I like to have banter. I like to, you know, kind of engage in those things. So I can go with pretty much anything. Like I can go with stuff, but I think I just need like reasons as to why we're doing it. And then that I can understand it and I can enjoy it, and yeah, that's kind of where I sit on it. So to each their own. It's certainly caused a big conversation and divided opinion and all of that stuff, but yeah, it's definitely got a history. As we said, we've definitely done stuff like that before. Okay, I was just looking here at what's being said. I just want to get to a couple of these bits because these are kind of the latest bits of news that are coming in. So we've got what's this, Roman? The greatest Roman title defenses. Is this listed by anyone, or is that just from Fades? Swerve says calls Kofi one of the top 5 guys to ever do it. So Swerve just showing Kofi a bit of love. Bailey posting a picture of her, Asuka, and Iyo. So this is just ahead of the Iyo Asuka match. I think Bailey just showing her support for her former Damage Control members. According to WWE have listed Roman's top 10 title defenses. LA Knight at Crown Jewel. Brock Lesnar, SummerSlam 2002. I believe that's the one with the tractor coming down. That was a crazy moment. That was a crazy match, actually. Cody at Mania 39. So that's where Roman gets the win thanks to Jacob. Jey Uso, Hell in a Cell 2020. Sami Zayn at 4. John Cena at SummerSlam. I don't actually regard that highly, you know. I don't regard it that. I certainly don't put Logan at 6. I can't say I agree with that. I'd probably move Kevin Owens higher. I'd move Drew at Clash at the Castle. I mean, that meant so much. Logan at Crown Jewel ahead of Drew at Clash at the Castle. Perhaps the sing-song afterwards sort of ruined it a little bit. I don't know. Perhaps the sing-song ruined it. Carmen Petrovich. Charlotte with the young fan that I think has inspired some of Charlotte's gear. There's the kickoff panel. They're all talking about Roman's great title defenses. Tiffany is just looking super cute. Former producer said that TKO's involvement in WWE decisions could be the downfall of the wrestling business. And just a glimpse at the Superstore that's going on. So not much. We haven't got much in the way of like rumors or anything at the moment. No other bits and bobs, but we'll keep an eye on that. Okay. I think he's getting experience of the Indies, said Jesse. He might show up sometime, but he's getting experience under his belt. Is that Zilla? I miss Mercedes. Sasha and I love Sasha's music, said Keegan. Higgy said, is anyone else struggling to watch on YouTube on a smart TV? Or is it just my phone and PC is all good, but smart TV is lagging? I don't have any drop frames or anything. So I don't know if it's this you're struggling with, or if I'm not struggling with that either, to be honest. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a smart TV issue. To each their own. Yeah, thank you. I wish I had heard that in the wrestling community space, said Scotty. No, definitely. I think that is... I mean, that is the mentality, isn't it? I can understand. And it's took me... Listen, I forget this on a regular basis, but I have got better at understanding not everything that WWE make is aimed at me. Things like Total Divas, Total Bellas. I mean, that was never made for me. It's not something I gravitate towards, but I've met people like Metal Mama who said they got brought into wrestling because of those shows. So that was not aimed at me, but there was a purpose to it. It's a bit like the Bellas. The Bellas, they're not aimed at me. They're not meant for me. They're meant for other people that, different demographics, females. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's for them. So, I suppose like with wrestling, you have to just watch it. You're going to get a fair bit out of it. You might not get not everything might be for you, but yeah, I think this is a good mentality to have for people to kind of understand. Not everything on the show is going to land and is going to work for you. And there might be the odd thing that you disagree with, but hopefully it's nothing too major. I mean, the Gingerbread Man thing, it should largely be done now. I think that's it. So, like, that should be it. Should have been a couple of weeks. If you really hated it, forget about it. It's in the past, Although Danhausen did take the costume. But I think some sort of Gingerbread Man stuff with Danhausen, you could probably, expect that. I don't think it'll be in the main event of SmackDown again. So if you struggle with it, it's done. Forget it. Move on. We've got Backlash coming up. If you enjoyed it, you got a little freebie, didn't you? You got something to enjoy, and it might be an indicator of, something that they could bring back in the future for a couple of weeks. That sort of comedy. Right. Bellarami said, Metal Mama, this is also our house. I was so happy to see Paige and the Bellas on here. Naomi coming back, Natty. If we had Chelsea, oh, my heart, said Metal Mama. She did say that the other day, didn't she? Natalia said that she'd be really interested in like relaunching Total Divas. I think it'd be good if they did. Again, don't have to watch it if you don't want to watch it, but I think that would be good. I think there is a space for that. I could see Tiffany and Liv. I don't know if I could see Rhea, but I suppose anyone could be on it, couldn't it? All you're doing is getting a glimpse into their personal lives. So I'm guessing Rhea would be on it. Iyo would be quite interesting. Kind of, you're getting a glimpse into their personal lives, getting a glimpse into, what they get up to day to day. And of course, there's a bit of manufactured drama, of course. So, yeah, I think there's a place for it. I'm sure they could find a home for it somewhere. Club WWE, it could be the exclusive content. Right, we are less than 5 minutes away. Big E looks good in a suit, said Suzanne. Big E looks good in everything, Suzanne. There is Wade Barrett making his way down to the ring. Kathy Kelly is standing by the front row. We got a couple of guys in Nasty Boy shirts. Look at them. Couple of lads in Nasty Boy shirts. Yes. Respect. Respect. We see you. We respect you. I I like that. If you're going to rep a wrestler, yes, you can rep Roman Reigns. Everyone's going to do that. Rep the Nasty Boys, yeah? Where's the Repo Man fans? Where's the Tatanka heads at? Yeah? That's what I want to know. Where's the Ryback gang? Where's all the guys in the Ryback singlets? That's what I want to know. Where's all the James Ellsworth stands? There's got to be a group celebrating Spirit Squad or 3MB or something like this. If you really want to stand out, that's what you do. I'm a Repo fan for sure, said Chris. Who's ready for the show, said Dean. Dean, we're all ready. We were born ready. Adam said it's going to be Pat McAfeehausen. The redemption begins. Right. Tommy said, how many pits are we going to see? We're going to need a portfolio. Oh, Tommy Toy Travels would love it, wouldn't he? Oh, imagine that, though. Imagine that. I bet there are a lot of beard up fans. To be honest, if I'd had a few beers and I was out with mates and I saw some people dressed as the Nasty Boys, I would probably go over and ask for a picture and I'd be like, give me a pit stop, yeah! I wouldn't actually put my head there, though. Right? I wouldn't put my head there. But that's what they used to do, wasn't it? Do you know what I would go as? Yeah? Bushwhacker stand, that's what I would be. And then you'd probably have a load of people going like, lick me, lick me. Like that. You'd have to be licking everyone. I don't think you'd want to do that. Personal hygiene isn't every wrestling fan's best friend, is it? Actually, if you think about it, the Bushwhackers were doing God's work, weren't they? They were cleaning a lot of those fans, actually, with the licking. That was brave. A lot of people look back now and they're like, oh, imagine being one of those fans that the Bushwhackers licked. Oh, imagine being the Bushwhackers. Having to lick these random people. No one ever thinks about it from their perspective, actually. Right, we have got some song. I don't know if it's the national anthem or America the Beautiful, because I actually just clicked off it so I could go to Netflix. But there is a song in session. We've got Nasty Boys. Scotty is bringing the Nasty Boys theme into the chat right now. Love to see it. Get the pits out, said Miss Clown. Here we go, says Connor. Yeah. The excitement is real. This event is about to start. So it's going to be on ESPN2, isn't it, this first hour? We've had lots of conversations. We kind of know where we are in regards to who we're thinking is going to win. We've had a good chat about who's going to be the partner for Danhausen. We don't know the answer to it, but we've explored who's most likely. People are saying it's absolutely packed inside the venue right now. So, Corey saying it's packed here in Backlash. We're in Tampa, of course. Lovely place to go and visit. Lovely place to go and visit. Okay. USA, said Spawny Boy. Chris, shout out to you. Chanting for USA and the UK. The greatest country in the history of the world. USA, said Glockness. Okay, here we go. We are live on Netflix. We're just looking at Tampa. And we are... we got Michael Cole just saying a few words. We're just seeing people arrive. Trick Williams with Little Yachty and Sami. There is Iyo and Asuka. Big cheer. Iyo not making it onto the WrestleMania cards. I don't think Asuka did either, did she? Here's Danhausen arriving in his Danhausen mobile. There is Jacob. I think we've seen this footage a couple of times. Jacob arriving. And there's Roman. There's Roman. Roman just sat, contemplating what he has got coming up tonight. Welcome to Tampa, said Michael Cole. I don't know. We've got Seth and Bron and Sami Trick. Those are going to be our first 2 matches, and they're going down in this first hour. Okay, so we're just seeing Roman, Jacob. We just got a video package building towards our main event. Right. We are so ready, said Sean. Hello, Sean. Hope you're doing well. Smurfy Murphy says, you are cursed. Is this the show or pre-show? No, this is the show. The show is actually... The first hour is going to be on ESPN2 as well, but it's still the show. This is the PLE. So we've just got a cold open right now. That's where we are. Okay. Solo will be the one to interfere tonight, said Guru. NordVPN has not failed me yet, said Spawny Boy. Are you watching it on Netflix, are you, buds? Roman has sent a message to Jacob. He said, Jacob, we'll always be family, but after tonight, you'll understand why they chose me. You'll understand why I'm one of one. You'll understand why I'm head of the table. At Backlash, you will acknowledge your tribal chief. So there we go. A word from Roman, a tweet from Roman. That sent about an hour ago. Roman Reigns just letting Jacob know you will acknowledge your tribal chief. Okay, cold open just coming to a close. We have a Danhausen face paint booth. I thought that was Axe from Demolition for us. Here come the Axe. Here come the... I thought, is that Smasher in the background? She might be a Smasher, I'm not sure. She looks like a Smasher, doesn't she, eh? So, there we go. I was like, Axe, what are you doing? Axehausen. Right, let's go. What's going to be our opening match of the evening? It's Seth Rollins. Okay, Seth Rollins coming out. It's going to be Seth Rollins versus Bron Breakker. So we've been doing polls all night. Let's end the poll. He's all in black. He's got a mask over his mouth. I'm not sure what look we're going for. Is this a look? Is this a vibe? Is this like Bane or something? I'm not sure. Seth making his way down to the ring then. It's not like the craziest look, is it? It's not anything like mind-blowing. It's Mortal Kombat, Seth. Is it more? I don't know. Is it Mortal Kombat? Okay, Seth Rollins then is getting in the ring. Bron Breakker will be coming out next. Nice cheer for Seth as he is in the ring. The fans are cheering and chanting away, singing his song. Okay. It is Mortal Kombat. Let's find out. Who do you think is going to win? Yeah, we're going to do a poll. We're going to do who wins.
Wade Barrett said it's a bit of a theme of the night tonight. Young stars trying to take down old pillars. It's interesting. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Theme of the night. Okay, so it is I'm not the only one that thought Bane. Fightful have said Seth Rollins with a Bane-esque mask. You can't really see it that well there, though, can you, to be honest? Here's Bron Breakker. There it is. There it is. If the Shield ever reunites, I imagine this is what a current-day Seth Rollins attire would look like. Slam X. Here's Bron Breakker. He's making his way down with Heyman. I like the jacket. Red singlet is okay. I'm not sure. It's got like a big B on it. I'm not sure about that. It reminds me a bit of the B Team. Do you remember the B Team? Bron Breakker in the ring. I kind of like the mean mugging that he just gave to the camera there, though. Okay, Bron Breakker in there. There's a lot of bad blood as these two get head-to-head. Okay, here we go. This could be fun. Daisy, you backstage? I think you might be Danhausen's mystery partner, says Mayor. I cannot confirm or deny that, buds. But actually, no, I'm not. I'm too lazy for that. Big boot there by Seth, and we are underway. Seth going for a suicide dive, lands into Bron. Bron goes down. LS Dub, hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. LS Dub, I loved your thumbnail. I thought it looked so good. I was watching your video. Excellent, as always. LS Dub, excellent content creator if you're interested in hearing some WWE thoughts. Bron Breakker, that quite a bit of space. That's a different setup, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that. That is a different setup. There's a lot more room there. I wonder why they've set it up that way. A lot more room around the ringside area. I don't know about the other side, because that's obviously the timekeeper's area, so that might have stayed the same. But yeah, not the usual setup of the barricades. A lot more space for them to work. Don't hate that. Even with that, it's still not enough. Into the crowd goes Seth Rollins. Oh! Interesting that, isn't it? It's always set up the same way, but it's not set up that way this time. Back in the ring goes Bron. Seth Rollins is climbing up. Seth Rollins gets caught. Back elbows there by Seth. Oh, to the outside. Seth Rollins goes down. It's probably for the Danhausen mobile, said Wayne. Christopher said, you're delayed. Don't know, but got it live. I can't get any more live than live. So maybe I've just got a little bit of a delay. Have you finished the show already then, have you? I hope Backlash is going to be good. From last night said, ultimate super fan of Alexa Bliss. Hello, buds. Chop coming in there by Seth. And again, green shirt guy in the front row, as you would imagine. Bron Breakker throwing in some shots. Bron Breakker in control. Seth Rollins going back into the ring. Bron Breakker getting in. I sort of like as well how there's
I know a lot of people aren't going to agree, and this is fine, but I sort of like how there's only 5 matches in the sense of every match matters. Like this, you've got to pay attention to this, and you would want to anyway, but like it matters. After this, there's only 4 matches. If there was like 10 matches and you're just like, do you know what I mean? There's like loads of wrestling happening tonight. You might find yourself just sort of like, nah, this ain't grabbing me. I'll see what the next match does. But actually, you can't really do that because each match matters and there's not loads of matches tonight. So you've got to, I suppose, got to put a bit of effort in yourself as well. If you find yourself like sort of drifting out of it, not that I have, but if you did, you got to get back in because there's only 4 matches after this. And one of them is like a comedy thing. Suplex there by Bron Breakker. Right now we've got Bron Breakker going over. Looking for German. Bron Breakker just being slow, methodical, in control. Bron Breakker is getting up to his feet. Going over, getting Seth. So it's quite slow and methodical at the moment. He's got a headlock applied right now. It's going to be a comedy match, Hausen, said Ray. Connor said, this is a good match. Well, at the moment, he's keeping it grounded right now, Bron Breakker. So, Bron Breakker keeping Seth down. Okay, Seth trying to find a way back into this. Chop coming in there by Seth. Another chop coming in there by Seth. Another chop there by Seth as well. He's got Bron Breakker. No, reversed. Okay, Invincible Versus is sponsoring this. I don't know if that's a game, but part of me is wondering if it is a game, does that explain why Seth Rollins was wearing what he was wearing? Was Seth Rollins wearing something from Invincible Versus? Right now, Bron Breakker grabbing a hold of Seth. You chose everything for yourself. You're self-centered. I just needed you to give me a chance, but you didn't. That's what Bron Breakker just said. Okay, right now we've got Seth trying to get back up to his feet. Oh, down he goes. Okay, Seth is trying to get back into this. He's like, come on. Momentum is heading over to Seth. He blocks the shot. Shot coming in there by Seth. And again, shot coming in. Bron Breakker being backed over against the ropes. Oh, duck underneath, picking up speed. Here we go. Do you know, that's really dangerous, actually. I really like that spot. So it was Seth that Irish whipped Bron Breakker into the ropes. Bron Breakker went to the ropes and just kept picking up speed, getting quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. That was actually Seth's own doing then. That was a real mistake by Seth. I like that spot. I thought that was probably my favourite part of the match so far, actually. He's very impressive when he gets going, isn't he, Bron Breakker? When he really starts picking up speeds, he's very impressive. Jared said, evening all, Bron needs better attire, in my opinion. I do agree. I do agree. I think the big B on the front is a little bit bananas in pajamas. It's a bit B team. 1, 2, shoulder up. Bron Breakker just having a word there with the referee. There's a slap to the face by... and again, a couple of slaps coming in there by Seth. Couple of elbows. Okay, right now he's got him back in the corner. He's driving his shoulder in. He's climbing up. Pace of this just slowing down a little bit. Bron Breakker, Seth in the corner. 15 minutes gone into this event so far. Bron Breakker goes down. I wonder what the game is about, said Dean. Don't know. Whoa! 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Seth. I don't know that he got all of that. Yeah, that's kind of being quite kind, isn't it? That Frankensteiner off the top. Okay, yeah, the Oracle, Heyman just having a few words there with Bron Breakker, but there was a bit of a crash and a burn. Right now, we've got Seth going over against the ropes. We've got Bron Breakker coming over. He's grabbing Seth, knee to the midsection. Gets thrown over the top to the outsides. Boos for Bron Breakker. I like the match, said El Esther. Yeah, it didn't look the greatest, said Tyler. Cena held down the Nexus, said Alexis. Bron needs a win tonight. Seth does not, said Who Review. Super kick coming in there by Seth. Bron Breakker definitely feeling that. He came charging round and a super kick by Seth. David said, could Miz Girl be the secret partner tonight? Well, I hope so. That would be a real dream come true. The Miz would be shocked if Angry Miz Girl was the partner. I think we'd all be shocked. Right now we've got Bron Breakker trying to get back into the ring, and he does. Both of them getting in, beating the count. This match continuing. Seth charging over, colliding into Bron. No joy at the moment. Clothesline. Fans are singing Seth's song. Another clothesline as well. Short arm clothesline. Bron Breakker in the middle of the ring. Forearm shots coming in. Jackal said Bron is the spitting image of Scott's. Here we go. Against the ropes. Seth Rollins. Against the ropes, trying to pick up speed. He can't do it as well as Bron Breakker, but he does connect with the clothesline. Bron Breakker managing to kick out right now. Back in the corner, looking for the curb. He couldn't get the curb because Bron Breakker actually got to his knees. I think they could have made a bigger moment out of that because the curb was on and Bron Breakker kind of got to his knees. I think I think we could have made a bigger moment out of that. He had to kind of deliver a knee to the side of the head instead. But, I mean, that only results in a 2. I think I would have liked Heyman being like, get up, like that. And then Bron Breakker just gets up and Seth has to do the knee instead of, or the kind of shin, rather than the stomp. Yeah, I think there was something there we could have done a bit more with. Right now, he's got Bron. He's got the arms. He's stomping down on their heads. Crowd are invested. Kicks coming in here by Seth. Tommy, shout out to you. And Jared said, I'm not sure if he's cleared, but Elton Prince being the mystery tag partner. I don't think he is, to be honest. There was some chatter about him the other day about how he's not cleared, but that could be misdirection. Bron Breakker, lovely. Military press into a double knees. Bron Breakker goes back to the corner. Charging in, kick coming in there by Seth. Against the ropes.
Oh, it's a little clunky moment again. Standing moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. Yeah, I do think that some of the chemistry in this has just been a little bit off. We had the botch on the Frankensteiner. Little botch there on that little move as well. I don't feel like the match has like settled. It just feels a little bit off. It feels a little bit frantic. It feels a little bit like there's moments we could get more out of. There's little moments not quite landing. There's, I don't know, it's not clicked. Shot coming in there by Bron. And again, I mean, it can't be helped by the fact that Bron Breakker's coming back from an injury where he was out for a good few months. Certainly can't be helped that Seth's obviously only had the WrestleMania match. Buckle bomb. Seth against the rope. Big clothesline. That was a nice moment. I like the buckle bomb into the clothesline. That looked good. Both guys go down. It's not terrible. It's not. Listen, I'm not saying this is a bad match. I'm just saying there's definitely some moments you're like, bang. That's nice, though. I do like the buckle bomb into the clothesline. Maybe we can have a good 5 minutes here. You know, crowd are into it. They're making some noise. Both guys are down. Right now, we got Seth on the outsides. We got Bron Breakker on his knees watching as Seth's on the outside right now. Seth definitely feeling it as Bron Breakker steps out the ring. Bron Breakker going after Seth, grabbing him. Smashing him into the commentary table. He's getting back in the ring. He's on the edge of the ring. He's going to jump off the ring. Bron Breakker. Yeah, launches himself at Seth. They both go over the commentary table. We cut over to Heyman, little smirk on his face. I'm not crazy about that spot. I don't think the crowd are either, because it's not like he does it and the crowd break out into a holy shiz chant or a this is awesome chant or a, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it gets the sort of reaction that it should really. Bron Breakker is climbing up. Bron Breakker climbing up. Seth Rollins is looking for a big superplex. Gets it. Middle of the ring. No, reversed. Oh. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. Well, that was a good spot. I like the buckle bomb bit. I like the Falcon Arrow. Cameron said a bold prediction of the night. The Usos are going to try and help Roman, but they accidentally cost Roman the title. It's leading to Roman joining with Pat and Gingerbread Man. Let's go. I think that's the dream for many of us, isn't it? That is the dream. Fans are singing the songs. Da-na-na. Okay, right now, Bron Breakker going over to Seth. Seth slumped in the corner. There's been some good stuff in this. Fans are still invested in it as well. Seth in the corner. Bron Breakker climbing up. Looking for a superplex of his own. Shot coming in there by Seth. Kind of raking of the back. Bron Breakker definitely feeling that. Bron Breakker coming over, jumping up, going to go for that Frankensteiner again. Yeah, it still doesn't look quite right, does it? Seth over in the corner. Bron Breakker coming over, throwing in a shots. Is he going for another one? Is he going to go for it again? He's going up. He is going for it. This time, Seth tries to land on his feet. Bron Breakker looking over at Seth. Seth's still there. Bron Breakker goes over. Kick coming in. Super kick there by Seth. Another super kick by Seth. Bron Breakker grabbing, looking for a choke slam. It's a pedigree. Gets it. Pedigree connects. And he's going to be in position for the curb. He's going for the curb. Gets the curb. I don't know that he can get the pin, though. Paul Heyman pops up like a Pop-Tart. Paul Heyman pops up on the outsides. Heyman with a distraction right now. Curb connected by Seth. Yeah, smile on the face of Seth. Smile on the face of Seth. I don't know why he's got a smile on his face. He's gone and grabbed a chair. So I don't know where he's going to use that chair, though. Is he going to use the chair on Heyman, or is he using the chair on Bron Breakker? Oh, he's using the chair on Theory. There's Logan. Logan had made his way down. We got a chair shot there by Seth. Seth dishing out these chair shots. Curb on the outside, so the Vision are making their presence felt. He's still got that chair, though. I mean, we've got lots of shenanigans that Seth's having to deal with here. Seth chasing after Logan. I don't know if any of this is kind of helping people's enjoyment of the match, but it was probably to be expected. He's running back down, getting in the ring. He's going to get caught with a pretty weak-looking spear. 1, 2, shoulder up. There's just bits in there. That spear just looked weak to me. I suppose you had to expect the outside interference from the Vision, but yeah, like some of the Frankensteiners didn't look brilliant in this match. Like, it feels like Bron Breakker's lacking a bit of sharpness. I think it's to be expected, though, isn't it? I mean, could you imagine if Seth had got in the ring just as Bron was coming off the ropes and just absolutely knocked him into the Shadow Realm? That would have been good. Straps are coming down, though. Straps are coming down. Against the ropes go. Here we go. He's picking up speeds. What we were looking for. Ooh, turned into a pedigree. So he was about to deliver that spear we were looking for. Seth Rollins is back. He's going to go for a super curb. He's going from that second rope. Leaps. Oh, spear in the air by Bron Breakker. Mid-air spear by Bron. And now I think he's going to pick up some speeds. This is where Bron Breakker shines. Bang! And that'll be it, surely. That'll be it. Bron Breakker. 1, 2, 3. Bron Breakker does get the win over Seth. There was some outside interference from the Vision. But, and even Heyman, who popped up like a Pop-Tart. So there was a bit of a numbers game. But Bron Breakker picks up the victory in what I think is going to be a fairly well-received match, actually. I think it's going to be fairly well-received. It might have been a little off in places, a little clunky in places, but by and large, I think it will be well-received, but we'll see. This is where you can have your say. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about the match? Did you think it was an all-time match? Did you think it was a great match? Did you think it was good? It was good. It was okay. I'll take it. Or do you think it was bad? Do you think it was like, nah, too much of it was off? Like, what's your thoughts? So we got our first result of the evening. Seth Rollins falls to Bron Breakker. Honestly, the hitting of the ropes, it looks really good. When he's picking up that pace, You have arrived to the very top, says Wade Barrett. Okay, I thought it was pretty good, said Metal Mama. I think it's like a 3.7, said Corrupt. It was a solid match. It wasn't perfect, though, said Mayor Pete. I woke up from that match, said I am Trash Paint, so I am Trash Paint, not feeling it. It wasn't clean by Bron, said Kiwi Rob. Better timing, and it could have been an all-time, said V85. Yeah, decent. I wanted Rollins to win, says Kurt. Big losses to Gunther, and now this in a row. Both have had outside interference, though, haven't they? So that does sort of protect him to a degree. Is this that game? Because this looks cool. I love the animation style of this. This looks great. What is it? Is that Invincibles versus? It looks all right. That does. I like the animation style. I kind of like the animation style on that. Is this sponsorship thing working on me? Am I actually searching online to find out more about it? Oh, is it available now? It's out now, apparently, at a very reasonable price. I mean, to be honest, you just don't know, do you, what to expect with game prices? But this comes in at a very reasonable $37.99. Invincible Versus is a 2026 fighting game developed by Quarter Up. It is based on Amazon Prime Video animated series. Oh, no, I don't like it anymore. It's based on an animated Prime Video series. 18 playable characters. Well, tell me, what are the reviews, please? Okay, they're just showing Gingerbread Man stuff. IGN gave it 7 out of 10. Metacritic 76%. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. I'm not buying it, but yeah, okay. Bron should have been running around the outside of the ring and then speared Seth in half when he was running back down the ramp. Throw him in the ring, in the ropes. 1, 2, 3, said Wrestle Rants. Invincible Versus is great, said Cheo. Has John Cena made his announcement yet? No. No, he has not. Tom said, Daze, the show is legit brilliant. I'm having to work and listen and watch. Dang customers, said Corey. Corey, shout out to you. You haven't missed loads. Obviously, the first match. We're getting the scores in. I think it will have satisfied. Early feedback is that it's ticked a box. But we are at commercial break right now. So we are at commercial. Jono said a few sloppy mistakes, but it was a great match. It's 4 out of 5, said Jono. Miss 4D said the mystery open will be the Gingerbread Man. He's not dead after all. What, like the mystery partner, you mean? I was talking about the show. It's great, said Cheo. Daze, you should try Red Dead 2, said Wyatt6661. Well, do you know what? I don't have time for games, to be honest. I mean, I stream a lot, as you know. I do member streams. I do unseen videos. I'm always doing stuff. So to sit down and play a game is just, I don't really have the time for it. But a game like that, where it's like pick up and just play like a couple of fights, like a Street Fighter or a Mortal Kombat, that type of thing, I could probably squeeze something like that in. Not that I need to, but I could probably squeeze it in. And I saw the advert for it, and I was like, the animation style looks all right, actually. I kind of, interesting. But I don't know. The more I've looked into it, 76%. That's okay. Be better if it was a bit higher. And it's based on an Amazon Prime animated series. I don't know. It looks okay. I think you could definitely get your money out of it if you purchase it. We're not sponsored by it, though, so I don't want to keep talking about it. Yeah. If they want me to talk about it, they can pay big bucks. Yeah, just like our other sponsors. Alcohol. We're sponsored by alcohol. We're sponsored by alcohol and hard drugs. Yeah, brought to you by Wrestling Daze.
Yeah. Your number one destination for hard Class A drugs. I bet they pay well, though, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? If Class A drugs were going to do sponsorships, that's going to have some... it's going to be worth it, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's going to be worth it. That would actually be a part of the drug industry, I think... No, it probably wouldn't go down well, to be honest. But they can't arrest you, can they? If I was to receive money from a Mexican cartel to promote heroin, am I going to face jail time for that? I don't think I would I? It probably would pay well. I'm not selling the drugs. I'm not telling you where to get the drugs. But, do you know what I mean? I don't have any plans to do that, but I'm just mentally exploring it, you know. I suppose what I'm saying is I'm open to all sponsorship opportunities, yeah? Just got to think about these things, yeah? Got to find ways of getting food on that table, yeah? And maybe heroin is that way. Okay, here we go then. We're back to the arena as Sami Zayn is coming out. Sami Zayn is on his way. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Scheduled for 1 fall. So the first hour is gonna stop being free very soon. It's gonna be about 24 minutes or so. Sami Zayn making his way down to the ring. Justice for the Gingerbread Man sign. Oh, that person's booing in the suit. I've seen him a few times, actually. I don't know what his name is. Suit Man. Suit Man. Sami Zayn has made his way down to the ring then. Sami Zayn can see a ride or die sign, I think, as he points over in the direction of that person. Okay, Seth, Bron, we're going to get the result of that match, and then we're going to put a poll up asking who do you think's going to win this next one. Ride or die Sami Zayn sign. Right in the middle of where the hard cam is. Okay, 52, 8. It's come out as great 60. Okay. Sami's feeling great. Quit lying. Trick Williams said, quit lying. Since you met me, I've been running this. I'm the puppet master. Trick Williams said, tonight all the games are over. And you're going to see that. Okay, lights go out. Here he comes. Bum, 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 bum. What? That. Louds, yeah, man. Louds. Trick and Oba have translated to the main roster so well. So well. Trick Williams on his platform. Little Yachty comes walking out. Little Yachty has still got that candy cane kendo stick. I'm sure there'll be a little Yachty figure at some point, and it might even come with a gingerbread man head and a candy cane stick. I could see Mattel doing that, actually. Okay, here we go then. Trick Williams making his way out. And we'll be underway with match number 2. Their match at WrestleMania was, I got to admit, a bit of a low point, really. I don't think people were, like, crazy about it. It's not one that I think people really were raving about after the fact. I know why Sami hates Trick. Trick's a former world champ, and Sami is not, says David. Do you know, that's really interesting because I genuinely don't know if WWE recognized the TNA Championship as a world championship. It's an interesting one. Would they recognize Trick as a former world champion right now? I genuinely don't know. By that logic, is Ariana Grace a world champion? Right now, Sami gets pushed down. Sami goes right back up, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving, and we are underway. Well, about to be underway. Sean said, tell me your experiences watching El Grande in the 90s and how it felt when he disappeared. Well, there was a lot of concern, to be honest, buds. When El Grande, we just wanted to know that he was safe. And, yeah, there was a big kind of movement to see if he could be tracked down, but no one could find him. So, this is why I think people are so emotionally connected to his return. Right now, we got Sami being driven back in the corner. Trick Williams in control in the early stages of this one. Sami Zayn. He's going to look to back away. Chop coming in there by Sami, and again backs away. To be honest, I never really thought about it. I remember the night he became TNA champion, said Davids. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. It's a conversation that has come up before. Certainly TNA recognized their belt as being a world title. But I don't know. I don't know if WWE do or if they don't. It's not something we've had clarity on. Chop coming in there by Trick. And again. Trick with another chop coming in. I don't know what it says on his arm tape, on his arm sleeve. Does it say NXT? Something. NXT. I don't know what it says. I just saw NXT on whatever is on his arm. Big boot coming in. And again. Yeah, what that Trick is actually stomping away on Sami to the beat. What that Trick. What that Trick. Infectious charisma, says Michael Cole. Sami goes against the ropes, rolls out of the ring. Trick Williams coming over. Going to the outsides. The way they got Sami booed after Usi stuff needs to be studied, said Liam. Creative failures. There's been many creative failures. It's quicker to list the creative successes, to be honest with you. Right now, Sami and Trick on the outside. Trick going into those ring steps. Trick is down. Sami is grabbing those ring steps. Sami picking up the ring steps, and little Yachty comes round. Little Yachty's got that candy cane thing. He's not using it at the moment. Little Yachty on the outsides. Sami getting back in. Shot coming in there by Sami. Yeah, the fans booing away. Sami can't quite understand why, and they're speaking about that on commentary. Chop coming in there by Sami. Clothesline there by Sami as well. Trick goes down. 1, 2. There is a bit of a let's go Sami, Sami sucks chant. Let's go Sami, Sami sucks. I can't actually chat. I can't hear what they're I can hear Sami sucks. I don't think it's let's go Trick. Oh, what was that chant? That was maybe the best Bron match ever, said Wrestle with Andy. Right now we got little Yachty on the outsides. Sami coming over. Oh, Trick with a capoeira kick. Net breaker there by Trick. Nice kick. Nice net breaker. Bang. Okay, shot coming in there by Trick. And again, Sami goes down. Trick's got Sami. We've got a bit of pace in the match. Nice, lovely kick there by Trick. Sami getting scooped up. Slammed down. Trick's looking out, looking around. We've got to whoop that Trick chance at the moment. He's taking his time. He's got Sami up. Sami reverses. Trick goes down. Big boot there by Trick. Sami feeling that. Trick goes back over into the corner. Sami doesn't quite know where he is at the moment. He's getting back up to his feet. No joy. Sami gets driven down there by Trick. 1, 2. Kick out there by Sami. Okay, that was okay. Good to see Trick do some work, said Choco Latte. Maybe Trick has got NX Trick tattoos. I think it's written on the actual thing. I could see NXT, but I couldn't make out. It could be NX Trick. That would make sense. Right now, we've got Trick going up. Sami perched. He's got him at the moment. Back elbow there by Sami. And again. Big clubbing blows coming down there by Sami. Fans are booing away. They're not with him. I mean, I don't think we expected him to be with him, to be honest. Goes over, looking. Power bombs him down. Sami, 2. Kick out there by Trick. Championship on the line here, but I don't think anyone's expecting it to change hands. I'm certainly not expecting it to change hands. Sami looking around. Trick has improved a lot in ring. He was never bad, but he's still getting better. I just don't like the finisher, said Radiated Zombie. I never did that poll, did I? Asking you who you thought was going to win. Who wins? That's my bets. Sami charging over. Big boot there by Trick. Big boot by Trick. Oh, Blue Thunderbomb connects. 1, 2. Kick out there by Trick. Blue Thunderbomb was nice. There are levels to this. It's good that he got that. I mean, he's a big man, is Trick. I've met Trick. He's a big guy. Getting a Blue Thunderbomb on Trick. Shot coming in there by Sami. Trick Williams is down. Oh, Sami springboards. Okay, now he's acting like he's got an injury, but I think it's possum. I am not buying it. Right now, we've got insides. 1, 2. Kick out there by Trick. Yeah, Sami was playing possum. Little Yachty trying to distract Sami. Sami, bang with the kendo. Cracks. Trick, here we go. 1, 2. Trick kicks out. Sami taking a shortcut in the match. I'm not down on that. As a Sami fan, I'm not down on that. Sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. Crowd are booing him out the building. You do whatever it takes. People are trying to cheat at you, so try and cheat them back. But still couldn't get the job done. Still, even with that, couldn't put Trick away. Shake of the head there by Little Yachty. Trick climbing over, getting over to the corner. Kicks coming in. More kicks coming in. So Trick still down at the moment. Sami coming over. More stomps. Heel turn come in. Said wrestle squat. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think that was the heel turn, but shades of a turn. We're definitely in the neighborhood of a turn. We're knocking on all the doors, seeing where the turn lives. Oh, but Little Yachty getting involved. Big boot there by Trick. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Sami kicks out this time. That was nice. Little Yachty. Crack it. Oh, so it's all right if Little Yachty does it, yeah? It's all right if Little Yachty does it. Listen, we're fighting fire with fire here. Yeah? Anything goes in this one. I proper walloped him as well. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Little Yachty is getting an effing chant. I am dying, said Alex. Right now, we've got Sami over by the ropes. Trick goes to the outsides. So Trick goes down on the outsides. Shot there by Sami. He nails. Oh, he throws in a couple of shots. I don't think he really connected with much there. Hit him. Really hit him, Sami. Don't just tap him. Flip him. Knock him into the shadow realm. There's these little... Use the end, Sami. Bang! Sami, side of the head. Ah! Let's go. Let's go. Right now, he's going to go on the steps. Someone's going for a ride. Oh, it's Trick. DDT into the ring steps. Drove him into the ring steps. Back in the ring goes Trick. Sami on the outside of the ring. We've got Little Yachty. Don't know what we're doing here. Sami looking for a haluva. Ah! Even that didn't satisfy. Enough's enough. The dude gets involved in the matches and enough's enough. The hell? Beat him up. I'd have that flipping kendo stick sticking out his back. Trick shot. Sami down. 1, 2, 3. That gets it for Trick. Trick retains. And the fans are celebrating. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing this is going to be... I'm guessing this is going to be the end of it. It should be the end of it. There ain't really too much I think Sami's going to be able to salvage from this feud. He certainly doesn't need that championship. Are we going to get like a double turn now or anything? Little Yachty is throwing money out to the crowds. I don't get the hype, said Paulie. Is he the $1 million man, said Corey. Let's get people's thoughts in. Get your match scores in. What did you think about that match? Obviously, we got the John Cena segment coming up. So we've still got trick shot there by Trick. Sami gets put away. Wade Barrett apparently has got some of that money. Trick on the ring celebrating. And Sami is just kind of sat on the outsides. There's nothing, no double turn or anything along those lines. Where the hell we go from this now, I have absolutely no idea. What they're going to do with Sami after this, I mean, if you're not going to turn him heel, what are you going to do? Okay. The event's continuing, but the coverage ends on ESPN2. Okay, get your thoughts in. People are saying Sami Hogan. That's 2 losses for Sami in a row against Trick. Daze, do we think we should alternate between Raw and SmackDown exclusive pay-per-views like Ruthless Era? I suppose you could, in regards to like Saturday night's main event, and then because we've got a lot that are coming up right now. So with like how fast they are coming at you, maybe there is something to that. But then I suppose you've got the cons, haven't you, of that means that some of your favorite stars are not going to be on the shows. You know, people want to see the big stars from both brands. So, but I think the depth is there. I think the roster's so good that you could actually get away with it, but I don't think WWE have got the appetite to do it. Can we just avoid this damn Hogan documentary? Yeah. We are at commercial break, but they were just promoting that again. So get in your score for that second match. Everyone needs to be safe when it comes to the World Cup. There's some terrible virus that's out there, said Reyes. Is there? I've not heard about this. Netflix is using the break music from NXT, said Davids. The match did drag, but Trick cooked at the end, so 4 stars, said AB. Bring back Nitro. Make it a third brand, said Gavin. Matt Pete said you couldn't create a PLE with 5 interesting SmackDown matches. Well, that would be the question mark. I think you could, but you would have to get all of the divisions firing. Like the tag division would have to be firing much better than it is right now. The women's division would have to be in a much better place. You know, kind of feels like there's not much for that women's mid-cards. I mean, I suppose it's on Tiffany, but we haven't really got like some great match. But if you had like the SmackDown tag titles being defended, the women's mid-card belt being defended, the Intercontinental Championship, or what is it, US Championship being defended, and then the top 2 titles, that would give you 5 matches. You could obviously do a feud outside of that as well, so that you didn't have every belt being defended. But I think there's a way that you could do it, but you would have to... SmackDown would have to be in a much better place than it is right now. It'd have to be in a much better place than it is right now. That match might ruin the day for me, said Keeks. Triple H has released Stephanie and the kids, said Bama Davtra. What's happening at the moment, said Connor Nothing. We've just got a little commercial break thing, so you are not missing out on anything right now. I still need to know who has the biggest feet and hairiest eyebrows, said Miss Clown. I think it's you, Miss Clown. I think it's you. In the community, it's you. I think Carmelo is going to be Danhausen's partner, said Johnny. Okay. Imagine getting $30 and you get a gimmick match with Danhausen. Most likely a disappointing reveal from Cena, said Mr. Faldy. It is a choice, isn't it, to do it this way? But this is not really WWE in my understanding this is ESPN that have decided this is how they want to do this. So I don't know. You know, they're the ones that are choosing to kind of go this way with presenting the content. Doesn't make a great deal of sense to me, trying to convince people to, you know, spend $30 a month and you're getting 3 matches. Don't know. That is kind of questionable, but maybe they're doing it as a little experiment to see if people kind of go for it, or don't know. They must feel like this is the right thing to do. I must admit, it is quite surprising. Daze, Trick is cheap. Trick is a cheat. Ober's the real deal. He doesn't need to play games, said Christopher. We are getting Trick Carmelo happening at some point or not. Oh, yeah, no, we'll get it at some point. We'll definitely be getting it at some point. Okay, so we have just got a little advert for a war film by the looks of it. Not everyone has to pay extra, though. I get the app for free, said for Beach Kevin. That is true, but you would think that they would be doing this to try and get people to subscribe. I would be thinking that would be the reason for it. Okay, we're just seeing in the Bay, Tampa Bay. What time is it over there? It'd be about 7 right now, wouldn't it? About 5 hours behind where I am. It's midnight right now over here. First hour done. 2 matches in. We'll end the poll. Okay, so you lot said that was just a good match. Okay, Kit Wilson's coming out. We're going to find out who is Danhausen's partner. Okay, good 93, you lot said, Trick Sami. Good 93. We're going to find out the Danhausen partner. I don't think it really makes sense. Who is the partner? Punk, Shane, Jelly Roll, other. Who do you think the partner is? We got a poll up in the chat right now. Okay, so we're going to be getting the Danhausen reveal. This has been a big part of it, actually. Okay, we got Kit Wilson and The Miz in the ring. Everyone's looking in the entranceway. Danhausen, of course, will come out first. They're just giving us a video package right now. The hell is this? This is how this match came about. A very nice, very evil production. This has been edited quite well, actually. It's a story of friendship. That's when he went round his house. Okay, so they're doing this. I've only just realised that they are doing video packages this time. We never had these at WrestleMania, but they are doing them tonight. Yeah, that was quite good as well when they redid the vows. It's a story of betrayal. Apparently, the money that was being thrown out in the crowd was legit, actual, real money that was being chucked out into the crowd. They were actually real dollar bills. People are showing the money that they got, and it was real. So there we go. It would have been worth the 10 grand to get a front row ticket, because you might get a couple of dollars back. This is going to be a new person in charge of graphics and presentation, said Miss Clown. That's quite good. The way they've put this together is quite good. Night of the Living Cursed. And introducing at Backlash, Danhausen's tag team partner. Okay. So Miz is in the ring then. Apparently the box has been moved in the entranceway. So I think the person's going to come out the box. Lights go off. I have no idea what to expect here. There's a noise at the moment. And the crate is in the entranceway. So I'm guessing they're going to come out of this, or I don't know if the person's coming out of it. It looks quite big in the box, to be honest, just from the silhouette, but obviously that could be an illusion. But it says cloning machine on the front of it. Danhausen's music hits. I'm guessing Danhausen's going to come out and then reveal who's in the box. Yeah, he is. There he is. Danhausen Mobile. Danhausen Mobile then. Danhausen coming out, making his way down to the ring. So we've got the cloning machine in the entranceway. Danhausen then is going over to the cloning machine. Here we go then. Danhausen points over at the cloning machine. He's kind of showing it off a little bit like a magician's assistant. He's undoing it. And the partner reveal. I'm expecting whoever comes out to have Danhausen face paint. Okay. It's one of the mini-Hausens. Is that what we're getting? It is one of the mini-Hausens. Where's the rest of him? Says Wade. So is that what we're getting? Because that definitely is not like CM Punk. Danhausen making his way then down to the ring, and it looks like it's going to be one of the mini-Hausens. I'm guessing it's going to be one of the mini-Hausens. Unless there's a swerve coming. Is there going to be a swerve? Like, is it going to be a case that they're going to get into the ring? There's going to be a big boot, and the mini-Hausen is going to get taken out, and then... I don't know, man. Is this it? Is this what it is? It's a ruse, said Robbie. It's going to be a ruse. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to intimidate The Miz and Kit Wilson, is it? Is it that there's going to be a big boot, the mini-Hausen gets laid out, and then the real partner comes down or something like this? I don't know. Yeah, look, Miz is laughing. Miz is laughing. Okay, so they're posing away in the corner. I mean, to be honest, this could be pretty sick. There is that, I can't remember his name in AAA. There is that micro wrestler who's amazing. This could be him. I mean, this could be amazing. Because in AAA there is the and I think he was El Torito, wasn't he? Bella's sounded. Yeah, we are underway. I'm telling you, this, if it is this guy, he is going to be sick. Yeah, the fans are booing a little bit. Oh, mate. You are cursed. Big boot. Big boot. He goes down. I can't tell where they're going with it, man. I can't tell where they're going. I can't tell if they're just going to murk him and then like a proper partner's coming out, or if he's going to be amazing. I think it might be the second, looking at what we're doing right now. Chop coming in. Over, middle rope. Lovely work. I think he's a Luchahausen, yeah. It might be the guy that we watch in AAA and we've seen in AAA. I just can't remember his name. Over the other side is amazing, though, if it is him. He is incredible. Going around the houses, Miz goes over. Right now, shot coming in there. And again, quick kick. We got a chop. Shot to the midsection. He's going up. On the top, walking the ropes. Kick coming in. Down goes the Miz. He goes upside down at the moment. Kit Wilson. They're all having trouble with him at the moment. Shots coming in. It's like Doink and Dink, but only good, said Rob. Well, could you keep these two together forever, actually? I mean, you're right. If this is going to be a partnership, it could actually work. These two together as like a team could be so good. He's on the shoulders. Big crossbody. Down goes Miz and Kit Wilson. Okay, right now we got... Yeah, there's no doubt there's going to be people disappointed. I understand that. I mean, there was so much speculation as to, you know, who it was going to be. For it to be like someone that we just don't even know who it is. I understand. Knee coming in there by Kit Wilson. Shot coming in there by The Miz. Kit coming in there by Kit. I don't need them to be a team forever. Just for tonight, said Austin. Daze, how are we doing tonight? Thanks for allowing me to watch Backlash for you. Matt, shout out to you, my friends. We're doing all right. I think first two matches have been okay. First match second better than the second. The reveal, I think, will be seen as disappointing, but he is a great talent if it is the person I'm thinking of from AAA. Miz has got him up in the air at the moment. So Miz and Kit Wilson are in control. Bang, driving him down. Crowd a little bit quiet. They don't really want to see the Miz getting the better here, do they? It is Mascarita from AAA, said Alex. Thank you. Mascarita Dorada. Is that the name? I don't know. I've only seen him like once, maybe twice in AAA. And he was the talk of the town when he was in that multi-person match. He is very, very impressive when he gets going. At the moment, it is Kit Wilson and The Miz that are in control. Kit Wilson has got him upside down at the moment. Doing a bit of gyrating. Superplex. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. 1, 2, shoulder up again. Something's going to happen with Pyro. I think there's no way that they're going to win. It would be a joke otherwise if it was Miz and Kit Wilson. Oh, yeah, I agree. I don't see them getting the win. WrestleLamia has tweeted, I might actually have preferred it if it had been Jelly Roll. What have we... Are they chanting? I don't know what the fans are chanting. Is it Let's Go Minihausen or Littlehausen or something? He's trying to get over into the corner. Right now, upside down in the corner in a bit of a tree of woe position. I can't believe how much offense the heels are getting. I cannot believe how much they're getting here. Danhausen is a beaten man, which means he's definitely not a beaten man. As Danhausen goes up, moonsaults, lands on Kit. Right now, he's going to try and get over and make that hot tag. Fans are applauding. Trying to go over. Marco Stunt has said, guys, I promise that is not me. Inverted atomic drop. Against the ropes, clothesline there by Danhausen. Nice. Suplex. Northern Lights charging over. Clothesline there by Danhausen. Yeah, I think it is El Torito, you know. That's kind of cool in a way. In a way, it's the return of a legend. Danhausen is struggling a little bit here. He's trying to get a second wind. Comes back, charges over, collides into the Miz. Rob said future tag champs right here. Danhausen. Duck underneath, against the ropes. Goes up into a DDT. Miz selling, Miz goes down. Set up there by Danhausen. CM Punk was the betting favourite on my bookie. There is no way to prove that is not CM Punk under the mask, says Sean Ross there. Kick out there by Danhausen. Big boot coming in there by the Miz. Miz get back in control. I think the booking of this match is a bit strange, honestly. I mean, I'm guessing this is the problem when you've only got 5 matches on the card. Like, this one has to have some time. And it's just a bit weird. Kit Wilson goes to the outsides. Okay, here we go. Danhausen against the ropes. Suicide dive. Whoa. I mean, he really committed to that, didn't he? Fair play. He really committed to it. Danhausen. Kit Wilson's had enough. Kit Wilson is leaving. Kit Wilson falls down. Oh, I think there's going to be a pyro spot, is there maybe? Boot there by Kit. Kind of feels like we're in a position where we can do something. You know what I mean? There's a spot that's planned. Right now he gets him, throws him back into that crate. He's going to close the door. Oh, this could be really interesting. He's just chucked him inside that cloning machine. And he's closed the crate. And now the machine's going off. And whoever's about to come out, I've got a feeling ain't going to be the person that went in. It did feel like there was a spot planned. No, there's going to be more. There's more of them. There's more of them. Ah! Let's go. Okay, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. It works a bit too well, said Wade. I really thought Punk was coming out again or something. You just never know what's going to happen, do you, with this? Right now, we got an airplane spin. We got an airplane spin. I mean, it's not a long flight. It's only a short hop. But there we go. Airplane spin. There's one on his lap. There's one on Wade's lap. You are cursed. Oh, the curse bounced back. He used the mirror. He used the mirror. Kit Wilson with the mirror. 2. Danhausen makes the save. You are cursed. But it was the mirror. Ah, my God. That's like an Uno reverse. It's like an Uno reverse. I can get with silliness if it makes sense. Yeah? I can get with it. I don't know how certain parts of the internet are going to do with this, but
The people that were really against the Gingerbread Man stuff are just in tears right now. Absolutely, they're on the floor. They're trying to get oxygen right now. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. If you're out there and struggling, we've still got Roman Reigns. To the outside goes The Miz. Why is this getting so much time? Clothesline, Kit Wilson. To the outsides. Oh my God. What else is going to go down? Chuck them all back in the cloning machine. I want to know who else comes back out. Right now we got Miz underneath the ring. He's grabbing this might be WWE now. It's going to be mini wrestlers and gingerbread men. You are cursed, and he's going to try and use... Oh, it's gone off in Miz's face. Now it's going off in Kit Wilson's face. Oh, God. Right now, Miz being thrown in the ring. Referee has just completely lost control of this. Completely lost control. You are cursed. Do you think they rehearsed this, or do you think they just went, whatever, lads? It's going to be whatever it's going to be. Just have fun. 1, 2, 3. Danhausen gets it. Danhausen gets it. A buddy just texts me and I agree, says Michael Cole. This is wrestling. So there we go. I can't wait to get the thoughts on this one. Doug Dilly said it's 5 stars. It is 5 stars. These little things. I don't even know if we're being, like, you know, respectable with some of our comments here. Are we allowed to call these little things? I don't know. Oh, it was all time, said Ryan. Coach is not feeling it. Coach is struggling. 1 out of 10. 006 said this was goated. It was fun for sure, said Wrestle Squatch, but M Power Warren giving it a 1. Yeah, there's going to be a real a real differing of opinion. There they are in the entranceway. Dancing away. Lights go out. Oh, this could be good. Lights have gone out. Yeah, he's telling them all to run. They don't know where to go. They're all scarpering. There we go. There we go. It's magic, isn't it? It is just magic. Boom. Jackal said it's match of the year, said Jackal. Match of the year. Well, it was definitely a match that took place this year, yes. Okay. 2-night events for AAA Friday, September 11th. And September 13th. What happened to the 12th? 2-night Triple Mania. Friday? Ain't that going to clash with SmackDown? Friday, September 11th. And then Sunday. Why have they done that? Oh, they're just having a nap on the 12th. What the flip? September 11th and then September 13th. David said Wade made that great. Next feud with Wade. He was actually really fun, wasn't he, on commentary? At one point, he was saying they're going to chew through the wires. We're just looking at our main event, but honestly, the match that I've most been looking forward to coming up next. Really looking forward to Iyo against Asuka. I really want this to be a banger. I would love for this to steal the show. Although I don't know it's going to be able to make more of an impression than that last match. Wade is a hater, said Word Life Cena fan. Daze, that was hilarious and insane, said Connor. They're biting me, said Exposing. They're chewing through the wires was priceless, says Bill. I didn't care for it. The story was ruined, said Jojo. Wade's commentary did make that match. RKO out of somewhere said it was an effing embarrassment. Yeah, it is going to really, really divide opinion once again, isn't it, that? It's going to really divide opinion. It's not the partner I was looking for. It's not quite the match I was anticipating or looking for, but I don't find myself hating it. It was enjoyed by some, not all. But we'll get the score. Keep getting your thoughts in. We've had 600 votes. It'd be good to get a lot more in. Get your votes in. I want to get a really good, accurate read of that. I want to know how people felt about it. Right, comedy hour at WWE. Connor said, hashtag we want Kyrie. Why are they doing it Friday when SmackDown's on? I'm guessing it'll be after SmackDown. I don't think they would make the mistake of having it on at the same time. So I'm guessing they will find a way of making sure it doesn't collide. But it is a bit strange, to be honest. Yes, the match is scoring all time, said Flame Fist. There are a lot of all-time scores at the moment, yes. Daze, that was one of the most WCW 2000 things that I saw. Yeah, it's a difficult one, though, isn't it? Because there is, just like with the Gingerbread Man thing, there are people here for it. There are people that are enjoying it and enjoying the fun of it. There has been a bit of a lack, I would say, of, certainly that kind of comedy in WWE. It was kind of something that Vince would do quite often, and since Vince went, we haven't really been getting that. So kind of bringing it back now feels a little bit clunky. Feels like it's just not really been where we've been. And I think there's some people that are like, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. But there's people out there, some out there that are like, yeah, I like a bit of this, and some people just love it. So what the feedback I'm getting is a very, very mixed opinion on it, a very wide spectrum. So if you like it, you're not alone. If you didn't, you're not alone. I think there's a variety of opinions. Kyrie return could put this show into a higher tier, said Denham. I don't have a lot of faith in the Jacob Roman being a great match in ring. Oh, Denham Chicken, thank you. Dave's most people's favourite era is Attitude Era, and that was filled with this type of stuff, said Wrestle with Andy. Well, I mean, the only thing I can say is that the people that enjoyed the Attitude Era, I think likely would have enjoyed some of this as well, but I don't know. I don't know. There was some silliness in the Attitude Era, undeniably, but it was a different time as well. I don't know. I've seen people online saying we never went to these extremes. Silliness just for the sake of silliness. If we did, it was like Mae Young's hands. Didn't make any sense. But that was an exception. It wasn't like the norm.
So I've seen some people commenting like that about like Attitude Era comparisons. I think rather than go into that conversation, I think it's okay if you don't like it. If you like it, cool. If you don't like it, cool. I'm hopefully going to love this, though. This is what I'm waiting for. This is what I want to love. We are going to end the poll, by the way. I'm not just going to keep it running forever, but we are going to end the poll when this match gets started. So you've only got till the start of this match to get your thoughts in. Okay, here we have got Iyo making her way down to the ring. I genuinely don't know what the wider reaction is going to be on that. What I can tell you is that Corey, who used to work at Body Slam, he's actually in the crowd. He said the live crowds loved that. So it really landed with the live crowds. Oh, talking about triple tails. Okay. So we're getting a bit of backgrounds for this one. Oh, man. Iyo is such an incredible talent. Yeah, she's got to be one of the best in-ring talents that we've got. Didn't make it on the WrestleMania card. This is the match we expected at Mania. We didn't get it, but we're getting it tonight. Yes. Should be the John Cena announcement after this, shouldn't it? Here's Asuka. Da-na-na, ba-na-na. RKO somewhere said it was just BS. Would you pay for this? I mean, I would, of course. Because we stream it. And I would want to watch it as well. I mean, I'm not the right person to ask, am I? Because I would pay for this. But would the average person pay for this? I can't answer that. This is a match I've really looking forward to. I just want this to bang. I so want this to be a banger. I so want this to be good. I would love for us to have conversation at the end of the year and to talk about the best women's matches. What do you think the best... And for... Even if it's not the outright number one, but to be like, oh, Iyo Asuka was a banger, wasn't it? That was so good. You know, that match should have been at WrestleMania. I want that conversation. Both of these have been in tag teams recently, of course. Asuka's been in the Kabuki Warriors. Iyo has been in Rio. There's a whole kind of little story that's built up to this, and I'm loving the look of Iyo staring over at Asuka. Asuka. It's not often that we get Asuka in singles PLE matches in this day and age. Iyo looking over at Asuka. I'm feeling Asuka's got a bit of like a, I don't know, a Poison Ivy type vibe to what she's got to her gear. Okay, right now, locking up. Oh, it was very, very close. All-time Edge, is it? Great comes in at number 2. Bad got 16%. So it is All-Time that gets it. Okay, Iyo over against the ropes with Asuka. Asuka pushes Iyo back. We're locked in for this. We are absolutely dialed in for this match. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Referee was counting there. Iyo was having to tell the referee, she's got my hair. Side headlock right now. Iyo goes down. Headlock in there by Asuka. Asuka getting back up to her feet. Again, working the headlock. We want Kyrie chants. They had to know that they were going to get them. I hope they don't distract from the match, though. But they're very welcome. Headlock is in right now by Iyo. Shots coming in there by Asuka. Okay, shoulder barge. Asuka pushes Iyo back. Iyo pushes Asuka back. Forearm smash coming in there by Asuka. Pop, pop, pop. Kick to the midsection as well. Asuka going over against the ropes. Iyo against the ropes. Cartwheel. Backflip. On her feet. Takes the legs away. Over against the ropes. Drop kick. Asuka goes down. Yeah. This is the good stuff. Big boot coming in there by Iyo. Referee coming over, having a word. Asuka back up, forearm smash. Coming in there by Asuka. Again, forearms, heavy forearms by Asuka. Iyo gets thrown, but she cartwheels over. Lands on her feet. It's kind of messed up her hair, though, by doing that. So her hair's in a bit of a state right now. Right now, Iyo is double knees right into the chest of Asuka. Going for a quick cover, but it's not going to be enough. Kick out there by Asuka. Right now, Asuka rolling outside the ring, just trying to recover for a second. Iyo, I love that look from Iyo at the start of this match. It really looked like she was locked in. PW Insider reporting that it was Mascarita Sagrada, so it was the AAA performer. Formerly El Torito, I believe. Oh, Iyo was going for a springboard move, but Asuka... Oh. I'm a bit worried that Iyo's hair is going to become a bit of a distraction here. Down goes... Iyo into the barricade. Asuka in control. Right now, Asuka rolling in the ring, rolling back out again. We've got Iyo down. Asuka controlling proceedings right now. Just grab the hair. Pop, pop, pop. Quick kicks coming in there by Asuka. Kicking away, dancing away, having a great time. Asuka having a word with the ref, telling him to leave her alone. I'd have loved a camera right there, right in front of Asuka. She was delivering that. Kicks coming in. Got a bit of a, what was that, Boston Crab was it that was in as Iyo was underneath that rope. Pace of this just slowing down a touch. But it was a lovely little sequence in near the start. Bit of work on the outsides. Knee coming in there to Asuka breaking. Knee coming in, she's breaking away. Iyo down, Asuka in control. Asuka coming back over, kicking out at Iyo. And again, kicking out at Iyo. More We Want Kyrie chants. Shot coming back. Forearm shot there by Iyo. Forearm shots. Over against the ropes. Big kick there by Asuka. That was good. Kick out on one by, I was going to say Kyrie, by Iyo. More We Want Kyrie chants breaking out. Corey said, are the chants coming through on TV? They are. We Want Kyrie, said Big Migs. Daze still watching Sami against Trick. Oh, we got that. Oh, God, yeah, you're right. God, I'm really behind on all of that, aren't I? I was to be honest, I was watching the whole Danhausen thing play out, and now I'm trying to enjoy this. Shots coming in there by Iyo. Down goes Iyo. Asuka all over Iyo right now. Asuka in control. Asuka coming back. Kick coming in there by Asuka. And no, oh my god, did you hear that? Blumming hell. Did you hear that kick? And again, oh, there was a sickening thud. So look, Iyo's like, no. These kicks. Oh, she grabs the leg. Iyo fighting back. Forearm smash there by Iyo. Asuka coming in. Iyo rolls her up. Lovely work. Into the stomp. Okay, but Iyo flops down. Iyo goes down. Nice sell. I like the sell. I like the sell. There was a sequence at the start that I really liked. Slowed down. Little sequence there that I liked as well. I like the "We Want Kyrie" chants. It was nice to hear those. Iyo getting back up to her feet. Clothesline. Back elbow there by Iyo. Asuka goes down. Open palm. And again. Iyo is grabbing Asuka. Asuka reverses. Iyo into the corner. Iyo to the outside. Asuka charging over. Working on the arm. Iyo is looking to go up, perched up top. Asuka on her feet. Missile drop kick connects. Kip up, flip over. Yeah! Into the emotes. Into the emote. Everyone in the crowd doing it. Everyone at home doing it. Iyo getting everyone fired up, G'd up. Charging in. Double knees. Here we go. 1, 2. Kick out there by Asuka. Kick out by Asuka. The crowd are into this match, said Hogan Kutzer. Book match WrestleMania. Yeah, we did think we were going to get this at Mania. Double underhooks there on Asuka. Nope. Lovely. Spinning back fists. Quick kicks. Bang, bang. Oh, lovely quick strikes there by Asuka. Some lovely work by Asuka. I have wondered at times in this match if she is just missing a step from the Asuka that we've known. We don't really get to see her much in like PLE singles matches. As much in like 2026. But you see little sequences like that and you're like, oh, mate, she's still got it. 1, 2. Iyo, oh, lovely. Goes for a kick, misses, chucks it back. Shoulder up there by Asuka. Iyo is grabbing Asuka. Okay. Asuka over against the ropes. She German. 1, 2. No joy. Ooh. She's going for a bit of a Asuka lock. She's going for an Asuka lock. Right now, Iyo in a bit of trouble, but I can't see her tap him. I'd struggle to see her tapping out here. So Asuka in control. Iyo flips over. She gets out of it. Nice kick. That hairpiece has completely come out from Iyo now. She's up. Charging over. Big boot there by Asuka. Asuka grabs Iyo. Knee coming in. Charging over. Duck underneath. She just got a little... It was just a little jittery in that, wasn't it? Everything's flowed so well in this match. There was just a moment where she was like... Iyo just struggling to connect with that kick momentarily, but she gets it. Both women go down. I feel like I'm watching a battle here. I'm really watching two women kind of throwing quite a bit at each other. I don't know that it's hitting the great heights that we were hoping for, but it's been a really good match. If we could get a bit of craziness at the end. Oh, Asuka looking for that take. Asuka lock. She gets her down into an Asuka lock. The Asuka lock is in. People get out of these Asuka locks now so easily. It's just hard to believe this is going to actually do any damage. And yeah, look, Iyo straight back up.
Back elbow there by Iyo. And again. Oh! Asuka in the middle of the ring as Iyo charges over. Oh! Takes her down, grabs the arm, gets her down into an armbar. Iyo is down, middle of the ring. Asuka in control. Iyo gets up, rolls through. I thought she was going for a calf grip. She's got an Asuka lock of her own. Iyo with an Asuka lock. Asuka in trouble. Iyo has got this hold in. Right now. She's trying to get to the rope. She's reaching out to the rope. She's trying to get to the rope. Look at that. Just a toe. Just an absolute toe on the rope. So it has to get broken. Asuka coughing, spluttering on the outside of the ring. This is where they need to go bat shiz for the finish there, Shining Wizards. Okay, into that ring post goes Iyo. Iyo is kind of caught in the corner, a leg on the rope at the moment. Fans are chanting, "Let's go, Iyo." Asuka taking some deep breaths. Asuka climbing up. Open palm. That was good. Open palm. I think I would have liked a bigger sell there from Asuka. Really like... Instead it was a bit like, oh. Right now, Iyo. Oh, takes Asuka over. Reversed. 1, 2. That was close. Blimey now. She managed to go down and roll through. Get the pin. That was like 2.99999. Asuka up, screaming out. Asuka over against the ropes, charging in. Oh, she went for that hip attack. Drop kick. Asuka spills to the outsides. Iyo. She's trying to get some feeling back to her arm. Seems to be really struggling, doesn't she, with that arm? It seems to be quite... That's causing her trouble by the looks of it. Is that out? She seemed to be really struggling. Oof. I don't know if that was selling or if that was an actual injury. She was like having to stretch it out and everything. She goes onto the commentary table. I'm still watching that arm. Okay, right now the monitors are being... That money is still on the commentary table, you know. If I'm Asuka, I'm taking that. Popping that in my... even if I lose the match, I'm making a couple of dollars. Iyo on the commentary table. Kick to the midsection. Asuka gestures to the crowds. Oh, the mist, and it's blocked! The mist was blocked! The mist was blocked! Look at that. Smile on the face of Iyo. That was a good spot, that was. So that was like a folder that had a load of paper in. Asuka goes down. Oh, that was really good. Shielding from the mist. Iyo. Bang. Crossbody off the edge of the commentary table. It's advantage Iyo right now. Let's go, Iyo. Let's go, Iyo. She's going to go up top. She's trying to get the crowd fired up. Yeah, they're chanting for Iyo. Looks like she's going to go for a springboard moonsault to the outsides. Gets it. Lands it. Ah, let's go. Let's go, Iyo. Iyo grabbing Asuka. Chucking her in the ring. Iyo go. I really love that spot of the mist being blocked. That was a good spot. Asuka down. Iyo going over. Iyo better compensate for that, says Cleveland's. She's going up.
Looking for, Asuka. She didn't quite get it, did she? Asuka was hoping to turn the moonsault into the armbar, but she didn't quite get it. She did still manage to grab her, though. Asuka. Okay, right now we've got Iyo down. We've got Asuka with an Asuka. I'll be shocked if this is going to end it. She might be fading a little bit here, actually, Iyo. She is. Iyo fading. Don't know. She did. Referee check 1, 2. Kick out by Asuka. God, they've given this match time, haven't they? They've given this match time. These two have really thrown a lot at each other. I mean, this is undeniably better than the women's matches we had at WrestleMania. Fans are chanting, "This is awesome." Legitimately, might this actually be one of the women's matches of the year? What would we put above it? What would be better? What would we say was better? Kick coming in. Looking for a German. I really enjoyed Bayley versus Flammer in AAA. I'm sure there's been some good stuff in NXT. They've got a great women's division, but main roster-wise, this has been a lot of fun. Iyo charging in. This could be the beginning of the end. Double knees. Asuka down. Right now, she's going up. Looks like she's going to go for that over the moonsault. Bang, gets it. 1, 2, 3. Iyo wins. I think that's better than any of the women's matches we had at WrestleMania. I, off the top of my head, can't really think of a women's match on the main roster that I would say was better. Flammer, Bayley, and AAA would come to mind. Did it get to the dizzy heights that I wanted? I think it's really good. And you know what? It probably doesn't need to be anything more than that. I do love that spot. They could sell that on the WWE auction site, couldn't they? The misted paper from this match. Get a piece of paper covered in Asuka spittle. The amount of DNA that you're getting if you purchase that item is insane, actually. If Danhausen wants to clone Asuka, he could make that purchase. Now, this is going to be interesting. What goes down here? Is there going to be a handshake? After what we've just seen, do we need a rematch? Here we go. Look, there's a motion. Asuka embraces Iyo. Gives her a kiss, gives her a hug. Asuka and Iyo embrace in the middle of the ring. You can never trust Asuka, though. You can never trust her. I ain't trusting her. She seems very emotional, doesn't she? But again, I don't trust her. So, we're watching. We're watching. We're watching. Don't turn your back on her. Don't turn your back on her, Iyo. Okay, she walks away. Thank you. Love you. Out the ring she gets. Oh, no. Looks legit. Iyo jumps down. No, it was legit. It was legit. Wow. I was adamant she was attacking her then. I was adamant. We don't get nice friendly things in wrestling. Oh, I was adamant. I was just waiting for it. No, my God. Okay, we're just seeing people in the crowds. Yeah, the belts. Dan Spivey. I think he was about to mention Bray Wyatt, wasn't he? Right. I feel like Goldberg should return and challenge Tiffany. Okay, get your thoughts in. Asuka retired, said Wrestle with Andy. Well, I don't think... I mean, I'm not sure... I would have expected Summit to be left in the ring. She could have gone out then. She could have gone out at that point. But there was nothing left in the ring, which makes me think no. It did feel like a farewell, didn't it? Because of the emotion. Okay, is it going to be John now? The greatest of all time. Here we go. Big match, John. Cena time. Yeah, Cena time. She's almost 45. She's done it all, said Jacqueline Hyde. There's nothing really left. I suppose that's... It's an interesting thought, isn't it? Let's go to work. Yeah, I was just thinking then, could she mentor people like Julia, and could she help some other, like, maybe Japanese people? I mean, Evil's come in. I mean, she can be a big help with maybe Japanese talent that comes in that, you know, needs to acclimatize. Julia would come to mind. I haven't heard us bringing in any other Japanese females. They don't have to be females, but I don't know what the future holds for Asuka. She's in a weird place, isn't she now? Well, that's a conversation for another time. Big Match John's in the ring. The GOAT. Dun 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 dun. Wearing a suit. Okay, John in the ring. Let's see where everyone wants to know what this announcement's going to be. It's going to be seismic. This is so cool, says John. That's kind of a good point, isn't it? It's nice that I can lean into these moments because I know there's no one coming to kick my teeth in. Miss Clown said, Asuka posted on Instagram using Sinatra's My Way. Wow, if that is the end, that would be so disappointing that it was just... But then, you know, maybe it was done her way. What is the next phase? Thank you, Miss Clown. Fans are chanting one more match. I expected this, says John. And they're getting louder with the one more match thing. I think John's been quite clear on this one. That makes me feel good. I think a lot about that last match. I was truly happy with that last match. It became an evening of opportunity. Think about it. We saw Sol Ruka on that show. We saw Javon Evans. We saw Obafemi. Oberchance. Loud Oberchance. People walking as well. I hope you're listening to that, Ober. Cena's doing it. John Cena said he kicked Brock Lesnar's ass at WrestleMania. Is this going to be the announcement? Okay. We're doing it again. The John Cena Classic has been announced. Okay, oh, that's a good idea. So is that going to be Saturday night's main event? A champion. A brand new championship is coming. Oh. Oh. Right. So it's a John Cena championship. So I'm guessing this is going to be... Wow, God, there's a lot here. Oh! Wow! So there's going to be a new show, a new belt. Blumming hell. Okay. Okay. I don't think we've got the championship to look at. Well, there's a lot to digest. I'm sure there's many thoughts out there. Cena says, I hope it works. Thanks, everyone watching. And we're thanking Tampa. Will the belt spin, said David. That's a great question, David. That's the big question, actually. Will the belt spin? Is it even a Cena championship if it doesn't? Thank you for your attention, for your time. Thank you for the noise. When is it, though? So it's an event. It's a belt. The hell's that in the background? So John's just announced that we're going to do a night where it's like the future versus the present. We will vote at the end who we thought the standout superstar was. Doesn't matter if they won or not. They're going to get the John Cena classic belt. What the hell's going on with Wade Barrett? So, yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit there. We are expecting that to be Club WWE, and it isn't. My God, my senses are just overloading right now. There's so much going on. Was there a dog in a suit? I think it's dumb, said Josh. Big Tony said, Daze, I'm going to vote for you. Thank you, buds. I would vote for this goddamn community. That's what I would vote for. Okay, we've got a quick second to just get a few thoughts out there. I like the idea of the future versus the present, right? I haven't got a problem with that. I'm not sure how I feel about people voting because we know there's a lot of standums. We know there's a lot of people that, like, you know, there's a lot of Alexa Bliss fans. There's a lot of Becky fans. There's a lot of Roman fans. I mean, if Roman's on the show, he's probably going to get the most votes. So, do you know what I mean? I don't know if you ask the fans to vote, if it's just going to be a popularity contest rather than this is the real person that deserves it. That would be a concern. The championship being named after John, I mean, I like the fact it's sort of voted for. I think there's something there. I think there is something there. I don't know. I think I'd want to see it first. I get why John's excited about it. I think, you know, that's something that he can really be excited about. Is it not just better that we do qualifying matches? So wouldn't it be better if we said, right, we've got Becky, Cody, Fraxium. I don't know. We name the people. You choose what future stars you want to go up against them. Like, would that be a better way of using the fans and doing it that way? Do we need the championship belt thing? Is the championship belt thing something we need? I suppose it allows them to sell replicas, doesn't it? TKO are like, yeah, that's the best bit. That's the best bit because we can sell mini belts, and Mattel are like, yeah, we want to make those replica belts as well for our figures. We'll have to see it. I'm not down on it. I think the future versus the present is fine. Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm certainly down on seeing, say, Kendall Gray in action. I think that could be pretty fun. Taking on, like, you know, a current star. I do find myself just wondering about the fan vote inside of it and if we need the championship bit of it, but I don't know, something there. They're bringing Taboo Tuesday back, said Jared. The project will be dead by next year, says Brian. I would rather vote for who competes. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I think LA Knight has took some time off to ponder a pay cut, says Shat Diesel. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Where is LA Knight? Dave's serious question. Are wrestlers from ARW Pro eligible? I can't see why not. I would imagine so. Why this is smart. It's going to elevate new stars. It gives Cena a meaningful role. It creates a yearly tradition. It sets up future feuds. It gives the winner instant credibility, says AB Jobson. John said I like it. Masterback said it's going to be a belt with Cena's face as the main plate. Jojo said, I think the LA Knight is done. The Beach Kevin said he didn't say belt, only championship. So it could be a trophy like the Andre Battle Royal. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Do we call that trophy a championship? We call it a trophy, don't we? I don't know. It's an interesting comment. I'm expecting a belt, but interesting. That is not what I was anticipating. So John has announced a yearly event. I wonder if that goes down at Saturday night's main event, because we've got that in a couple of weeks' time. So, and John Cena's retirement was at a Saturday night's main event. So I wonder if that's going to go down at Saturday night's main event. They didn't really specify that, did they? Or is it going to be a complete standalone thing, like in July or something? So main roster talent, NXT talent compete. There's a new championship being introduced for it. The fans will vote to crown the champion. Every participant, including the losers, can be voted to win the championship by the fans. Final Boomer. Hello, my friends. Days, my husband tricked me into going to a Mother's Day brunch, but it turned out to be a surprise wedding vow renewal. Oh, my God. I said no as a joke, but ultimately yes. So what did I miss? Well, I'll tell you what you've missed. Many years of freedom. That's what you've missed. I think you've made a hell of a mistake. That was your way out. Yeah? Do you know how exciting it is being a single person in 2026? It is popping off, right? That was your opportunity to get out and actually, you know, live a very different life. So that's what you've missed. In regards to the wrestling, you have missed, I would say, a really solid show, actually. I would say tonight is a really solid show. Seth versus Bron, great 60. Trick Sami, good 93. Danhausen and his mystery partner, who turned out to be a mini wrestler that, you know, was from AAA, that was all-time 32. People had a lot of fun with that. All-time 32, great got 32 as well, though, so it could have gone either way. It could have been all-time. It could have been great. It just, by the absolute barest of margins, sneaks into all-time. So people had fun with that. 16% said it was bad, though. And I got to admit, there was a lot of people at first going, what the hell's this? You know, I think they warmed to it as the match went on. But, yeah, plenty of people were watching, wondering if, obviously, where is Punk coming out? Is Oba coming out? That bit where he gets back into the machine. Yeah, I really thought someone was coming out at that point. But then we had Asuka Iyo, which I really enjoyed, and you lot did as well. I think your score is very, very fair. You've actually scored it great 80, which might even be a bit above what I was expecting. I was probably expecting great 68, something like that. Great 80. I think that's a very fair result. Very, very fair. So that's where we are so far. And then, of course, the John Cena announcements, where he's just announced there's going to be a John Cena Classic tournament. It's not really a tournament, but it's going to be the future stars versus the stars of today. Apparently, they're going to be qualifiers for it, and which is going to eat up a bit of TV time. And then, not only can the Stars of Tomorrow get wins, big wins, to actually, secure a big statement victory, but there is going to be a championship that gets awarded to one of the people on the show. It's weird, isn't it? That bit is weird. You can win a championship, but it comes down to your performance, which is really interesting, isn't it? It's kind of a little bit like we're rewarding performance rather than if creative choose if you win or not. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could put in a hell of a performance, but creative have decided, yeah, you're going to lose this. And there's not much you can do about that. But what you can do is go out there and steal the show. That's what you can do. And I suppose this championship is trying to encourage that. It is interesting. It's very different to what we've had before, though. So I can understand people being a bit like, Do you know what? Really solid undercards. And now we get to our main event. So right now we got Jacob making his way down. So Final Boomer, congratulations. I'm sorry that you are now being held hostage in what I'm going to call a loveless marriage. Even though I don't know that's true. But in my mind it's true. And yeah, it's been a good show, honestly. Right, Corey, shout out to you, my friend. Said, Daze, please shout out my son, Damien. He's almost 4. It's his first time seeing you. It's the first time watching WWE. Thanks for everything that you do. That's so cool. Corey, shout out to you. Damien, shout out to you. I hope you're enjoying the show tonight. It's been a really solid episode. Really, I think this is going to get really good feedback, actually. I think we were hoping they could follow up the good vibes from WrestleMania Night 2. I think they've done that. And, wow, I just hope we can put the cherry on top with a real banger of a main event. So it's a good show to be watching. So, Corey, shout out to you. Damien, shout out to you. Wes said, I would listen to Daze doing all the drug sponsors. Let's go. Let's go. If there are any drugs out there watching, cartels, there are sponsorship opportunities. We don't really have sponsors. Do you know what I mean? I'm not interested in NordVPN or Magic Spoon. Is that still going? I saw a lot of people sponsored by Magic Spoon. What's the other one? BetterHelp. Do one. Yeah. Losers. I'm sponsored by cocaine. Here's Roman. Jono said, Dave Meltzer, 5 out of 5. It was an outstanding match. Is that the Asuka Iyo one? Or are we predicting this one? I would love for this to be a 5 out of 5 banger. In fact, the last time we saw Roman compete, he had a 5-star banger. This might be 5-star Roman. Here he is. No Usos. Joe said at the end of the day, we laughed. And it's okay. What did we laugh at? Oh my god, my headphones are all kinds of tangled. They are so tangled. They might never be untangled again. Joe, shout out to you. We've laughed, we've cried, we've been confused. I think we've been turned on at times as well, actually. It's that young Michael Cole, isn't it, eh? He does get the pulse racing. Here we go, Roman making his way down then. Holding up that World Heavyweight Championship. Adam said Danhausen will lose a match and win a spinner belt. Do you think Danhausen will be on that show? I'm not sure. Danhausen isn't the kind of superstar that came to my mind, but maybe.
David said, all gas, no brakes, means too much Taco Bell. We do have Taco Bell over here, but only recently has it kind of come over, so I don't really have a Taco Bell order. But I could go for some right now. Roman looking at Jacob. Days, let's say Fatu Roman feud ends in Italy. Who would be Roman's next opponent? I wouldn't want him to lose the title at SummerSlam. It would be too short of a reign. Will he lose it at SummerSlam? Well, there's no word on that, but I think SummerSlam is the first show I'll be worried for. I'm not really too worried about tonight. I expect him to get the job done. So far, every result has gone the way we expected, which is, you know, not hard. It was not the hardest show to predict. Roman is a firm favourite to retain here, so I expect him to get through this. I expect him to get through Italy, but the first time I think his belt's going to be in real trouble will be SummerSlam. He could get past that. He could be heading to WrestleMania as champion, where he takes on The Rock. Absolutely not impossible. We got a yeet sign in the crowds. Danhausen is the new Beetlejuice, said Chris. Craig said, I was at Friday Night SmackDown. It was my first SmackDown, and it was the first WWE show that I was at. Well, I hope you had a good time, Craig. I hope you had fun. Bum, bum, bum. Wrestle Features said, if WWE make the fan vote stats public in real time, it would be hilarious. I wonder if it is going to be legit. Okay. Alicia Taylor doing the intro for this. This is, of course, our main event of the evening. It is not John Cena. I mean, honestly, I know people are a bit down on the fact we only get 5 matches. But we are here 2 hours 20 in. And we're just about to start our main event. I think timing-wise, this feels pretty good to me. To be honest, I could have done with the Danhausen match losing some time. I think we could have put another match on, but I don't think we're a million miles out. Here's Roman then. Days, I think Fatu's going to win for some reason, said Radiated Zombie. That's fine. Yeah. You've got a chance. There's only 2 people in the match. He's definitely got a chance. OTC chance. Roman Reigns. We got Roman Reigns chance. Okay, Jacob in one corner, Roman in the other. We are locked in. Jacob looks over at the World Heavyweight Championship. This is so interesting because, I mean, Roman has been in this situation so many times. He is so comfortable. This is just another day at the office for Roman, but it is not that for Jacob. Jacob is, the air is a bit thinner up here.
This is rarefied air. Against the ropes. Jacob locks up with Roman, and we are underway. Side headlock there by Roman. Roman against the ropes over the other sides. Shoulder tackle. Yeah, nice. Jacob immediately gets back up. In the background. Looks over at Roman. Roman pacing rounds. Okay. I mean, they're going to give this match time. Jacob circling around Roman. Locking up. Side headlock. Jacob in control. This could be special, actually. I mean, Roman's coming off a 5-star banger with CM Punk. Jacob's not CM Punk, but Jacob is a seriously good talent, of course. Jacob against the ropes. Over the other sides. Shoulder tackle. It's Roman that goes down. Yeah. Jacob against the ropes. Leapfrog there by Roman into a clothesline, and Jacob does not go down. Roman looks a bit confused by that. Roman goes down. Okay, I really like some of the face. I really like some of this. It's doing a great job of showing. I mean, you know Roman's going to really put the work into this, isn't he? Roman's going to make Jacob look so good in this match. Jacob's going to make Jacob look so good in this match. Oh, the tongue and death grip. We've gone early with it. Bang, into the corner, into the ring post on the outsides. We haven't got the Usos out there. I'm sure they're going to make their presence felt. A little warning shot. Razzle Dazzle said, if you check Asuka's X account, it seems like she's retiring. Her X account. Right now, grabbing of the arm. Roman working on the arm. Jacob to the outsides. Oh, yeah, that. She posted that before, didn't she? Her, like, looking out at the window. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, if she would take her boots off and everything. I'm not sure. I definitely agree, like, there was the emotion and the feeling. Do we get a little thing on Monday where she comes out and says something, leaves the boots in the ring at that point? I'm not sure. I think it is definitely a talking point coming out of this. Working on the arm there, Roman. Jacob goes down. Jacob face first into the corner. Anyone who is new or doesn't know much about pro wrestling, Jacob debuted to hold the Tongan death grip. It's usually done to elevate a guy or put him on top. Don't be shocked if Fatu wins, said Rational Gaze. Headbutt there by Jacob. Headbutt again there by Jacob. Shot coming back there by Roman. At least they save all the adverts for in-between matches, says Edwards. I could see Asuka retire, or at least taking a hiatus, said NC Gone Fishing. Well, yeah, I mean, there is a big question of what comes next for her, because she was in a tag team with Kairi. So what comes next? There's no Kairi anymore. Jacob has got Roman's arm. Oh, clothesline there by Jacob. Roman goes down. Jacob. Pace is slow at the moment, but that's okay. I mean, we know it's going to pick up, speed up.
Wade Barrett said he's been texting Drew, but he's not been getting any replies. Roman is going over into the corner, into the ring post. Does Danhausen come out to help Fatu? Then you get like a vampire and a werewolf, and you'll have Wolfhausen. We've already done the Danhausen appearance. I'm not sure we're going to be getting him again, but you can never say never. Jacob in control. Roman in the corner. Jacob charging in. Roman moves out the way. Roman with a clothesline. Jacob goes down that time. Another clothesline. Over against the ropes. Reversal. Roman. Yeah, okay. He's getting some success now, Roman. He's getting some success. Roman going over to the corner. He's got the momentum. Big boot. He's locked in. It's a bit early. I think this is going to backfire. No! Connects. One. Kicks out on one. And look at Roman's reaction. Kicked out on one and he couldn't believe it. Superman punch. And he kicks out at one. It felt too early to go for it, but... And it was, but it's a good spot. There's a few Fatu chants. Shot coming in there by Fatu. And again, Roman. The shot's being blocked. Over the other side, against the ropes, Roman. Kick coming in there by Roman. Bang! Clothesline, Jacob. Sent on. Building momentum. Jacob looks out at the fans. That person's holding and new Fatu upside down. Collides into Roman. Jacob in the corner. Headbutts. He went to go and he went, nah. Bang, bang. Throwing in his heads. Jacob over. Charging in. Collides into Roman. Yeah. Let's go. Jacob in control. I mean, it's going to take much more than this to put Roman down. Superman! Superman! 1, 2. Shoulder up. It felt like he was in control there. And out of nowhere, boom! Superman! Jacob goes down. Shoulder goes up. Let's get the poll, shall we? Who wins? Who's getting the win? Roman or Jacob? Okay, Roman is going outside the ring. Roman is charging over. Drive by Roman. Jacob goes down. There we go. We got the commentary table being stripped by Roman. Drive by. It's classic Roman. Roman in control. Oh, he's gone for that Tongan death grip again. That sign in the crowd says Tampa wants tables. How about mathematical tables? Yeah. Bang! Powerbomb and the table does break. Those tables, they don't break as easily, but it did break. Roman gets driven through that commentary table. Roman goes down off the powerbomb. Right now, Roman back in the ring. Jacob on the outsides. This would be absolutely monumental if Jacob was to win this. Absolutely huge. People are saying that the crowd have been great all night. Spear there by Roman. Spear, 1, 2. Shoulder up. It didn't feel like it was in much doubt, to be honest. I thought he was going to get it up. Bang, spear. Some great false finishes, said Rational Gaze. This is awesome, is the chant. Fans enjoying the action. Roman, Jacob. Yeah, you can see Jacob really feeling it. Roman is scooting over to the corner. He's looking out at the crowd, shaking his head. OTC chants. Roman looking out at the fans, looking out at the crowds. Fans are cheering on Roman. Here we go. How's this going to go? He's going to look to charge in. No. Oh, boom. Samoan drop. Samoan drop. He's going to go. Bang. Moonsault. 1, 2. Roman. Kick out. That was nice. It was nice. Bang. Samoan drop into the moonsault. You just sort of know, though, don't you? Like, it's Roman. It's going to take so much more. Could he have gone up for a second moonsault? Headbutt. Another headbutt. Really laying it in. You got to put him away here, Jacob. You've got him down. Roman's down. Shot coming in there by Jacob. And again. World Heavyweight Championship on the line. Jacob. Don't go posing. Jacob coming over, grabbing Roman, dragging him over to the corner. Jacob to the outside. Kader said, what a match. Jacob is going up. Perched. Ah, knees up by Roman. Knees up by Roman. Roman holding his knee, actually. I mean, Jacob's a fair weight to come crashing down on your knees, isn't it? Yeah, the referee's checking on him, but Roman immediately grabbing that knee. I hope he's not done no damage there. We got OTC chants. Roman scooting over to Jacob. We got Roman. We got Jacob. Big overhand coming in there by Roman. Shot coming back there by Jacob. Shot coming back by Roman. These two exchanging blows back and forth. It's been a really fun match, this. Really fun. Roman on his feet. Shot coming back there. Jacob against the ropes. Comes back. Another shot. Roman goes back. It's just back and forth at the moment. This is how they write Roman Reigns off for a while, said V85. His schedule's come out. Is announced for Clash. Otherwise, you know. But it doesn't mean that Jacob can't win. I mean, he could win the belt and we could do the rematch at Clash. Jacob. He's calling for that Tongan death grip. Right now, he's looking to put it on. He gets it. He gets it. He has got it on. Roman, middle of the ring. Roman struggling. This Tongan death grip is in. It's middle of the ring right now. How's he going to get out of this? I mean, you've made such a big deal out of the move. Roman's fading, you know. Roman's fading. Roman fades. Is it going to be like Iyo? Checking the arm. We're doing the arm drop. Okay, there we go. No, the arm didn't drop then. He gets back up. Oh, referee gets driven into. Referee's going to go down. Superman, boom! Wow, Jacob didn't go down. Superman, second one. Jacob still doesn't go down. Blumming hell. Roman, super kick. Oh, there's the third. And a spear. Roman, 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God. Blumming hell. He has thrown everything at Jacob. I mean, look at this. It's like a Superman from the gods. Into a spear. Still can't put Jacob away. Jacob, man. Yeah. A lot of resilience being shown. Tongan death grip is in once again. Right now, Roman grabs the referee. Roman gets to the ropes. He's removed the turnbuckle. Oh, we've got shenanigans. Jacob into the exposed turnbuckle. Gets the ropes. Spear there by Roman. Roman, 1, 2, 3. It's a 3 count. It's a Roman victory, but there is an exposed turnbuckle. The way that it's done, though, is that Roman can sort of make out that he didn't mean for it to come off, you know? Oh, I don't know, man, what happens here. There was no outside interference from the Usos, so we're not going to need to burn the family tree down, right? Right? Roman keeps the belt, but I don't know that this is over. There's clearly controversy, which I think can take us to Clash in Italy. Jacob comes over and, yeah, the Tongan death grips in. This is where the Usos can come down now. The match is over. Jacob's frustrated. And you can understand it. You can understand it. Shot coming in there by Jacob. Jacob. Having a word with the ref. Okay, the ref gets planted. The ref didn't seem to care. He just plants the ref and the ref's like just talking to him. That ref spot was so weird. Super kick. Nah, there might be suspensions here. There might be suspensions here. To the outside, was that Pierce that just went flying? I think Pierce just went flying out the ring. Yeah, this Tongan death grip is in. Jacob seems to have really snapped. Roman is foaming at the mouth. He's being choked out right now. Roman is being choked. I told him. What did you tell him? What did you say, Jacob? What did you tell him? He's a tribal cheater, said Mr. B. Light. This is the unhinged version of this man.
This is the version of Jacob Roman wanted to keep far, far away. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back. Jacob's coming back. Tongan Death Grip is in. Adam Pearce has got Adam's got a handful of Jacob's hair. Roman has managed to retain. Jacob, though, he ain't leaving this title picture. Stands over Roman with that championship belt. Perhaps his pursuit of the championship isn't over. It certainly feels that way, Michael. It certainly feels that way. As he stands over Roman Reigns. Get your thoughts in, get your votes in. I don't know how people are going to feel about the shenanigans at the very end. There was a lot of moving parts. Might have just took away a little bit from what was a really great contest, but yeah. Jacob getting justice for beating cheated out of a championship, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Good match, but not an all-time like the Danhausen match, said Cleveland. Madness. Fun show, actually. Fun show. He's only going to be... He'll be suspended. Jacob ain't winning at Clash in Italy either, said Tyler. There'd better be a spinabout for that Cena Classic, said the Garber. Edward said, run it back at SummerSlam. Matt Pete said, I don't mind the ending. The match was finished. WTF Usos, said Mark Foster. There better be a spinabout for the Cena Classic. We read that. It was a really fun pay-per-view, said Bishop. Best match of the night was Asuka Iyo, said Dean. David said 4.5 stars. The ending kind of ruined it for me. I wouldn't have minded Roman still winning, but a turnbuckle bump into a spear. Flamefist said, Daze, I've been here for 7 hours. Flamefist, that's amazing. Even I've not been here that long, so that is very special. So, Flamefist, shout out to you. The ending was very head-scratching. Who's more of a heel now, said Shift. Well, yeah, I mean, I think Roman, in desperation, is going to do whatever he's going to do. I don't know that he meant to expose that turnbuckle. He definitely was grabbing for anything he could grab. And I can understand why people... I think, in a way, it kind of keeps the status quo a little bit. If you're a Roman fan, you can sort of go, he didn't mean to expose that turnbuckle. That's not how Roman would want to win. But equally, if you're not a Roman fan, you can say that he cheated. If you're a Jacob fan, you can be like, he got cheated. If you're not a Jacob fan, then you can say, look at what he did after the match. Is that what a babyface does? The match is finished. That's a family member. Is that really what you do? So it's kind of I agree, it's a bit of a grey area for both of them. I feel like Jacob was probably more heelish than Roman. Because Roman was in a choke and he was reaching out to try and get to the ropes and he's grabbed the turnbuckle pad and ended up pulling it off. And then I don't know that was intentional. And, he's won the match. But I mean, it was definitely intentional for Jacob to do to Roman what he did after the match. Clearly done in anger. But there's no way that's not intentional. So, yeah, I think there's probably an argument Jacob is more of a heel than Roman. But again, you can say, well, that's just him lashing out after being cheated in the match. And you go, I can see that point. I think it just keeps the status quo and it moves us on to the next chapter, which I think is likely going to be Clash in Italy. We know that Roman is on that card, so I think that's where we go to next. There is a post-show. It'll be interesting to see if anything gets said on that post-show. The WrestleMania post-show was quite interesting. I don't know who the guests are going to be on the post-show. I do have it on screen at the moment as people are filing out of the arena. HBK Forever said, I watched Mae Young give birth to her hands, and people have got the nerve to complain about Danhausen and Gingerbread Man. Yes, but I feel like we have this conversation quite a bit. Just because it happened that she gave birth to her hands, it doesn't mean that everyone enjoyed it at the time. It doesn't mean that everyone was at home celebrating, going, this is the greatest thing, give me more of this. And now all of a sudden they've magically forgotten about it. Like, giving birth to the hands is kind of seen as one of the cringiest moments in WWE history. It's kind of seen as being nonsensical. What were they even thinking? What the hell? You know, is that something that we want to repeat? And just because we've done that before is it good for us to go over that ground? Like, shouldn't we be striving to move away from that? So, yeah. And again, you know, in the future, if you do something quite nonsensical and silly, people are going to turn around and go, well, don't you remember the Gingerbread Man? You know, and it's like, yeah, just because we did it, it doesn't mean we have to do it again. People, you know, loads of people didn't enjoy that at the time. So I do find that argument, and it's an argument you see all over social media. Like, we did it before. And it's like, yeah, but it sucked. Like, not that many people enjoyed it. The giving birth to a hand was seen as being stupid and nonsensical. So, yes, it is true. It has happened before. I'm just telling you what people that didn't enjoy the Gingerbread Man and Danhausen stuff will say. That will be their response. The Danhausen stuff tonight, I didn't care about. Honestly, I didn't mind. I actually really like that performer. He is El Torito. I've watched him in AAA. He's a really good talent. So I actually didn't mind. It's not really what I was looking for. I thought it would be Oba or Punk, CM Punk. But yeah, I thought it was fine. It was an easy watch. The Gingerbread Man stuff, I think there's some tweaks we could have made to it. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about this argument of we've done it before, so now it's just it's carte blanche. We can just do it whenever we want. It's okay to do it like silliness now because we've done it before, and that now makes it acceptable. I don't know. That's a weird argument to me. White Hammer said, "Who was Jacob on the phone to?" Yeah, we spoke about that, and we were saying, I don't know that was a mystery, a great mystery that we were meant to like dig into. I think when it first aired, it was interesting, but the fact they didn't follow up on it kind of suggested that it was not something we needed to pay attention to. We actually had this conversation before the stream started, before the show started, and we were saying if you look at the way that they did the Randy Orton phone call, they kept going back to it. And there was even that bit where it was like, you're going to be there on Friday. Had we have continued to do those calls with Jacob, and had there have been a call where it was like, you're going to be there at Backlash, or we're going to do the plan at Backlash, then I think that would have been obviously worth paying attention to. But because we didn't follow up on it, and it was just a one-off thing, I think it was probably just his family. Yeah. So it was interesting at the time, and it could have led to something, but the fact there was no follow-up, I think kind of meant that, you know, it was just a social media clip designed to show us that he was losing it, you know. Mystic Mist said, I like how Roman barely survived without making Jacob look weak in the end. Get your votes in, get your thoughts in. What did you think about the match? Put it in the poll. We need to get that, and then we're going to be going. Danhausen has tweeted out Asuka-hausen and Iyo Sky-hausen. I think that match really has grabbed people. I think that match really did deliver tonight. I think it was my favourite match as well, actually. And I think the main event might have been number 2. I think main event at number 2. Roman Reigns spoke following Backlash. This is why we should never have let Jacob in the company. You don't belong here, Jacob. There is no order with you. This was your last night here. That's what Roman has said following Backlash. Crowd were very good tonight. I thought the crowd came across very, very well. So there we go. Very interesting comment coming in from Roman. Jacob, Roman, ladder match. Winner gets custody of the Usos. Stephen said the call was Haku, giving him permission to use the Tongan death grip, said Stephen. Carrie said there's been talk about a lot of wrestler talk about there being tweeners. There's times where wrestlers would switch from babyface to heel, depending on the situation. And that might happen with Roman and Jacob. Yep. We've kind of got them in a position where you're right, they're in that sort of tweener thing, and you're just sort of waiting for that moment where it all becomes quite clear. Even tonight, I think you can make an argument that, yes, Jacob snapped and he attacked Roman after, and you could say that makes him a heel, but because you can sort of justify it because he was cheated during the match, I don't know, people are going to feel different on it, but I'm not ready to say that was the heel turn. I'd be interested to see his comments after that. I'd be very interested to see kind of what gets said by Jacob. But because he got cheated in the match, I can sort of go with the fact that that might not be the heel turn, you know. Mistel Jr. said, what do we rate Backlash 2026 out of 10? I would give it a 7.75, maybe even an 8. I don't know, actually. I've not really given it any thought. I'm going to have to kind of chew that over. I feel like I'm in the 7s. I enjoyed the opening match, but I don't think I was quite as crazy about it as you guys. Second match, yeah, you said was good 93. I can kind of go with that. Danhausen match was probably a bit longer than I would have liked, but I'm not down on the reveal. I really like the bit where they actually went back in the box and then we had more micro wrestlers coming out. Like, I like that bit. And Wade was excellent on commentary. He did make that, I agree. So, not down on that. Asuka, Iyo, yeah, great 80. I think I really had to think if it was the absolute banger that I was looking for. And I think with the emotion afterwards and the talk in the air about was that it for Asuka, I think it was. I was kind of like, was it? Wasn't it? But I think with the emotion that's around and just the reaction people have got to it, I think, yeah, it's definitely delivered. And as we said, it's better than any women's match from WrestleMania. So for me, I'm thumbs up for that. Main event, really good, really enjoyed it. I think it definitely contributed to the show. I think the shenanigans at the end are okay because it gives us something to chew over, you know? And I think it definitely sets up a rematch as well. So, yes, goods, really goods. I think I'm feeling like the 7s, to be honest. Harmon said, Daze, even though I want Fatu to go heel, I don't understand how he would be the bad guy here. He's fighting his family, and Roman was being arrogant about how he is more successful, says Harmon. Well, I mean, Roman, the way that I would say he's been heel is actually not so much in the build, although I have found Jacob to be quite disrespectful in the sense of why did he choose Roman? He didn't have to. He could have gone after Cody, right? It's been quite hostile. He used the Tongan death grip in the builds, and, you know, it's not been like, Roman, I love you. You're part of the family, but I've got to go after this belt. I need this belt. This belt represents money. It's not personal. He's not took that approach. He's been very hostile. There's been a lot of animosity straight out of the gates. And of course, the Tongan death grip, which, as the Usos said, that's last resort. That's not a move that you just go to. So, Jacob, all gas, no brakes. That's been his approach to this feud. And I think people can look at that and go, ooh, it's a little bit hostile. It's a bit OTT. It's a bit sort of out of nowhere for him to now be so aggressive and go so hard after Roman. And then, obviously, the match has not gone his way. And then, listen, it's his choice to do to Roman what he did after the match. He could have walked away, but instead he's beaten him down and attacked him. And I think that you could look at that as him being a heel. I'm not sure that I do at the moment, though, because, as I said, I think there is an argument that he was just cheated in the match and he feels robbed. And what you saw at the end was frustration. I think the follow-up dialogue is going to be very interesting. If he starts going off on the fans, saying they didn't help him and all this kind of stuff, that's going to be really interesting. If he goes off on the fans. But I don't expect him to do that. You've still got it, chance for Seth Rollins. Fans are chanting, you've still got it. And they're singing his song. I appreciate these people still believe in me. There were moments in that match tonight where I have to ask those questions of, do I still have it? Okay, we got some yes chants. All I was thinking about is, can I get back for WrestleMania? All I've thought about is, how can I beat Bron Breakker? Jono said that Iyo Asuka match is my fave. I enjoyed the main event, but the cheating at the end did put my score down a bit. I'm at a 7.5. Jono, I think I'm with you, honestly. I feel very similar as you did. Iyo Asuka, my favourite match. Cheating at the end. I'm kind of enjoying the conversation that we're having about it, actually. I think it sets up a rematch further down the roads in Italy. Or at least something. Maybe it'll be a 6-man tag. I'm not sure. Perhaps Jacob goes back to the MFTs or so. I don't think he will. But, Raw's going to be very interesting, isn't it? To see how they follow up on this. We're just going to stick with this, by the way. I don't really want to do the breakdown until we've kind of covered this. You just never know what's going to get said. I remember last time Roman said, Ober, I'll see you later in the year, and that was kind of like a bit of a talking point. I can be better, I can be newer, I can still be the best, says Seth. So, Seth not massively saying anything at the moment, apart from the fans saying, you've still got it. What is next? He wants to win back the World Heavyweight Championship. And destroy the Vision. Right. He's not done with the vision. Seth says he's not done with the vision. Connor said, I enjoyed the opening between Seth and Bron, and I enjoyed Asuka Iyo. I enjoyed the main event, so I'm at a 7.5, says Connor. Thank you, Connor. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, we should have some sort of Samoan theme match for the rematch. Do you think it'll be tribal combat? Tribal combat, Ula Fowler on the line? The only thing is, I don't see Jacob winning that either, to be honest. I could believe Roman Seth being a direction that we're heading for the summer. Yes. Now, could you imagine if we find out of an Asuka retirement on this thing? Corey Graves said, Iyo, Asuka had all the tools to steal the show, and that's what he thinks they managed to do. I think it's undeniably the best match personally, but yeah. It is true. The emotion after is a talking point that I think has actually really contributed to the match. A lot of body language. Corey said he's got questions. So even Big E is asking, is this goodbye? I don't know what the tradition is with, like, leaving shoes in the ring and whatever. Right now, I don't think it is. But it's going to be very interesting on Monday. Jesse said, off topic, Drew gets to do more soon. He should definitely be in major stories. I know he lost the WWE Championship after a month or so, but they could give him new creative to work with. Joy Maurice said, do we think Iyo Asuka hugged because of the Kyrie situation? I think that will have played a part. I think that they were both very close to Kyrie, and she's no longer with the company. The fans chanted during that match, "We want Kyrie," and I think the emotion of them two hugging after putting on a great match, having going through what they've been through, because they've been speaking with Kyrie behind the scenes. I'm sure there's been a lot of emotion behind the scenes. So that moment to hug and sort of say, we did it, I feel like the tears could be connected with that. That's where I think the tears are, but I don't know. We're trying to figure out and interpret why Asuka was crying after a match on Backlash, But there's been a lot that's gone on, hasn't there? I mean, at one point, they probably thought they were going to be at WrestleMania with that thing, and they didn't get to WrestleMania. So the match gets moved to Backlash, and then you start, seeing people getting released. And at one point, they might have even wondered if this match was even going to still take place. So to actually get in the ring, put on a banger, have the fans cheering, we want Kyrie chants, which they're going to have appreciated. That's not going to have been seen as like a disrespect. They're going to have appreciated that love for Kyrie. And yeah, I think you can imagine why the emotion would have been quite high. And maybe just bubbled over a little bit for Asuka. So I think there's a chance of that. But listen, we might tune in on Monday. Asuka might come out, say a few words, say that she's done, and we could end up with that. It'd be a fitting way to end for Asuka, to be honest. To lose to Iyo, little bit of a passing of the torch, if you will, and to kind of go out that way. I don't know what would be next for Asuka. I hope she continues. But it definitely feels like the women's division has moved past Asuka. The future is going to be JC Jane, Rhea Ripley, Iyo, Lyra, Blake Monroe, Tiffany Stratton, Lash Legends. Asuka's in the mix. And she might even get like another world title run or something, but I think the days of her consistently being in main events now, I mean, they feel like they're in the past now. But it doesn't mean that she can't contribute. She could still be a great person to have on the roster. I wonder if Asuka was one of the people that had to take a pay cut. Asuka might actually fit into that bracket of being like someone that was quite a decent sized star. I mean, do you remember she had like 2 women's matches at SummerSlam 2020? Competed against Bayley the same show as she competed against Sasha. I wonder if she had to take a little pay cut or some sort of pay cut, because she might not be at the level that she was at before. She might fit into that sort of demographic, What if she turned down? What if they offered her a reduced contract? She says, I'm not going to accept it, but let me do the match with Iyo first. Nothing but pure speculation on my part there. Not pure speculation. Okay, we're backstage with Miz and Kit Wilson. Obviously, it's all going to come out to light, though. We'll find out the truth of that fairly soon. We got Miz and we have got Kit Wilson. No word of it on the post show, though. The curse that isn't real, says Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson not accepting that this curse is real. Asuka might leave due to pay cuts, is what I was thinking at the end, said AR Banks. Big Time said, I think this might have been the strongest PLE from WWE in a while. The crowd was into many of the matches. Near falls were great. Didn't need vision interference. Loud Kyrie chants. And no show, ? No show. What do we mean by that? No show. We need Asuka versus Gunther if she is really retiring, said Cleveland Brown. Asuka Gunther. Do we think that the new Roman title run, WWE won't make outside interference? Oh, yeah. If he's going to be a babyface, and I believe he is still babyface, you can't really be getting away with outside interference. Here's Danhausen. Oh, he's bringing them out. He's telling them to come out. Are they going to bring them all out? Yeah, we got the Mini-Hausens. The Mini-Hausens come out. Tampa House. What have they got? What the hell's he? What? I don't know. Oh my God, what's he doing? What's he doing on the desk? We're going cray-cray. Yes. Has he brought his own lights? He's brought his own lights. Oh my God. Why has he brought his own light? Mates. This might be the best part of the show. Oh my God. Oh. Let's go. I'm here for this. Ah! That one just did the Triple H water spit. And now they're stealing Big E's pen, stealing his paper. So good. Don't steal. Look, Danhausen says don't steal from Big E. You can steal from the others, but don't steal from Big E. That's great that he's actually brought him out on stage. Little Mini-Hausen.
You did a lot of the legwork, he says to Minihausen. I came in and took the glory. Has any of this come as a surprise? And he's like, no, I always thought I was great. I think they're posing as well for like pictures. This is mental. You can't stop. What? One of them's got the headset on. I love the fact that one is still holding up the light in the background. I thought he might be a couple of inches taller. What's that one do? He's reaching into the pocket. I don't know what he's doing there. That one was going into Corey Graves' pocket. Corey's looking very uncomfortable right now. Very uncomfortable. Oh, has he took a watch? He's put it right in his face, that light. They're going to go and celebrate. Love it. They just said to him, didn't they? Go out there and just cause trouble. And that is exactly what they did. Very good. Very good. AB said, wrestling is truly one of the best when it makes zero sense and you're just yelling at the screen. No, UFC watch long, said Azamin. No, we did WWE tonight. They've put both shows on at the same time, which is pretty crazy. How did we like Backlash, said Oscar. I really enjoyed it, Oscar. I hope you enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun show. It gets a big thumbs up from me. Let's get the score, shall we, for the score for the match. So, Roman, Jacob, great 51, good 24, all-time 19, bad 6. That's going to come out as great 70 on that. Wrestling Andy said the Cena tournament title should be a spinner. That's going to be a movement online to crown Danhausen. It should be a spinner. You're absolutely right. Shining Wizard said, I need to apologize to the chat. I was frustrated with the nonsense negativity where my precious friends are just trying to enjoy themselves. Connor said, was one of the mini Hausens a frog? Because one of them was jumping. I don't think he was a frog. Big Tony K said, Daze, I've been seeing Backlash since its debut, and I'd have to say this is the worst Backlash that I've seen. Where was the aura? Where was the story? I'm giving this negative 17, said Big Tony K. M. Power Warren said Danhausen Ober for the Cena spinner. Well, yeah, but the Cena spinner can be given to anyone, can't it? You don't have to win the match. As long as you're on the show, you're eligible. I don't know how to feel about that. It's so different from anything that we normally do. You can lose, but still win a championship. But then having the fans judge you by performance, there's something quite real about that, isn't there? Because creative might tell you that you lose in the match and there's not much you can do about that. But you can influence your performance. You can give your all and really go for it, you know, and that's what they're trying to encourage. So I'm a bit torn on that aspect of it. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what they actually do with that. Black Onyx said, Days, imagine coming on Monday, we get Iyo Asuka there in the ring, and all of a sudden Kyrie comes turning on both.
due to how Asuka treated her. Iyo hugged her. Thoughts? I'm not anticipating it. Like she would come back and say, you forgot about me, or you didn't really care about me, or I don't know. I don't know, because like that emotion from Asuka where she just hugged Iyo kind of, was that a bit of a face turn from Asuka? I don't know that now is a great time for Kairi to come back, have a go at Asuka after she's just put on a banger and then sort of embraced Kairi and been crying. I don't know. I don't know quite where we are with Asuka right now. I'm not expecting Kairi, let's put it that way. I think if she was going to return, I would have expected to have seen that tonight. I see Undertaker Jeff Hardy. Taker won the match. Jeff won the night, says Empower Warren. He did. Do you know what? I think we're watching that match actually on Thursday. That is the member watch-along thing we're doing on Thursday. Are we doing a AAA watch long? No, we've got the breakdown to do. I've got opinions video to do. The only reason I'm not doing the breakdown right now is because I need to know if anything's going to go down on this post show. This post show should be ending, I think, relatively soon. We've already had a fair few people come out. We got the return as well, didn't we, of the video packages. I really think that's worth a mention. I don't know why we didn't get them at WrestleMania, but I was pleased to see them return here. I don't think this is the end, says Big E in regards to Jacob. Jimmy and Jay were here. We had them on the Countdown show. Oh, one more guest to come. There's lots of Danhausen faces in the crowds. Trick Williams, Sami. What guest have we got? Maybe Trick. Oh, that's interesting. We need to have a look at Cage Match. Looks like there's a decent amount of scores coming into Cage Match already. So that'll be interesting to take a look at that. Sami wasn't as focused as he should have been, says Big E. Daze, that is peak Roman villain energy. It ties the whole night together in a way that makes the story clearer, says AB. Shining Wizard said, does it feel like they are trying all sorts of different things to see what sticks? Well, I do find myself wondering if the Gingerbread Man situation was like that. I think there might be a little bit of that, yeah. To be honest, we have accused them of playing it safe, too safe. Everything's too safe, too comfortable. I think there is a little bit of taking some chances, trying some different things. I think you can see that. Trick and Little Yachty are coming down. AB said that line of Jacob, you should have never been in this company. That's not just trash talk. That's Roman going full tribal gatekeeper, says AB. Okay, Trick and Little Yachty are out there. Fans are obviously chanting away. I was going to bring up Cage Match, wasn't I? Trick is here, said Jojo. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're well. I got gold around my wrist. I got gold around my waists. SmackDown 1.9 from yesterday. Backlash. We don't have loads of scores coming in yet. Okay. Daze, are we expecting a rematch? I am, yeah. I am. I don't understand. I've got this over here. If I click on it, right? If I click over here. So here, Crispy Wrestling has actually got scores for tonight. Trick Sami, Danhausen, all that kind of stuff, right? So he's got scores, but when I go on it, I do not have scores. It says click here to send the missing info. It says there's missing info. I do not have any scores on Cage Match. There's Backlash. Look, no scores, nothing. But somehow, Crispy Wrestling has got scores. And like 26 votes, 28 votes, 31 votes. I don't know. I'll have to go off this, but because it's not visible for me. But 7 for the opening match, I think, is very fair. I'd probably be in line with that, actually. Trick Sami 6. I can go with that. I don't know. I do think it was a bit long. Maybe the reveal was not to everyone's taste. I don't know, about a 5.3. I enjoyed this more than Trick Sami, to be honest. So I would go higher. Maybe that's like a 6.2, something like that, 6.5. Iyo Asuka an 8. I can go with that. I think it was the best match of the night. If I was to score this, I would probably say it was just above Bron Breakker Seth. I'd probably go 7.2, something like that. I think this was on track, but the ending maybe just dipped it down. So I can sort of vibe with this, but I'm not sure about that. But again, that's going to divide opinion, isn't it? It's going to divide opinion. I don't know why I don't have a version of this, though. I am just refreshing it, but it ain't showing anything. Hold on. Did you think you would find yourself interacting or wearing a gingerbread man costume? Little Yachty says, no, absolutely not. Little Yachty said he's going to give it to Sami again because Sami hit him a little bit too hard. It's an all-time match for Danhausen, said Jojo. AB said Daze trick with Little Yachty on a post show after beating Sami is crazy energy. It is crazy. I agree. It is crazy energy. I'm not trying to prove myself, says Trick. Not everyone is worthy. So Trick's basically saying that he's not doing open challenges. He said that before. Dow Jr. said, I checked the schedule for the next month. WWE pay-per-views. Only one pay-per-view next month is Night of Champions. We've got UFC in the White House on June 14th, and there's no pay-per-views then. Well, I could see us doing that. Mellow chance? You want to see Trick Mellow? The people have spoken, said Trick. We'll see what happens. That could be, I mean, you could absolutely do that at SummerSlam, couldn't you? So Mellow chance breaking out for Trick. Oh, how much money was thrown? It was $1,000 apparently that he threw. Oh, blooming now he's throwing more money. It is real. It is. People were showing it off online. It is real. Well, there we go. We're dancing away at the end of the show. Whoop, that shit. It would have been funny if all the Mini-Hausens went under the ring and they had some under-the-ring lights go off and then out crawls big Bronhausen. Or Ryebackhausen, said Black Onyx. Do you know what? I enjoyed watching that post show mainly for the Mini-Hausens. But there we go. Right, that was Backlash. I gotta be honest, I'm pretty excited for Raw. I was excited for Backlash. I said, I hope that when it ends, we can say it was a good show. We can say it was a good show, right? It definitely delivered. I am actually excited for Raw to see how we follow up on this. See what's next in regards to Asuka. What are we doing with Jacob? What are we doing with Roman? Obviously, we're not going to get answers on Trick and Sami. That'll be more Friday and SmackDown. But we can get answers to the Iyo situation, the Asuka situation. We can find out what is going to be next in regards to Roman Jacob. That's obviously the big one. We can find out what's going to be next with Bron and Seth. That's a pretty interesting one as well. Danhausen, we might get a little something from Danhausen on Raw, but Miz and Kit tend to be more on SmackDown. But yeah, and I'm sure there'll be more details about the John Cena stuff as well, so we should be getting more out of that. So there we go. That was the show. Appreciate people joining us for it. Obviously, we are going to be back in a moment for the breakdown. Once we're done with that, we will get to your opinions. But yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. This stream is going to clock in at just over 8 hours, which that's nothing for us. That's a walk in the park for us, yeah, compared to what we were doing during WrestleMania. But awesome. Yeah, appreciate it. I'll see you in a moment.